Chapter 451. The challenge is coming. The truth is often hidden in the most obvious places. With the reputation of 0 Point Tavern, how could you do such a thing? I believe that no matter who it is, they will have such thoughts when they hear the words from Su Xia's mouth. Do you know what you are talking about? Kuan-Kuan's mood has stabilized a lot. He restrained his murderous intention and just stared at Su Xia indifferently. I also said, this is just what I heard from others. Su Xia smiled slightly and replied, since it is a rumor, shut up from now on. Kuan-Kuan shouted coldly. If you spread such rumors indiscriminately, you are deliberately damaging the reputation of Lingyan Tavern. This kind of thing is something that no large force can tolerate. Even if I win you, the machine race won't say anything. No problem at all. Su Xia smiled and said, it's just that I still don't understand a little bit. What? Why do so many people in Lingyan Tavern have accidents and have to sign contracts? Su Xia asked with a smile. Isn't it possible that every time an accident happens, people from the pub headquarters happen to be there? This is none of your business. Kuan-Kuan shouted coldly. He was really disgusted with Su Xia and wanted to slap Su Xia to death. Such a humble little insect would have been beaten to pieces by him long ago if it had been in a place where no one knew about it. Su Xia smiled lightly. Let's not talk about this for now. What does Mr. Kuan think about my patient? 3 months. 3 months at most. Kunkin was extremely impatient, but had to take a step back. He was really worried that Su Xia would tell another rumor. Although it was unlikely, he had to guard against it. Okay, then half a year, Su Xia said with a smile. Exactly 6 months. 1 course of treatment every month. Which is exactly what I want. You? Kunkin was so angry that he almost trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, half a year. After saying that, he turned around suddenly, waved his hand, and said to more than a dozen subordinates without looking back, let's go back and check the information. Yes. More than a dozen subordinates dressed in black nodded immediately. They could all feel Kuan-Kuan's anger, like a volcano about to erupt. After they return, they will probably be scolded. Su Xia said with a smile. Mr. Kuan, go away. Remember to take good care of your body when you get back. I see your eyes are red and your face is red. This is a sign of liver qi stagnation, and qi stagnation turning into fire. It shows that your liver fire is extremely strong. Symptoms such as increased blood pressure, dizziness, headache, and tinnitus are prone to occur. Damn it! Kuan-Kuan's face turned red with anger, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He cursed angrily at the end of the corridor in the distance, and almost vomited blood in anger. He felt that if he talked to Su Xia for a few more words, he might really be pissed off. Su Xia, don't think that because you have become a dog for Yutua and Mercer, I won't dare to touch you. He finally couldn't help it and said harshly, be careful when doing things in the future. If you go overboard again, you will be punished. Even if Yutua and Moser are both here, they can't save your life. A strong murderous intention floated in the corridor, and it was hard to imagine how angry Kuan-Kuan was now. But Su Xia didn't let him go, and said with a smile, really? After I go back, I will tell the 2 adults, Yutua and Moser, to let them know about Mr. Kuan's existence. You? Kunkin was really about to vomit blood. When he came to the corner, he stopped forcibly and said in a hoarse voice, that's not necessary. The 2 of them have the same goal as me. They both want to catch the masked stranger. There is no need to be there. It's a waste of time on such small things. Okay, I see. Su Xia looked relaxed, smiled gently, and always took the initiative in the conversation. Kunkin left, completely this time, without looking back or saying any harsh words. He quickly left the area where Su Xia was. After he left, the room suddenly burst into laughter, not to mention how joyful the atmosphere was. Ha! Everyone saw what happened just now. They watched with their own eyes as Su Xia forced Kunkin into the corner step by step, making Kunkin furious but did not dare to explode. In the end, he could only leave in despair, not even daring to say another word. Strong! So strong! Yuan Hua raised his thumbs, eyes shining, and kept praising. Yuan Hua, have never admired a person as much as I do today in my life. He sighed sincerely. Although Mask is powerful, he likes to use force to overwhelm people. He will directly defeat those who are dissatisfied. I have never been like you, Master Su. You can also convince people with your words. I, Yang Liang, am convinced too. Master Su is really awesome. Yang Liang laughed loudly. as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had felt during this period of time, and the corners of his mouth almost split with laughter. Have you all seen it? That Kunkin's face is about to turn into the color of pig liver. Master Su is right. He is indeed suffering from stagnation of anger. It's so satisfying to be so angry that you don't dare to take action. It's so satisfying. It's really a pleasure. It suddenly dawns on you. Bring out the wine. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was as joyful as possible. Even when Shinyu and Yemo woke up before, they had never been so joyful. This was their first complete victory since they were imprisoned, and it was the first time that anyone from the headquarters was rendered speechless. Although this victory was not won by themselves, in the hearts of everyone, Su Xia was already half one of their own. Today, Xiao Yu, Amo Su Xia, and Kun Kun's Qizhan were all brought to us by Master Su. We must respect Master Su, Zhu Lu said sincerely. Yes, thanks to Master Su. This is the custom in the tavern. If they disagree with each other, they will bring out the wine jar. Su Xia declined. It was still morning, and he needed to keep his head clear. If he drinks too much, his body will fall into a negative state. Even if it is only negative 20%, it will be enough to give him a headache. Thank you for your kindness. I have to go back to refine the potion. I can't drink, he said with a smile. Yes, we didn't think carefully. Master Su, don't mind. Everyone apologized hurriedly, and then took out cans of drinks and stuffed them into Su Xia's hands without any explanation. Not long after, Sanyu also came back. He had been detained in the rest area of the headquarters by Kun for excuses. After Kunkin went back just now, he asked people to let him out. Out of sight, out of mind. He told him to get away as far away as possible. Then what happened to Kunkin today? Why do I feel like he has taken gunshot? Sanyu still didn't know what happened, so he asked everyone suspiciously. Haha, Brother Chong, listen to me. Everyone burst into laughter again, and they all smiled and spoke, telling Sanyu basically what happened before. Although what they said was disorganized, Sanyu's analytical skills were very strong, and he quickly understood everything. That's it. Thank you, Master Su. As the team leader, Sanyu is the one who should express his gratitude to everyone. It's nothing. It's just that Kun feels uncomfortable. Su Xia smiled and shook her head. Her tone as usual. Master Su, please be more careful in the future. I'm afraid Kun will attack you. Sanyu reminded. The tavern's assassination ability is unparalleled in the world, and Kun is an elite member of the headquarters, with extremely good abilities. Today's defeat is just rhetorical, and does not represent his true strength. Don't worry. He doesn't dare to take action. Su Xia didn't care at all. If that guy really dared to take action, he would let him know what pain was. He looked at Sanyu carefully and found that Sanyu was already a level 4 creature. In the past, he could have gone to a small city to be a store manager, and would be called Big Boss, no matter where he went. But now, because of the masked stranger, Sanyu did not enjoy the power that his personal strength should match, and was locked up in this dark underground world all day long. Su Xia felt a little sorry and said, The tavern values face very much, so there is no need for you to stay here all day long. That Kunkin should not dare to really restrict your freedom. That's true, but there are some things that we have to guard against, lest they do it secretly. Sanyu explained, if you have nothing to do in the future, you can use the excuse of seeing a doctor to come to my pharmacy. Su Xia said, See a doctor? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They suddenly remembered that when Su Xia and Kun were arguing before, they did not mention the real names of Shinyu and Iemo, but always used the word patient. And these two words can refer to anyone. They have recording backups of previous conversations here. As expected of Master Su, he was so thoughtful and thought out a way out for us at that time. Yuan Hua looked grateful. He had indeed spent enough time in this ghost place. He didn't know how many days he had not seen the sun. If being able to go out, even just to walk around the city, would be much better than my current situation. That's right. As long as it's not too much. Kunkin shouldn't be too anxious to jump over the wall. Julu nodded and said, It can be seen from today's events that Kun is a little afraid of Yutua Moser behind Su Xia, as long as he uses this fear reasonably within his tolerance range. When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I never thought that one day we would be able to take advantage of the reputation of the machine tribe. Alas, things are changing. No one can predict what will happen in the future. The matter has been settled. Emo and Shinyu can stay outside the tavern for long-term treatment. And the rest of the team can also use the excuse of medical treatment to go out from time to time. This is the change Su Xia has brought to everyone. These people were imprisoned because of him. And he just did what he could. It's getting late, and there are still many things to do in the store. Su Xia looked at the time and said goodbye to everyone. Okay, let's not waste Master Su's time. Sanyu looked gentle and said Su Xia to the door. No one tried to persuade Su Xia to stay. They were all straight-tempered and knew that trying to stay was just a waste of time. They have a lot of time now, since they are locked up here with nothing to do every day. But Su Xia must be a busy person. After all, there is such a big store to manage. Emo and Shinyu did not follow Su Xia to the pharmacy for the time being. They just woke up and needed to communicate with the team. The two of them made an appointment with Su Xia to go to the pharmacy this evening. After chatting for a few more words, Su Xia walked out of the room, carrying a small medicine box on her back, and waved goodbye to everyone. You don't have to give it away. Su Xia smiled, lifted the strap of the medicine box, then turned and left, walking towards the elevator entrance with EE. This morning's experience was quite unique for EE. On the way back, he asked, Master Su, how are you doing? Master Dad now? I don't know. The teacher should be fine. Su Xia shrugged. He had not found any trace of his father when he went to the south before. With the abilities of Dad and his team, even Su Xia, a disciple, would not be able to find them as long as they wanted to hide. I don't know if Dad has cured senior brother Guan now. Thinking about it, if it is cured, my father will send a message back. Master Dad has rescued many psychic creatures in the past, and some of them may be the same people who wrote death threat letters to the pharmacy before. He expressed his guess. I know. Su Xia nodded. Master Su, if necessary, I can mobilize the manpower of this branch to build a protective network around the pharmacy. He expressed his gratitude to Su Xia and said that he could use all the power within his power. No, Yutua has also arranged a lot of people around the store. You two are in opposition, and it is not suitable to do the same thing. Su Xia declined politely. Makes sense. Now there is some tension between the Lingyan Tavern and the Machine Tribe, and they are not very harmonious. If the people dispatched by both sides met near the pharmacy, they would probably start fighting immediately. By then, the person who wrote the threatening letter may not be caught, and both sides will suffer heavy casualties. Such a scene was something Su Xia didn't want to see. Regarding the guys who wrote the death threat letters, Su Xia already knew what to do, and he had his own way to deal with it. Master Su, if you need anything else, such as the tavern's network resources or financial support, please be sure to ask. He always felt that he owed Su Xia a favor and wanted to return it as soon as possible. Okay, if there is any need in this regard in the future, I will contact the tavern. Su Xia could see Yi's thoughts and did not refuse. The two chatted while walking, and soon took the elevator back to the first floor. He sent Su Xia to the door. His identity was very sensitive. He was the manager of a local tavern branch. It was not suitable to send Su Xia, a member of the mechanical tribe, back to the store. So the two said goodbye at the door. After saying goodbye, Su Xia quickened her pace. It was getting late, and he planned to go back and take the time to refine the 5th level potion and become a genuine 5th level pharmacist. The feeling is already there. It should fall into place naturally. In fact, Su Xia had vaguely touched this feeling as early as when she was at the bottom of the sea. This feeling is very special. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu once told Su Xia that every pharmacist will have this kind of feeling. Maybe before a breakthrough or during an epiphany. In the past few days, this feeling has become stronger and stronger, giving Su Xia a belief as long as he refines the 5th level potion now, he will definitely succeed. With this belief, Su Xia strode towards the pharmacy. But before he had gone far, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a small flyer posted on a telephone pole beside the road, because Su Xia saw her name on that little flyer. On the front of the flyer, in a very conspicuous font, there is this line: "Who is the real master?" Su Xia's eyes were strange. She reached out and pulled off this small leaflet from the telephone pole and looked at it carefully. He remembered that when he came here before, there were no flyers on this telephone pole. This flyer should have been put up in the past 2 hours. Is this a challenge? Chapter 452, Disgraced? This small leaflet is dark green overall, similar to the color of most potions. Su Xia took it in her hand and read everything on the flyer. The meaning it conveys is actually very simple. It simply means that Su Xia is not worthy of the title of master, and directly points out that Su Xia stole her reputation from her father. In this coral city, there is someone else who is the real master. This is the central idea of this little leaflet. Su Xiao looked calm about this. The moment he saw the title of the flyer, he knew who this little flyer was from. CG Dao. He is indeed a haunted guy. He smiled calmly, crumpled the flyer into a ball, and threw it into the trash can nearby, posting small leaflets everywhere. According to city laws, he should be fined. If the number is large enough, he can be detained for a period of time. Su Xia suddenly had an interesting idea. Of course, he also knew that with CG Dao's current status, it was unlikely that he would be detained. That kind of method can only disgust him. It seems that CG Dao really wants to win once. Su Xia was not panicked. He knew that a 5th-level pharmacist would definitely challenge him next. But now he no longer had such awe for the 5th-level pharmacist. Not to mention him. Even the Hong Bafu and the Blue Bafu. As long as they work hard, becoming a 5th-level pharmacist will be a matter of course. Dad, among other things, has a very high vision for accepting disciples. Su Xia continued to walk back and found many similar small flyers on the walls on both sides of the alley. Even several trash cans were covered with flyers, which was sparing no effort to promote. The contents of some leaflets are different, but the core ideas are the same. This is to build momentum, arouse public opinion, and use the general trend to suppress me, so that I have to accept the challenge. Su Xia understood what CG Dao wanted to do. If he guessed correctly, CG Dao's methods are not limited to this small leaflet, but also open up other channels, such as some self-media and short video platforms, using various channels to ensure that the public opinion offensive has the most perfect effect. However, public opinion is a double-edged sword. The more successful CG Dao is now, the stronger the backlash will be when he fails. Once Su Xia wins, doesn't it mean that Su Xia is the real master? And other people, no matter who CG Dao is looking for, will become Su Xia's foil and become a clown-like figure. CG Dao's master is also unlucky. He is quite old and needs such a disciple. Even if nothing happens this time, he will be in danger sooner or later. Su Xia looked calm and continued to move forward without any nervousness in her heart. During this period, he was not only thinking about CG Dao, but also distracted himself to feel the positions of the 4 killers. When he went out in the morning, the 4 people had been following him, but they seemed to be afraid, so they never made a move and just watched Su Xia approach the Lingyan Tavern. Now, Su Xia came out of the tavern. From the tavern to the pharmacy, you will pass through several small alleys with no people around. Those small alleys are in disrepair and are not monitored, so they are the most suitable location to start. Putting it into perspective, if it were Su Xia herself, she would definitely choose to take action in those small alleys. Will they take action? Su Xia thought like this and stepped into one of the alleys. This small alley faces away from the morning sun. It is dark and narrow, about 200 meters long. The ground is full of potholes, and rubbish is everywhere in the corners. You can see some flies buzzing around on the rubbish. Apart from the flies, there was no other life in this alley. As soon as Su Xia walked in, she felt a chill down her spine, and the feeling of being stared at came back. Really? His expression remained unchanged. He remained silent, carrying the small potion box on his back, and continued walking forward, walking into the darkness of the alley. The alley was very quiet, so quiet that only Su Xia's footsteps were left. He walked very steadily, neither fast nor slow, making him a very qualified target for assassination. For eyes with murderous intent were focused on him, but they still did not take action and watched him slowly walk away. Soon, Su Xia had walked 2/3 of the entire alley. What surprised him was that the 4 people still endured it and did not intend to take action. How long do you want to wait? Su Xia's expression remained unchanged. She didn't look back, and she made no other weird moves. She continued to walk forward, slowly walked through the alley, then turned a corner and entered another alley. This alley is wider than the one just now, and there are a few scattered people in the boxes. Master Su, good morning. After seeing Su Xia, these people greeted Su Xia one after another. Good morning. Su Xia responded with a smile, and her tone was as usual. In this alley, those 4 people probably wouldn't do anything. After all, there are so many people here. However, after a while, Su Xia suddenly thought, will the other party take advantage of the opposite psychology? And the less likely it is to take action, the more likely it is to take action. In this world, There are many famous people who were assassinated by killers in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Su Xia remained vigilant and did not relax at all. He walked on, his steps steady. Soon, this alley will come to an end. But the other party still hasn't taken action. Strangeness. Su Xia couldn't judge anymore and could only move forward silently, ready to take action at any time. Right behind him, about 150 meters away, at the end of the alley, at the corner, the four of them stared at Su Xia's back with cold eyes, watching him go further and further away. Boss, why didn't you let me take action just now? The youngest of the four whispered. As long as you give me 5 seconds, I will be sure to kill that damn thing. Ha ha. The fourth child still can't do it. If it were me, 3 seconds would be enough. Another person said. Third child. Fourth child. Don't argue blindly. Listen to what the boss says first. That's right. Boss, tell me, why don't you let us take action? The three of them all turned their heads, looked at the oldest man, and asked. The man looked calm and handed a dark green leaflet to the third person in the team, and said, Look at this leaflet. If you are not stupid, you should be able to understand it. Isn't this what the little guy posted here just now? Let me take a look. The other two people gathered around, staring at the flyer in Lao Sen's hand, and read the words on it one by one. After reading it, the brothers immediately understood what the boss meant. Someone wants to challenge that Su Xia, said the third child. They have sent leaflets to such a small alley, which shows that the other party has put a lot of effort into it. It seems that Su Xia's enemy is not a vegetarian and has no less power than him. What should we do? Several people dropped the flyers and looked at the team leader again. The oldest middle-aged man looked calm. He looked at Su Xia's back disappearing around the corner of the alley and said indifferently, The other party should promote it like this, which shows that he has great confidence and has made sufficient preparations. He will definitely let that Su Xia is embarrassed. Boss, should we let the other party take the first step? Asked the fourth child. Yes. Killing Su Xia like this would be too cheap for him. Let's watch him fail first, and wait until his reputation is ruined before we kill him. Yes. Just do it. Several people agreed and immediately put away their murderous intentions, intending to watch Su Xia fail in this challenge. At this moment, Su Xia was thinking. After he entered the current alley, the murderous eyes behind him disappeared, which puzzled him. Has the other party given up? Or encountered something unexpected? Su Xia sent several groups of nanorobots out, saw the four people in the alley, and heard part of their conversation, and immediately understood what these people were planning. It turns out that you want to see me ruined. It's really a good idea. He nodded slightly, relaxed a little, took steps, and continued towards the pharmacy. Along the way, I met more and more acquaintances, and the intervals between greetings became more frequent. There is only the last stretch of road left to the pharmacy. If nothing happens, Su Xia will be able to return to the store in a few minutes. But at this moment, his private message suddenly flashed and a dialogue box popped up. Li Difu. Brother Su, are you not in the pharmacy now? Su Xia replied, Yeah. I'm wandering around outside. What's wrong? Are you guys coming to buy goods? Brother Su, listen to me. Don't go back yet. Li Difu said hurriedly. Why? Su Xia asked him. That Sijidai is in your shop with an old man and a lot of reporters from the news media. I don't know what he wants to do. I always feel that he has no good intentions. Li Difu sent a screenshot to Su Xia. Picture here is the pharmacy. Su Xia clicked on the picture and enlarged it. The old street outside the pharmacy was filled with media vehicles from various news media companies. The media people were all pointing their guns and cannons at the pharmacy, not knowing what they wanted to shoot. CG Dao was sitting in the shop with his master, looking like a customer, with a confident smile on his face. Opposite CG Dao were the two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu with ugly faces. Oh, it's a simple matter. CG Dao wants to challenge me and let me fail just once. It's no big deal. Su Xia replied. Is this called simplicity? Brother Su, you can't be too calm. Li Difu said hurriedly. It's strange. You guys don't know about it? Now the leaflets are flying all over the sky. Su Xia asked him. Aren't you usually better informed than me? I just got online, and I'm not in school right now. What? Is there anything going on outside of school? That guy Li Sihua met a girl. Today was the day they met offline. We were worried that he would be cheated, so we all followed him. I thought that Brother Su was busy, so we didn't call you. Li Difu explained. Oh, no wonder. Su Xia understood that Li Difu should be logging in with his mobile phone. He asked calmly, "What does that girl look like? Do you have something in common with Li Xihua? How long has it been? Brother Su, you still care about this?" Li Difu was a little anxious. "Of course, I have to care about my roommate's lifelong events," Su Xia said calmly. "Brother Su, let's think about how to deal with CG Dao first. That guy's master is a 5th-level pharmacist. He brought so many media reporters to the pharmacy today. It's clear that he wants to keep you from getting down." Li Difu analyzed. The words are full of worries. At the same time, the portraits of several other roommates lit up one after another, and they all entered the game. Su Xia noticed that even Li Sihua's profile picture lit up. He immediately asked, "Why is Sihua even online? Where is the girl? Love is not as important as games." Li Sihua said categorically, "Brother Su, we brothers should get through this first, and then consider other things. This is not possible. Sihua will log off immediately." Su Xia sent a voice message in a tone that left no room for doubt. In the dormitory, he rarely directly orders a roommate, but today he made an exception. "What to do with that guy from Sijideo?" Li Sihua asked worriedly. "A bunch of chickens and dogs. What are you afraid of?" Su Xiao looked calm and didn't take this matter to heart at all. He felt that the reactions of his roommates were too much. After hearing what he said, the other roommates felt a little more confident. At his urging, Li Sihua finally went offline. But he said he would pay attention to the trends in the game at any time and come online to support the situation if the situation went wrong. At the same time, Li Difu and others began to contact the remaining members of the alliance. "I'm going to find Snow, Bing Lei, and the others, and call them all in. If that bastard CG Dao wants to use his power to overwhelm others, then let's hold him back." Everyone hoped that Su Xia would wait a little longer and not ask for the pharmacy for the time being. They would go back together when they were fully prepared. But Su Xia felt it didn't matter and still moved forward. At this time, there is no need to wait. The longer you wait, the less confident you are. Being timid before fighting is not a good sign. "I'll go back first. You can come anytime," Su Xia sent a message, then closed the dialogue box and walked towards the pharmacy in the morning sunshine. As soon as he entered the old street where the store was located, many people noticed him. At the entrance of the store, media cameras immediately turned to Su Xia. "It's him! Master Su! After waiting for so long, he finally showed up! I thought he wouldn't come back." In the eyes of countless people, Su Xia looked calm and walked towards the pharmacy step by step. There was no trace of nervousness on his face. He seemed to have no idea what was going on, and was even in the mood to say hello to the neighbors on the old street. Opposite the shop, the restaurant owner Zhao had a worried face and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to remind him of something. But there are many media here, and anything he says may be used by someone to attack Su Xia, so he dare not say anything. Finally dared to show up. In the shop, CG Dao stood up from his seat with a smile on his face, walked out of the shop door, and faced Su Xia from afar. "Su Xia, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 453. This is all a misunderstanding. The atmosphere in front of the pharmacy is very strange. People looked at CG Dao and then at Su Xia, who was walking slowly, with strange eyes. The conflict between the two was not only known to the whole city. After all, CG Dao once led people to surround the pharmacy. They are all leaders of a large undead alliance, and they all serve in the same department. And they even got to the position by betraying those close to them. CG Dao betrayed the Scimitar organization, including his teacher. And Su Xia also betrayed his teacher. There is an extremely strange sense of fate between the two. Everyone knows that between the two of them, only one will reach the top of Coral City in the end, and the other will either become a stepping stone forever, or leave the city sadly. "Hey, it's finally started. Fortunately, I came early and got a good vantage point. I must film the whole process today. That Master Su Xia probably doesn't know what happened. Right. I really look forward to his expression after learning everything." Many of the media people present looked like they were watching a show. They were all busy and had already pointed their cameras at Su Xia. Most of them were called by Sijideo, and some of them were even supported by Sijideo, specializing in broadcasting news that was beneficial to Sijideo. It can be said that a large part of Sijideo's reputation in Coral City was created with the help of these media. There were also a small number of media reporters who came over on their own after getting the news. "I heard that Minister Wang is going to declare war on that Su Xia. How could we miss such an important moment?" Minister Wang has been preparing for many days. This time, he will definitely be able to defeat Su Xia in one fell swoop. Almost all of them were on Sijideo's side, so naturally they wanted to speak for him. At the scene, some reporters had already begun to tell the camera. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, Master Su Xia finally showed up. As for why it took him so long to show up, we don't know. According to sources, Master Su Xia seems to be trying to delay time to avoid this challenge. In the restaurant nearby, when Boss Zhao heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. Is there anyone relevant here? These damn reporters are just telling lies with their eyes open. Anyone who is familiar with pharmacies knows that Su Xia went out to treat illnesses and save people. And it was not the so-called avoidance of war at all. However, these media blocked the entire old street, so that the residents of the old street could not pass through it. They could only go around through the small alleys on the side. And from time to time, they could hear curses from the residents. Under the gaze of countless people, Su Xia got closer and closer to the pharmacy. Su Xia, have you seen my challenge letter? Are you surprised? CG Dao stood at the door of the store, with a confident smile on his face, and said loudly to Su Xia. He believed that Su Xia already knew the news. Even if Su Xia didn't see it, the rest of the Bikini Castle team would send a message to inform him. Sijideo firmly believes in this. After all, he has a similar team himself. What screaming? Su Xia in the distance frowned and rubbed her ears, as if she didn't hear CG Dao's words clearly at all. He didn't even look at CG Dao, and soon started greeting the neighbors on the old street again, with a calm demeanor, just like usual. Su Xia! You? The smile on CG Dao's face froze. He obviously didn't expect that Su Xia still ignored him in front of so many media reporters. This made him feel very angry, because from the beginning to now, no matter which time they met, Su Xia would always choose to ignore him, as if she didn't take him seriously at all. Su Xia! Are you scared? Are you feeling guilty? Why don't you dare to answer me directly? CG Dao shouted and kept questioning. But Su Xia still turned a deaf ear and looked calm, as if CG Dao's voice was no different from the sound of mosquitoes in his ears. CG Dao gritted his teeth, and the smile that he managed to squeeze out of his face disappeared at this moment, replaced by endless anger and hatred. He wanted to show his confidence with a smile, but Su Xia's disregard made him break his guard. Su Xia, do you think this approach is useful? This will only expose your guilty conscience, CG Dao said loudly and angrily. Where does that sound of flies come from? Su Xia looked confused and looked up at the sky. His voice was not loud, but it was just enough to be heard by the people at the door of the store. Some people chuckled and were amused by him on the spot, but they thought that this was a serious occasion, so they had to hold it back until their faces turned red and felt very uncomfortable. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? CG Dao was furious and glared at the reporter who laughed. He planned to look through the information when he got back and find out the dirty information about this reporter. Everyone knew that he was a vengeful person, so they became much more serious. It's easy to hide from open guns and hard to defend against hidden arrows. A real villain like CG Dao should try not to provoke anyone if possible. After a while, Su Xia walked to the door of the store calmly, walked past CG Dao, and entered the store. CG Dao didn't stop him and stared at Su Xia fiercely. Su Xia! He has been waiting for this moment for so long. As long as she enters the store, Su Xia can't escape, and she can't avoid this challenge no matter what. There were no other customers in the shop, and the two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu looked angry. Hong Bafu even held a bottle of sleeping potion tightly, as if he would throw it out at any time. Why do you look unhappy? Is business not going well? Su Xia smiled, put down the medicine box she was carrying, and asked the two brothers. Brother Su, these people have blocked the door of our house and won't let us do business, Hong Bafu said angrily. There are quite a few people brought by Sijideo. There are at least 20 news media from large platforms, as well as many self-media, like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire pharmacy. This battle was even worse than the last time Sijideo led people to surround the pharmacy. Oh, you won't let us do business? Su Xia turned around calmly and looked at the long guns and cannons outside. At this time, Sijideo stood at the door, waved his hand, pulled out a challenge letter, and said loudly, Su Xia, under the witness of so many people, do you still want to hide? How long will you hide? Where did the flies come from? Brother Lan, go catch them. Don't worry about casualties. Su Xia took out her ears and looked indifferent. Don't worry about casualties. Lan Bafu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. He smiled and immediately took out a large box of highly toxic medicine from under his workbench. Seeing this scene, CG Dao's expression suddenly changed. From the time Su Xia showed up until now, he didn't play according to the routine at all. So many of CG Dao's preparations were not used, which made him very uncomfortable. Outside the store, the expressions of many media reporters surrounding him also changed. They all know how scary pharmacists can be. Master Su, what do you mean? A reporter from a large platform asked loudly. We were just invited to bear witness, and we don't have any ill intentions. They came to watch the show, and they all stood from the perspective of bystanders. But judging from what Su Xia meant, those flies in his mouth seemed to include all the media reporters outside, and he planned to let Lan Bafu drive them away together. Master Su, why are you driving us away? Is there anything you can't say? The same reporter just now spoke very sharply and asked Su Xia loudly in front of the camera on his own platform. We just want to get first-hand information. We didn't do anything to harm the pharmacy. Master Su, if word spreads about chasing reporters away like this, it will damage your reputation. Don't you want us to witness it? As media reporters from the Sijidai camp, they all spoke up, overtly and covertly pointing out that Su Xia had a guilty conscience and did not dare to let them record it here. If Su Xia followed their words, they would have sharper words until Su Xia became angry with shame. At the entrance of the store, CG Dao had a smile on his face again. Su Xia, you didn't expect it, did you? He looked at the scene proudly and felt much better. He called these media reporters here. Naturally, he expected this scene. He had already ordered those reporters to join forces to force Su Xia at the critical moment. Most of these news media were created by Sijidao with hard work and time, and they would naturally do what he said. Su Xia, you really let us down, Sijidao said pitifully. With so many people here, it's fine that you don't have a positive response, but you even drive them away in anger. Are you so scared? What are you afraid of? He was like a poisonous snake, staring at Su Xia viciously, and everything he said was recorded by the surrounding media reporters. In the shop, Lan Bafu's face turned red with anger, and he once wanted to throw out a large box of poisonous potions in his hand. It's too much. He has been refining medicines in the pharmacy all year round. He rarely uses his words to talk to others, and he can't even curse others with force. Hong Bafu also had a stern face. Had he had his previous temper, he would have driven away the gossiping reporters outside. However, after experiencing his father's incident, he became much more stable than before. Now there are only 3 brothers left in the pharmacy, so nothing can go wrong again. Brother Su, what should we do? Hong Bafu asked in a deep voice. Just say something, and we will do what you say. Su Xia sat by the window and calmly arranged her operating table. He didn't seem to hear the words of those people outside at all. While sorting things out, he asked Hong Bafu. Brother Hong, when these people surrounded the pharmacy, did they ask for your permission? No. Hong Bafu replied decisively. Come to interfere with our business without consent? Su Xia smiled calmly, turned to look out the window, and said, that is behavior that disturbs public order. If the circumstances are serious, he will be detained for not less than 5 days, but not more than 10 days. This, Hong Bafu was obviously stunned for a moment. Detention? As soon as these words came out, many media reporters outside were also confused. They thought they had the upper hand and would be able to push Su Xia into a corner and force him to accept this challenge. But Su Xia's simple words not only directly changed the focus of the topic, but also set everyone into an extremely dangerous situation. Su Xia, what do you mean by this? Sijidao's expression suddenly changed. These news media were created by him with great effort, so he can't fall here. Master Su, we just want to interview you. We don't mean any harm. You must have misunderstood something. The reporters outside also hurriedly explained, not daring to mention the challenge again. No malice? Su Xia smiled, stood up from the workbench, wiped her hands, looked at the people outside and said, I did make a mistake just now. Hearing this, everyone outside suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Xia just wanted to scare them, and did not really want to use that crime. Detention for 5 or 10 days may not sound like a long time, but it will put a stain on their life history that cannot be washed away, and will have a considerable impact on their future. CG Dao's body also relaxed a lot. He felt that Su Xia might not want to complete the matter, and wanted to use this matter as a breakthrough to let everyone take a step back to avoid the challenge. Humph! Su Xia, do you think giving in will be enough? Sijideo sneered in his heart. No matter how much Su Xia gave in, he would insist on continuing the challenge. In the shop, Lan Bafu was a little anxious and asked in a low voice. Brother Su, are you going to let those disgusting guys go like this? I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't worry. Su Xia smiled slightly, walked to the door, looked around, and wrote down the faces of everyone outside. I did say something wrong just now. He paused, and then continued. You have forcibly occupied public property, made trouble in public places, caused serious disorder in public places, and seriously affected other people's lives, production, and operations. It is extremely serious and has caused extremely bad social impact. It has constituted the crime of picking quarrels and provoking trouble, and should be sentenced to a fixed term imprisonment of not more than 5 years. What? A prison sentence? Upon hearing this, the eyes of many media reporters outside were widened, and their hearts felt as if they were half a beat slower. Just now, it was only a detention of not less than 5 days, but not more than 10 days. But now it has become a 5-year prison sentence? Is this rising too fast? Before they could react, the siren of the Law Enforcement Bureau could be heard in the distance, and the sound was gradually approaching this old street. Su Xia smiled and shook her phone at everyone. On the phone is the phone number of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Recently, he has received several death threat letters. Even Yutuo has expressed concern about this and requested the nearby law enforcement agencies, security agencies, urban defense agencies, and other departments to provide round-the-clock protection for Su Xia. As for your charge of provoking quarrels and provoking trouble, I think the residents of the entire old street will testify for me, Su Xia said with a smile. So don't worry. If it is said to be 5 years, it must be 5 years. I have always kept my word. Yoshin will not let you enjoy it less. There are many talents in the prison. You should study hard after entering. No. Master Su, you misunderstood. That's not what we meant. Everyone outside was panicked, and each one looked more panicked than the other. The whistle in the distance sounded like a bee, making their heads buzz. With Su Xia's current status, if he said it would be 5 years, it would definitely be 5 years. No one could have imagined that Su Xia would be so ruthless. She would send so many media people into trouble at the slightest disagreement. It was simply much more ruthless than Siji Dao. Several media reporters, who came uninvited, were even more regretful. If they had known that Su Xia was so ruthless, why would they be here in this muddy water? There is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 454. Kind-hearted Su Xia. This is a misunderstanding. Everyone was in a mess, and everyone was panicked. The front exit of the old street has been blocked by vehicles from the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the sound of vehicle horns becomes more and more harsh. Soon, vehicles from the Law Enforcement Bureau appeared behind the old street, one after another, blocking all entrances and exits, giving these media people no chance to escape. Woo-woo! The sound of whistles echoed throughout the old street. Team after team of well-trained city law enforcement officers got off the Law Enforcement Bureau's car, and everyone looked indifferent. Seeing these law enforcers, many media reporters outside the store became even more panicked. 5 years! When they think of that number, they feel suffocated. 5 years. Who knows how to spend those 5 years? When they besieged the pharmacy, they did not obtain the consent of the two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, and it did affect the store's business. They even blocked the entire old street, causing the residents of the old street to they are angry and dissatisfied. All of this will become the ironclad evidence for them to enter the bureau and open the way for them to live in prison for 5 years. Misunderstanding? Master Su, you really misunderstood. The reporter who spoke sharply before was almost stupid now. He changed his way of begging for mercy and nearly knelt down in front of Su Xia. Master Su, we really just want to do an interview. We have no malicious intentions. What we said before were all what Wang Yongqiang asked us to say, not what he forced us to say. Another media reporter shouted loudly. Yes. He forced us to say it. We didn't want to say it at all. Someone next to him immediately echoed, pointing all the fingers at Siji Dao, and just wanted to pick himself out. Yes, it's all because of Wang Yongqiang. I originally had an interview report on the children's welfare home today, but Wang Yongqiang canceled it. He forced me to report on the pharmacy with him. Master Su, we are also victims. You have a lot of them. Please let us go. They begged for mercy in unison, and some had tears in their eyes. The law enforcement officers were getting closer and closer, like a group of reapers, wearing psychic suppressors and bracelets and shackles, about to lead them to the H.L. of despair. The prison in Coral City is really like H.L., with prisoners dying almost every day, not to mention anything else. Just the food is enough to make people desperate. According to those who have been released after serving their sentences, the food in the major prisons in Coral City is no different from pig food. No, it can be said to be tastier than pig food, and almost all of it is rancid. Many prisoners began to have diarrhea after entering prison, and continued to have diarrhea until they collapsed and died. The death was extremely tragic. Not to mention, there are many prison guards who enjoy torturing prisoners, using sticks and fists at every turn, often beating some prisoners to death. There are also many horrifying traditional projects in the prison, such as picking up soap. Just thinking about it makes people go numb. Master Su, we really never thought of going against you. It's all Wang Yongqiang. You know, Wang Yongqiang arranged all this, and there's nothing we can do about it. One media reporter actually knelt down on the spot, burst into tears, and kept accusing CG Dao of its behavior. The rest of the people also echoed and begged loudly. Master Su, we are just ordinary people. We don't dare to refuse CG Dao. You know him. Once we refuse a villain like him, it will be impossible for us to live in peace in the next life. At this point, no one can care much anymore. Even if CG Dao is staring at them fiercely from the side, they must find a way to push out their sins and get themselves out of this prison. They never thought that CG Dao would get them out of prison. After all, the person who sent them in was Su Xia. Before this, no one thought that Su Xia would be so cruel. Now, everyone who has seen Su Xia's methods dare not go against Su Xia again. Master Su! Master Su! Please let me go! I have an elder and a younger one. I have several children at home waiting for me to go back. I can't go to jail. There was a guy who hugged Su Xia's calf and cried so hard that his tears and nose almost turned into a ball. Su Xia pursed her lips, looked at the man's personal description, and found that he was still a loner, and then said, You don't have any children at all, and you still dare to trick me? Master Su, I will have children in the future. The man burst into tears and hurriedly changed his words for mercy and begged. Master Su, you have a lot. For the sake of my future children, please let me go. These people, it should be said or not, are indeed talented people. In order to save their lives, they can even come up with excuses like future children. If it were Su Xia, he would definitely not be able to come up with such a weird excuse. His thinking nerves are not so divergent. The initiative now lies with Su Xia. As long as he lets the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau go back and expresses his willingness to forget about the past, these media people will go back safely. At this time, compared to Su Xia's relaxed and calm attitude, CG Dao on the side was about to explode with anger. Before coming, Sijideo thought about countless possibilities. He thought that Su Xia would find excuses to avoid the battle, thought that Su Xia would hide, and even thought that Su Xia would directly close the pharmacy. But he never thought of this situation. What are you all afraid of? CG Dao yelled angrily. Look at what you've become like. Su Xia can get you into trouble. Can't I get you out? It's not much different from my power. He yelled a few times and felt a little annoyed. He kicked some of the photography equipment angrily, and knocked down several pieces of photography equipment. Yes, there is indeed not much difference between his and Su Xia's superficial power. However, this is also the reason why others no longer believe in him. Because Su Xia is in charge. Everyone in the old street can testify for him. Under the pull of both sides having roughly the same power, those in the middle are likely to be sacrificed. Everyone present is not stupid, so they can naturally think of this. Su Xia! CG Dao couldn't help roaring. His eyes were about to spit fire, and he said loudly, Are you only going to use this low-level method? If you have the ability, accept my challenge. Don't let me look down on you. The situation was out of control, making him furious. He didn't think about anything else now. He just wanted Su Xia to accept the invitation. Today's scene is destined to be known to the whole city. Everyone will know that CG Dao suffered a big loss in front of the pharmacy. This was another failure for him. However, as long as Su Xia can accept the challenge, there is still room for change. However, this time, without Su Xia speaking, Lan Bafu discovered the problem in CG Dao's language. You say this is a low-level method? Lan Bafu asked CG Dao. Brother Su reasonably applied the laws and regulations of Coral City without any overstep from beginning to end. This is the right that every Coral City resident should have. In your eyes, does Coral City's supreme law equate to inferior means? Fart. I didn't mean it like that, Sigideo yelled, his eyes turning red. Is not what it means? Lon Bafu was unreasonable and continued to ask. Then please explain. What do you mean? What do you think is the middle method and what is the upper method? A lawless person like you, with your what qualifies you as the second in command in the intelligence service? You slandered me. CG Dao was so angry that his body was shaking a little. His mind was in knots for a while, and he couldn't think of anything to refute Lon Bafu. In the final analysis, the loopholes in what he said before were too obvious. Anyone else might have missed this loophole, but Lon Bafu had been holding back his anger from just now until now. His attention had been on CG Dao, waiting for him to make a mistake. How could Lon Bafu let go of this hard-won opportunity? What you just said has been recorded by the intelligent monitoring system at the entrance of the pharmacy. I will submit it to the City Morning News. I think the Morning News will definitely like this explosive news. Lon Bafu raised his head. Finally, he took a breath and felt a lot more comfortable. Su Xia smiled and cast an appreciative look at him. Unexpectedly, Lon Bafu, who looked honest, could also drive CG Dao speechless. This kind of progress made Su Xia feel relieved. Even if he was no longer in the pharmacy, the two Beatitudes could still run the store in an orderly manner and not be bullied by others. At this moment, people from the Law Enforcement Bureau finally came over. Master Su, are these people? The leader looked seriously and asked Su Xia seriously. These people. Su Xia's voice paused. As long as he identified all these people, they would all be involved. Some of them have thin skin and tender flesh. Such people will suffer the most when they go to prison. After 5 years, the number of people who will be able to come out alive will probably be less than half of what they are now. Seeing Su Xia's eyes sweeping over, everyone looked miserable and couldn't care about anything. They knelt down one after another, as if there were no bones in their knees. In less than half a minute, a large area fell on the scene, and voices begging for mercy were heard one after another. CG Dao's face turned red with anger, but because of Lon Bafu's warning just now, he didn't dare to say anything anymore. And this scene happened to be seen by the players, who came in a hurry. The first wave to arrive were the two brothers North and Bing Lei. They were the first to receive the news, and they also had the best relationship with everyone in Bikini Castle in the Alliance. As soon as they received the news, they dropped everything they were doing and rushed over with a group of brothers. If they hadn't been blocked by Master Lu on the way, they would have arrived long ago. That bitch, Master Lu, is a rich second generation after all. How could he be so stupid as to work under CG Dao? Isn't it good for him to form an alliance on his own? North looked ugly and made a loud noise. Hurry up. Su Yaoshi is now alone. If there is a conflict, there will be trouble, Bing Lei urged. Yes, I heard that bastard CG Dao brought a large group of people there. Like a hacking gangster. It's just ahead. Before the two of them could speak, they were suddenly stunned, and the rest of their words were stuck in their necks. Completely stuck. Well, what did they see? Why did the group of people CG Dao brought over kneel down to Su Xia? Which show are you playing? Is it a bitter trick? If it was really a cruel trick, then this plan was too realistic. Look at those people. All of them were crying, with snot and tears flowing all over the floor. Their emotions were so real that no one could doubt them. They were comparable to professional movie actors. Brother, what happened here? North found an individual player who had been watching nearby and asked him what happened. This individual player is not high level and is just a scenery party. Today, when he was shopping in the city, he happened to see the scene of CG Dao leading a group of people to aggressively surround the pharmacy. So he sat in front of the watermelon stall on the old street and witnessed what happened. How the whole thing unfolded. Are you the Great North player on the ranking list? The individual player looked surprised and stared at the golden logo floating above North's head. It's me. Brother, is it convenient to talk now? North asked. It's convenient. The individual player nodded immediately. Master, can I take a screenshot with you first? Sure. The two stood together and opened the screenshot system to take a screenshot. Then, the individual player began to tell the story of what happened before, so vividly that he could even imitate the tone of the people on both sides. After listening, both North and Bing Lei were so surprised that they didn't know what to say. Physician Su just moved his mouth and let CG Dao's men pour a piece of it? What a powerful operation this is. The two of them hurried along slowly, fearing that Su Xia would not be able to withstand the threat of CG Dao alone. Unexpectedly, Su Xia didn't need any external help at all. Her expression didn't change during the whole process. And she defeated CG Dao without any effort. Huh? Are you the Ice and Thunder God on the ranking list? The individual player noticed the title of Ice and Thunder again. How can I be considered a great god? Bing Lei smiled bitterly. Yao Su is the real great god. Li Bifu and the others said that Yao Su had never played games before. I really doubt whether they were bragging on purpose. Snow also said the same. What now? It seems like our trip was in vain. Of course it can't be in vain. Snow pointed at CG Dao and said, I think CG Dao still wants to force Pharmacist Su. He has already lost a lot today. He definitely doesn't want to go back like this. Let's go over and support Pharmacist Su. That's right. Master Lu's bullies should be here too. The two agreed and walked over slowly with a group of brothers. Things have developed to this point. They are no longer anxious. And their mentality is much stronger than before. At this time, at the door of the pharmacy, everyone was still waiting for Su Xia's decision. Master Su, as long as you open your mouth, I can prevent them from getting out of prison. The leader of the Law Enforcement Bureau whispered. He had been ordered by Yutuo to protect Su Xia a long time ago. Today, these people came to make trouble, which made him feel quite unhappy. If something happens to Su Xia, when the time comes to take responsibility, he will definitely be traced. As for the words, can't get out of prison, there are many ways to achieve it, such as extending the sentence, which is the simplest one. He can take law enforcement officers to search these people's homes and find a few packages of illegal drugs, which is enough to keep these people in prison for a lifetime. As for whether there are illegal drugs, it's not a matter of his words. Master Su, what do you think we should do? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Xia, and most of them were pleading. Su Xia smiled and coughed slightly. I've always been a kind-hearted person. Chapter 455, Kind-heartedness. Kind. This is probably Su Xia's most shining quality. Of course, not everyone can see this quality in him. For example, CG Dao. He now felt that Su Xia was hypocritical to the extreme, which made him angry and disgusted. He wanted to tear Su Xia's smiling face to pieces on the spot. You can also be called kind-hearted? Sigideo couldn't help roaring. If Su Xia's chest was cut open, he was sure that the heart in Su Xia's chest would be black. Su Xia rubbed her ears and looked at the sky again, as if she heard the sound of mosquitoes. Seeing this scene, Sigideo was almost furious. From the beginning to the end, Su Xia ignored him or even responded directly to any of his words. But she forced him to where he is now. In the eyes of outsiders, this is the gap between ability and means. Next, Su Xia said calmly, although these people have certain faults, they are just unintentional actions after all, and they have not caused much damage to us. Hearing what he said, many media people present raised their heads and looked at Su Xia, with complex lights flashing in their eyes, and hope rose again in their hearts. Moreover, most of them are forced. I think everyone has heard this before, Su Xia said. The melon eaters around nodded their heads. When Su Xia said this, they understood what Su Xia meant. What he said was equivalent to removing all the blame from all media members and pointing all the fingers at CG Dao. It can be said that killing without blood was done. Not to mention anything else. Just the charge of manipulating public opinion is enough for Sigidai to drink a pot. At such a tense moment, if the mechanical tribe expresses concern about this matter, CG Dao will have to shed a layer of skin even if it is not dead. Now, I need you to tell me again. Were you forced by Wang Yongqiang? Su Xia stood in front of everyone with a smile and asked them to speak one by one with a calm tone. The boss of the law enforcer on the side understood this and had already turned on the law enforcement recorder. Every sentence recorded next would become a knife stabbing CG Dao. Others may be afraid of CG Dao, but the law enforcer boss doesn't care about that. Sigideo's villainous tricks are not enough to defeat him. What's more, Yutua personally ordered them to protect Su Xia, not CG Dao. From this point alone, we can see who has a brighter future among the two. Among the many media people, the guy who hugged Su Xia's calf was the first to speak. As if handing over a certificate, his eyes were red, and his face was full of grievances and helplessness. He complained with a strong cry. Master Su, I am really helpless today. If I don't come to you with Wang Yingqiang, my work will be ruined. I can't keep it. There are so many people at home waiting to eat, so I can only do what he says. And me, I was forced to come here too. Another person hurriedly raised his hand and defended himself loudly. Me too. Fortunately, Master Su, you have a keen eye for truth and saw Wang Yongqiang's conspiracy at a glance. As soon as the topic started, many media people on the scene turned against each other. As if they had a tacit understanding, they all said similar words and pointed all the fingers at CG Dao. This scene looks very funny, as if a conference is being held to criticize Four Seasons Rice. CG Dao himself was almost fainted from anger. If there weren't many people watching around him, he really wanted to log off and leave this place that made him so angry. Fart. They're all farting. Sigideo was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. He used his lifelong curse skills and danced in front of everyone like a comedian. You and you? I carried you all with my hands. If it weren't for me, you would only be the lowest level assistant reporter in this life. And your names would not even appear on the news. A bunch of dogs. Do you think you have found a news supporter? His face turned red with anger, and he pointed at everyone's noses and cursed, his fingers trembling slightly. There was no way he could do it. Now, facing Su Xia, he felt an uncomfortable feeling of powerlessness for some reason. He could only vent his anger on these media people whose status was lower than his. At this moment, Sigideo's team members, Master Lu and others, finally arrived near the old street. They already knew something was wrong, but they didn't expect that the situation would be so bad. Before they even walked in, they heard CG Dao's loud curses that broke the defense. Damn it! What is Wang Yongqiang doing? Why is he scolding one of our own? Leader Lu was anxious and hurriedly opened the private dialogue box and sent more than 10 window-shaking messages to CG Dao, hoping that he could calm down quickly. After being bombarded by the shaking of more than 10 windows, Sigideo was suddenly startled. He turned his eyes and saw the people in his team in the distance. His whole body suddenly trembled and calmed down a lot. Su Xia. CG Dao gritted his teeth. He knew that his behavior of breaking his guard and swearing just now made him lose to Su Xia again. However, if anyone were in the position he was in just now, he might not be able to help but curse. Damn it! It was all designed by Su Xia! CG Dao was filled with anger. Su Xia's words and deeds just now were clearly meant to create the current situation. He considered himself a sinister villain, but he would fall into Su Xia's hands unknowingly every time. This can only show that Su Xia is much more sinister than him. Wang Yongqiang, is your hacking brain broken? With so many people watching, do you know what you were doing just now? Leader Lu hurried over and scolded him with an anxious look on his face. It wouldn't be okay if he didn't come, because CG Dao's mind was still burning with anger, and it was easy to be led to lose his mind again. From an outsider's point of view, CG Dao was clearly overwhelmed by the defeats in the battles. Each failure would accumulate some negative emotions. These emotions were pressed together over the years and became the trigger for his hysteria. It finally broke out at that moment. I know. I won't be like that again. CG Dao took a deep breath, as if to suppress all the anger in his heart. He must become rational again. Otherwise he will fall into Su Xia's trap step by step and be led by Su Xia. In the end, he will be the only one who will be ruined. He turned around and looked at the many media people who had been scolded by him before. In their eyes, Sigideo saw hatred and anger. Obviously, from now on, the group of media people he has worked so hard to cultivate will be on the opposite side of him. Even if someone is willing to follow him, he can no longer trust the other person. The gap between the two parties has become too great to bridge. Su Xia! What a good trick! CG Dao gritted his teeth. His eyes turned red, and he turned to Su Xia at the door of the store. At this moment, Su Xia looked indifferent and relaxed, like a complete outsider. As for the scene where CG Dao broke through the defense just now, he had recorded the entire process using the game system. I believe his roommates would be very interested in it. He ignored CG Dao's gaze, but looked at the media people and said gently to them, Everyone, please get up. The world is not peaceful now. Please don't do what you did today again. You may not encounter it next time. I am such a kind-hearted person. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Master Su. Thanks to Master Su's teachings, I will definitely keep them in mind. Master Su is kind-hearted, and magnanimous. He is simply a role model. After I return, I must write a report to promote Master Su. These media people have seen Su Xia's methods, and if they are given 100 courages in the future, they will not dare to go against Su Xia again. They stood up one after another and began to pack up their photography equipment, planning to leave and stop getting involved in things here. Afterwards, Su Xia turned around and expressed her gratitude to everyone in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Naturally, this gratitude was not just verbal. He asked Lan Bafu to go to the store and take out 2 boxes of body conditioning medicine, which would be sent to the nearby law enforcement agency in a short while. Of course, you can't give it here. There are so many people nowadays, and the impact of giving gifts in public is not very good. Master Su, you're welcome. This is what we should do. Seeing the 2 boxes of potions placed by Lan Bafu at the door, the law enforcer's boss smiled broadly and immediately understood what Su Xia meant. You are honest and dedicated to the public. Sincerely serve the people. Work tirelessly. And enforce the law fairly. You are really a benchmark for law enforcement departments in various cities in our southwest region. You deserve to be thanked. Su Xia said with a smile on her face. Very sincerely. Ha ha. No. No. We just did our part. The 2 parties had a very good chat, talking and laughing, and were in a good mood. After a while, everyone from the Law Enforcement Bureau left. Before leaving, the boss of the law enforcer repeatedly said that if Su Xia encountered any problems in the future, she could call him directly, and he would arrive at the pharmacy as quickly as possible. As soon as they left, the blockade on both sides of the old street was lifted. More players who wanted to watch the excitement entered the old street, all with their screen recording systems turned on, wanting to see what would happen next. At this time, several guys in the dormitory also came. Brother Su, Li Difu was the first one to arrive. He was wearing a stylish fiery red mecha, causing a wave of exclamation wherever he passed. Players all looked at him with envy. After all, this is an extremely rare mecha, and few players have obtained it yet. Wow! It's actually a complete mecha! This kind of mecha almost always has a price but no market, and many parts can only be exchanged for other items. On the way here, several people in the dormitory had already learned some of the news. Therefore, when they arrived, they started spraying on the spot, pointing at CG Dao's nose and scolding him. CG Dao, are you still shameless? Bringing so many people to persecute our brothers. You really think we have no one? Right. Li Difu spat and used the mecha's loudspeaker system to amplify his voice more than 10 times, making the ears of everyone around him buzz. If you hacking want to fight, come with us to the suburbs and practice. Don't use such villainous tactics. Healy also burst out. That's right. You're just a villain, and you're leading people to surround the pharmacy one after another. Don't you have any other means? North also joined the trolling team, his voice loud and powerful. CG Dao, please open your eyes wide and take a look. This golden signboard of the pharmacy was personally rewarded by your master's master, who gave you the courage to lead people to surround the pharmacy. Bing Lei was even more sharp, pointing at the golden signboard of the pharmacy while cursing. This sign was exactly what Yutul rewarded Su Xia and Yutul when they signed a contract after the father incident. It can be said that this sign is Su Xia's gold medal to avoid death. In this city, no matter who wants to touch him, he has to weigh the weight of this sign. In Bing Lei's words, CG Dao's master refers to the human city lord Qi Lang, and Qi Lang's master is naturally the mechanical city lord Yutul. Therefore, he said that this sign was given by the master of Sigideo. Sigideo's actions today indeed violated many taboos, but he just wants Su Xia to accept the challenge. As long as the challenge can be accomplished, it will be worth paying no matter how much it costs. He must let Su Xia lose once. This has almost become his obsession. Huh? No more nonsense. Sigideo suppressed his anger and looked directly at Su Xia. Su Xia, just tell me, do you dare to accept my challenge? Ha ha. Why should Medicine Master Su accept your challenge? How many faces do you have? Nor said unceremoniously. Now the whole city knows I'm challenging him. CG Dao pulled out a leaflet and said loudly, Su Xia, if you don't have the courage, then say in front of everyone that you don't dare to accept my challenge. If you say so, I will immediately just leave. Damn, how could there be such a shameless person like you? Bing Lei spat directly with a look of disdain. What do you mean by being shameless? This is just a normal challenge. Master Lu stood up and defended loudly. Wang Yongqian also said that if Medicine Master Su does not dare to accept it, he will leave on the spot, as long as Medicine Master Su gives an answer. Oh, is this why you publicized this matter to the whole city? Healy sneered. There are more and more players on both sides, and new players are constantly entering this old street. At the same time, there were also many individual players gathered around, the number of which was not inferior to those of the two alliances. After hearing the argument between the two sides, everyone's eyes flickered. Even the stupidest people could now see CG Dao's true intentions. CG Dao wants to force Pharmacist Su to bow his head? This is so hacking shameless. So shameless. But it does work. Pharmacist Su is a little bit unable to step down. Everyone can see that if Su Xia chooses to refuse, then it won't be long before his reputation as timid will be spread all over the world deliberately by those who are interested. In order to deal with Su Xia, CG Dao never thought about losing face. Only shameless means can help him reverse the current situation. Su Xia, are you going to fight or not? Give me a sweet word. Sijideo tightly clenched the challenge letter in his hand and further pressed with words. Su Xia looked indifferent and still ignored his words. Instead, she moved her eyes and looked at the old man next to CG Dao. The old man looked old and had half his foot in the coffin. He was wearing a shabby pharmacist's robe. His body was stooped, and he never said a word from the beginning to the end. Li Mu, level 5 pharmacist, lives in Coral City all year round, and is now the pharmacy instructor of the player. For Season's Rice. Through the character description, Su Xia saw the specific strength of this old man, and he was indeed a 5th level pharmacist. In Potion 1, this kind of strength is enough to disdain the entire Coral City. Of course, this is without Dad. Chapter 456. It's so evil. After Dad left, the entire Coral City pharmacist industry looked bleak. There is no longer a famous pharmacist in Coral City. Of course, Su Xia is somewhat famous, but basically has a bad reputation. On him, there are always two labels: genius and selling out for glory. It seems that they have been stuck in his name with strong glue and follow him wherever he goes. Some people envied him, while others scolded him, wishing that he would be ruined immediately. But now, Sijideo has created an opportunity that may completely ruin Su Xia's reputation. The key to all this lies in CG Dao's teacher, the 5th level pharmacist. You just want to challenge me? Su Xia looked at the old man with a very calm expression. It's me. Li Mu's voice was dry and hoarse. His body was stooped, and he seemed to be a little helpless. But after all, he had followed CG Dao. The matter has come to this, and must continue. This challenge actually didn't do much good for him. Even if he wins, many people will say that he is too weak to win and uses his age and experience advantages to bully the newcomer Su Xia. And if he loses, the result can be imagined, and he will become the laughing stock of the entire Coral City. A dignified 5th level pharmacist can't even compete with a new pharmacist. How can he have the dignity to hang out in the pharmacist industry in Coral City? At your age, it seems you shouldn't go out and show your face. Su Xia said lightly. Let this be the last thing I do for this apprentice. I have offended many people before, so please forgive me, Master Su. Li Mu sighed lightly and said nothing more. The exchange between the two was brief. Both were pharmacists, so it was useless to say more. Li Defu and others on the side had already started scolding him again, each sentence getting worse and worse, and they greeted all the 18 generations of Sijideo's ancestors. Bah! How hacking shameless. Li Defu pointed at Sijideo's nose. If he hadn't been wearing a mecha, his saliva would have sprayed onto Sijideo's face. He cursed angrily. I thought it was you and Brother Su having a fair one-on-one competition, but I didn't expect it was Master Qi. How old is your master? How many years has he been a pharmacist? How many years has Brother Su been a pharmacist? Oh my god! Haha. This kind of competition makes people laugh even just talking about it. Snow agreed from the side. An old man challenges a newcomer? TSK. Only shameless masters and disciples like Sijideo can do it. Bing Lei said with disdain. Is everything recorded? After we go back, we have to publicize CG Dao well and let everyone know how shameless he is. Don't worry, boss. We're recording the entire process. The players of the Resistance Alliance burst into laughter, as if they were all laughing at the shameless behavior of CG Dao and others. After laughing, there were more words of rebuke, contempt, and curses. Players belonging to the Resistance Alliance spoke out one after another, spraying CG Dao and others bloody from all angles. Leader Lu and others were still arguing, loudly refuting everyone's words. Su Xia's position is unfair. He is not worthy of the title of master at all. We are just trying to bring order out of chaos. In the entire Coral City, only Mr. Li Mu is worthy of the title of master. How can he, Su Xia, be worthy of the title? Leader Lu spoke eloquently, talking about his personal character for a while, and his potion abilities for a while, trying every means to make this competition seem more legitimate. Around him, the players belonging to his team were also shouting rebuttals, arguing with the players of the Resistance Alliance. Who stipulated that the competition must be between people of the same generation? Someone shouted loudly. Our focus is not on the competition, but on the title of master. Does a person like Su Xia, who sells his skills and seeks glory, really deserve this title? Yes. We just can't stand a villain like Su Xia. There is only one true master in Coral City. The two sides were going back and forth, spitting at each other, and the dense saliva was like a rain in the old street. I have to say that occupying the moral high ground is quite useful. So both sides took half of it. Li Defu and others always grasped the key point of age, clinging to this disadvantage and constantly scolding Sijideo and others for their shameless behavior. Cg Dao and others used the word master to refute it from another angle. However, after all, the voice at the scene was louder from Li Defu and others, because their reasoning was clearer, and it was easier to incite other players who were watching. Cg Dao and others seemed more like they were making excuses. Slowly, the third-party players who were watching began to join in the scolding. No matter how you look at this matter, Cg Dao and the others are shameless. If we do what they do, no one will be able to play in the future, someone said loudly. Yes. Once you become famous in a certain field, do you have to be challenged by the seniors in this field? If everyone behaves like this, all industries will be in chaos. That old man is shameless. He is so old, and yet he comes out to steal the limelight from young people. There are more and more voices supporting Li Defu and others, and they have gradually become the mainstream. In the final analysis, players hate Sijideo's method of forcing challenges. If they don't support Su Xia today, will someone use the same trick on themselves in the future? Will anyone still support them then? As time passed, Li Defu's voice gradually overtook Cg Dao's and began to gain the overall upper hand. This is also Li Defu's method to muddy up the matter and allow Su Xia to successfully leave the center of the storm. Both sides started to quarrel. The more confusing this matter is, the better. Only in this way can Brother Su be separated from everyone's attention and create opportunities for Brother Su. I have to say that this move by Li Defu and the others was very successful. The two sides exchanged insults until the end, and few people cared about the competition anymore. They all began to greet each other's ancestors without restraint, and cursed whatever came to mind. However, some players on Sijideo also felt that they were unreasonable, and their faces were a little hot. As a result, their voices have become smaller and smaller, causing the gap between the two sides to further widen. In the end, Cg Dao and Master Lu realized that something was wrong, but they could no longer control the situation. Stop! Everyone stop it! Why are you scolding? What's the use of scolding? Are we the kind of superficial people? Leader Lu immediately organized a group of team members, some of whom shouted loudly, and some of whom were in the player communication group to stop this endless scolding. But how smart are Li Defu and others? They will not give Master Lu this chance. The chaos must continue. Several roommates looked at each other and nodded, confirming each other's thoughts. We have lived together for so long. There is no need to communicate in the group. A look is enough. As for how to continue the chaos? Naturally, Li Defu took action in this kind of thing. Ouch! Who hit me? Li Defu suddenly yelled. Ah! It hurts me so much! He suddenly covered his heart and screamed. His voice was shrill, and his wails were endless. His body was swaying, as if he would collapse miserably at any time. In order to appear realistic, he even removed the head module of the mecha to reveal his painful expression. This exaggerated acting skill stunned several roommates. His wailing voice was comparable to some exaggerated stage plays from the old days. Even Su Xia's face twitched, and she unconsciously thought of some characters in Shakespeare's four major tragedies. Li Defu's sad look was quite a bit like Hamlet crying, "To be or not to be?" on the stage. It hurts! It hurts so much! Li Defu stretched out his hand tremblingly, his face full of pain, as if he wanted to grab something. His body was swaying, and he looked up to the sky and cried out sadly. Why? We are just having friendly exchanges. A gentleman talks but doesn't use his hands. Why do you hit me? Oh, hit me on the body. It hurts in my heart. What? Defu was beaten? She stood aside, showing a shocked expression. Damn it! Who bullied our brothers? Yuan Shushua yelled and took out a knife on the spot. Damn it! These people couldn't defeat us, so they secretly beat up Defu and seriously injured him. Heju looked angry, filled with murderous intent, and stared at the Sijideo team members fiercely. The three of them spoke one after another, and they cooperated perfectly, instantly arousing the emotions of both parties. Damn it! You actually dared to sneak attack Brother Defu. Who gave you the courage? On the Alliance side, some players shouted loudly. Let's fight. What do you want? The players on Sigideo's side naturally refused to show weakness. His grandma really wants to fight. Right. What nonsense are you talking to them about? If you want to hit me, hurry up. I happen to have itchy hands. No need to say too much. Players on both sides took out their weapons one after another, and the scene was immediately tense, and a battle was about to break out. Shameless! CG Dao was trembling all over, and his face was almost turning the color of pig liver from anger. Anyone can tell that Li Defu is acting. Such an exaggerated performance. If you can't tell, then you will live like a dog in your life. But the other party just pretended not to notice, and directly gave them the title of secret attack, hoping to use this to make the matter worse. He's wearing a mecha. Who can beat him? Sigideo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But Li Defu's health bar did not decrease at all. He pointed at Li Defu and roared angrily. Even if you want to sneak attack, you should choose a suitable target. Who would mindlessly attack someone wearing a mecha? That's not right. Yuan Shushua retorted sternly. What if the players in your team are really so brainless? Yes, everyone knows you are all dogs with underdeveloped brains. You still don't admit it after a fight. Is this your team style? North, Bin Lei and others spoke out one after another, directly occupying the moral high ground. Both of them had sad and angry expressions, standing on top and pointing. CG Dao's eyes were red, as if he was about to spit out fire, and the anger he had finally suppressed burst out again. Behind him, many players couldn't help it anymore, and they were all filled with anger. There is no real death in this world anyway, so what's the use of talking so much? It's just a waste of time. Then fight, someone shouted, raising the sharp weapon in his hand. That's right. Let's fight then. See the real chapter under my hands. Players on both sides roared, and the flames of war were about to break out. They all roared and collided together. Not long after the game was launched, the two sides had their first conflict. After that, there were more and more conflicts, which were too deep to be resolved. Almost every conflict had to be ended with blood. With the development up to now, the battlefield between the two camps is no longer limited to the game. In game forums, on official websites, and even in the comment areas of some game anchors, players from the two camps can be seen criticizing each other. Click! The white knife went in. The red knife came out. Corpses fell one after another, and the whole old street was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. Both sides have grudges, not only between the camps, but even many small teams within the team have grudges against each other's small teams. Damn it! Last time in the Black Soul Cave, it was you bastards who followed us and stole the mineral deposits we worked so hard to get. On the side of the Resistance Alliance, some players saw their long-standing grievances, and their eyes immediately its red. Fart! We obviously discovered that map first. Some players on the other side roared. There was endless hatred on both sides. The enemies were extremely jealous when they met and rushed towards each other on the spot. Scenes like this are happening in every corner of the old street. Lao Wu, how do you feel about betraying CG Dao? A player in the crowd yelled. Last time you stole Pharmacist Su's potion, and you still didn't admit it. The brotherly relationship that you have had for so many years can't be compared to a few. Money for the medicine. Second brother. You also said, it's just a few potions. The player named Lao Wu yelled. Just for such a small thing. You have to scold me in front of everyone. Have you ever considered me? Face? When you stole things, you already lost your face. Roll. The two sides were originally brothers and worked in the same studio. However, because of the incident of stealing potions at Su Xia Pharmacy last time, the studio was divided. Some members stole things and refused to apologize to Su Xia in front of everyone. They even left the studio on the spot and joined CG Dao's camp. Now both sides clearly regard each other as enemies, and the brotherhood of the past is long gone. On the old street, the confrontation between the two camps was extremely fierce. The smell of blood and gunpowder smoke became stronger and stronger, and the roars and curses came one after another. Su Xia, who was originally the center of the storm, now has nothing to do. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the Four Seasons Rise Challenge and why they were here. It's not like no one rushed towards Su Xia, trying to kill Su Xia. But once they got within 3 meters of Su Xia, their health bars would inexplicably return to zero, and they would fall to the ground and die on the spot. This strange death made Su Xia's side a restricted area, and almost no one dared to approach. Damn it. That Su Xia is too evil. Does he have his own realm of death? Leader Lu couldn't help but said after watching this scene. Try a long-range attack instead. Chapter 457, Call Someone. Call out. A bullet roared towards Su Xia's eyebrows. Since no one could get close to the 3-meter range around Su Xia, Master Lu and others gave up the option of close combat and planned to try long-range attacks. However, the long-range attack still failed. Boom! The bullet hit the blue shield outside Su Xia's body and shattered on the spot, without causing any harm to Su Xia. It's not even close. Su Xia looked calmly and looked at Leader Lu and others. Psychic Shield. Although this skill is common, it is extremely practical and can always have a very good effect at critical moments. At this moment, Su Xia slightly adjusted her psychic level, making herself look like a 3rd-level psychic creature, releasing a wave that could crush everyone present. Level 3 Psionic Power. Leader Lu's expression suddenly changed. Damn it. Where did he get so many psionic potions? There are none on the black market. Right? There may not be one black market, but there are multiple black markets combined. He is a pharmacist and has many connections. It is not surprising to get a batch of psychic potions. Someone next to him said. Besides, he is someone Utua values and may have a way with the mechanical tribe. When he thought of Su Xia's identity, Leader Lu's expression suddenly changed, as if he had eaten a fly and became extremely ugly. Due to the control of the machine tribe, it is not easy to get psychic potions now. Only a few lucky players can get a few. Damn it. Wang Yongqiang also expressed his sincerity to the machine clan. Why can't he get enough psychic potion? Leader Lu couldn't help but curse secretly. Anyone can see the gap in ability and means between Su Xia and CG Dao. In every fight, Su Xia had the upper hand, leaving CG Dao in a state of embarrassment. This time too. Aren't you going to continue taking action? Su Xia looked at Master Lu and others with a relaxed expression. Su Xia, don't be too arrogant, Leader Lu said viciously. Well, okay. I'll restrain myself a little. Su Xia smiled and turned her head to look in another direction. The old streets are now very chaotic, with shouting and killing sounds everywhere, and the irritating smell of gunpowder smoke rushes straight into the nose. Scenes like this are rarely seen in the city. They usually only appear in suburbs or wilderness far away from the city. Bang! Bang! Su Xia threw out bottles of Black Ghost, one after another, controlling the ghost warriors composed of poisonous mist, blocking the flying bullets while protecting the residents on the old street. This is his duty. After all, the two sides fought because of him. The residents of this old street have suffered several disasters due to Su Xia, but fortunately, there were no casualties each time. Moreover, Su Xia would give a sum of money to appease the residents of the old street afterwards. As long as you give me money, everything will be easy. Su Xia clearly understands this truth. Not only will he give money, but he will also be responsible for repairing the houses of the residents in the old street, almost taking care of all the aftermath work. After doing this, Su Xia had nothing to do. The people fighting on both sides consciously avoided him, making him extremely conspicuous in the chaos. At this moment, Su Xia's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Master Su, we received news that there was a crowd fighting in front of the pharmacy. The boss of the nearby law enforcement department sent Su Xia a message to verify the authenticity of the news. In fact, there is no need to send a message. Just mobilize nearby surveillance cameras to check. The law enforcer boss did this naturally to take care of Su Xia's favor. Yes, it's some of my friends who started a fight with Wang Yongqiang and his gang. Su Xia immediately replied to him. Master Su, which side has the upper hand now? The law enforcer boss asked again. Our side has the upper hand, Su Xia replied. Okay, I'll hold down my men first and come back later. Master Su, you guys can take your time and play. Okay, thank you. Ha. You're welcome. The two briefly chatted for a few words, tacitly understanding each other, and basically pronounced the fate of CG Dao and others. This melee in the old street will definitely end in the defeat of CG Dao. In fact, Sigideo and others have already shown signs of decline. Damn it! How come Li Diffuse Mecha is so strong? Are they cheating? Leader Lu shot Li Diffuse Mecha SHL, but it failed to penetrate it. It only made a shallow dent and was knocked out. A burst of sparks. Just like Gua Sha. Stop fighting. You can't kill anyone if you fight like this. Li Diffuse laughed, clicked on the weapon system, and aimed a round of bombardment at the location of Master Lu and others. The artillery fire and roar continued. just like a humanoid self-propelled weapons arsenal. He demonstrated with practical actions how to kill someone. Boom! A group of players under his gunfire died on the spot, falling one after another, performing a blood bar zeroing technique in front of everyone. Li Defu. Seeing this scene, CG Dao was so angry that his nose was crooked. This battle should not have happened in the first place. Now that it has happened, we should fight it beautifully and take away their prestige. But now, the majesty of Li Defu and others has been revealed. But the people in the Sijideo team became the most intuitive comparison objects. And they looked miserable. You know, there are many third-party players on the rooftops around the old street. They were turning on the screen recording system and recorded the entire battle. Some people even broadcast live on the spot and broadcast the battle footage to the outside world on various platforms. The scene of Li Defu killing people in a mecha has been seen by countless viewers on various live broadcast platforms. Awesome! He looks handsome in a mecha. Well done! Damn it! Isn't that fiery red mecha suit the lava mecha suit on the black market? Yes, that's the set. I heard that every part cannot be purchased with money and can only be exchanged for things. The Bikini Castle team is amazing. They can actually get those things together. People were talking a lot. And soon someone recognized the mecha Li Defu was wearing. Before Li Defu renamed it Yanlong armor. The mecha was called Lava Mecha Suit. It was a very famous set of mecha in the black market of Coral City. It was rumored that it was an employee of an Onlua company. An experimental machine stolen from the company. It is not easy to switch to this set of mechas. Even the cheapest small modules require the body materials of a boss over level 50. In addition, there are some extremely precious materials that are also on the seller's list, such as gloomy wood that is more than 1,000 years old, psychic pearls that are more than 15 years old, etc. An ordinary small team has never even heard of these materials and items, let alone being exchanged for them. As expected of the Bikini Castle team, the current #1 team in the Southwest region is really not just a boast. Audiences on various platforms were sighing. What is that mecha? It looks familiar. Soon, people noticed the purple-green mecha worn by Room Chief Yuan Shushue. Wearing that mecha, Yuan Shushue's fighting ability was no weaker than that of Li Defu. He also killed randomly in the crowd, and almost no one could break his defense. That is the Qingmu mecha suit. It is said that it is also a prototype machine that an employee of Onlua company escaped from the company. Its actual combat effectiveness is not inferior to mechas sold through regular channels. Some players recognized it on the spot. Do the employees of Onlua company like stealing things so much? It is rumored that it was stolen. And some people say it was released deliberately as a hidden reward for the R&D department. In any case, Li Defu and Yuan Shushue stole the show today. It's a pity that Li Sihua went on a date and his mecha couldn't appear in front of everyone. But 2 sets of mechas were enough to cause some shock. It is said that the strongest combat power of the Bikini Castle team is Su Yaosher. Did you guys see that no one around Su Yaosher dared to approach him? They all avoided him. Someone noticed something special about Su Xia. Yes, a lot of people stole things from the pharmacy last time. Pharmacist Su got angry and taught all those people a lesson. Is there such a thing? You newcomers who have just entered the game may not know that I have cached that video and will send it to you later. There are still many players who remember the last time Su Xia showed off her power. Even if Su Xia doesn't take action now, they will not underestimate him. Of course, not only these third-party spectators, but also the players from the Sijideo team on the field also remember it. We can't hold it anymore before Su Xia takes action. How are we going to fight this battle? Led by 2 mechas, the Sijideo team's camp was riddled with holes. Su Xia, the most powerful fighter, was standing nearby. Although he didn't take action, he carried an invisible deterrent, like a big mountain, weighing on the hearts of the Sijideo team players, making them very uncomfortable. Wang Yongqiang, your people are not good. Li Defu laughed twice, and in a flash, the mecha was fully powered and crashed into the players of Sijideo team. With a bang, many players seemed to have been hit by a high-speed car. They were flying on the spot. Their health bars returned to 0, and they were killed alive. Within a moment, there were a lot of corpses lying on the ground in the old street. As expected of a young man, he fell asleep. Li Defu sighed and used taunting attacks while fighting, his mouth never stopping for a moment. The more powerful he appears, the more eyes he attracts. The popularity of live broadcasts on various platforms gradually increased. And before you knew it, the reputation of the Bikini Castle team also began to skyrocket. Li Defu, You just rely on a mecha. Just wait. You are not the only one who can get this kind of thing. CG Dao was furious and wanted to turn the tide of the battle, but was helpless and could only watch the players on his side being killed one-sidedly. He has potion methods that can change the direction of a small-scale battle. But the problem is, Su Xia also has potions. Just because Su Xia was here, CG Dao didn't dare to throw out his potion. He knew how powerful Su Xia was. Once Su Xia takes the initiative, the battle will end early and there will be no more suspense. But even if Su Xia doesn't take action, the outcome of the battle will not change much. For the Sijidai team, failure seems to be a matter of time. As time went by, this trend became more and more obvious, and the exchange ratio between the two sides was already quite ugly. 3 or 4 people on Sijidao's side had to die in order to replace one person on Su Xia's side. Wan Yongjiang. Master Lu was covered in blood. He grabbed CG Dao and said in a low voice, I can't beat him. Come up with a solution quickly. We have already lost enough face today. Damn it. How could it be like this? Sijidao's face turned blue and white. Before setting off today, he never thought that things would turn out like this. It was originally a good show for him to force Su Xia, but now it turned into a scene for the Bikini Castle team to flex their muscles. Things were completely out of his control. Damn it! Stop complaining. You always know someone in the Coral City Defense Department. Right, Leader Lu said anxiously. Hurry up and call some people over and let them stop this battle forcibly. Otherwise, if this continues, we will really lose. Until now, many players from the Sijidao team are unwilling to go online. After all, going online means seeking death. The only solution for now is to find a third party to intervene and end this battle forcibly. As Master Lu said, in that case, they could at least end the game in a draw, without a final winner. Okay, I'll call someone right away. CG Dao took a deep breath. No matter how reluctant he was, he knew there was no other way. Fortunately, he has been around Coral City for so long and knows a lot of people. However, when he called someone, Su Xia also sent a message to the boss of the law enforcement department. The battle here is much better. We can close the net. Su Xia wrote in the message. Okay, Master Su. Wait a moment. We will be here soon. The law enforcer boss replied immediately. Wang Yongjiang should also be able to call people. Su Xia said again. Ha. Don't worry. Master Su. Master Yutuo has already given the order. The City Defense Department, Security Department, Law Enforcement Department, and other relevant departments around here are all there for your safety. That one Yongchang can't call anyone. The way things develop is just as the law enforcer boss said. Not far away, CG Dao's face became increasingly ugly. He called several people, after hearing that it was related to the pharmacy. They all said they were unable to come because of something and asked CG Dao to find someone else for help. Damn! How could this happen? Sijidao held the phone tightly, and the screen of the phone was almost crushed by him. It's okay to say that one person can't come, but it's obviously intentional that several people can't come. There's something wrong with this. At this moment, the distinctive whistle of the Law Enforcement Bureau vehicle suddenly sounded in the distant street. Woo-woo! The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau who left before are back. Hearing this sound, many players on the old street were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked in the direction where the whistle sounded. It didn't take long for someone to realize that they were currently fighting in a city area where fighting was prohibited. No! They are here to arrest people! Chapter 458Y. The law enforcers are here to arrest you. This idea quickly appeared in the minds of all players. This is the urban area, where city residents live, and where fighting is prohibited by law. If you want to fight, you should either go to blind areas of the city where there is no surveillance, or go to mining areas, slums, ruins, etc. In short, it should not affect the lives of normal residents too much. Once it is affected, what awaits both parties in the fight is a cold prison. The battle on the old street can no longer be described by the simple word, impact, on the residents of this street. We're in big trouble. Everyone looked around and saw only a mess. The houses on both sides of the old street were originally old houses, and could not withstand too many twists and turns. And the destructive power of the players can be imagined. Looking around, the walls of the houses on both sides were covered with craters that penetrated people. And some walls were even directly penetrated. Standing in the room, you can see beams of light coming out of the bullet holes. On the right side of the old street, an unlucky house even collapsed on the spot, and was completely turned into a pile of ruins amidst the hail of bullets and roar of artillery fire. Fortunately, Su Xia had been paying attention to the situation of the residents of the old street, so no residents were injured. But there was only some property damage. The ground of the old street needs to be renovated. The potholes are really unsightly. The surrounding houses should be reinforced if they can be reinforced. If they cannot be reinforced, they should be rebuilt. This is a huge expense. Su Xia thought in her heart that he had to pay this money. Fortunately, he is not short of money recently. At worst, he can sell 1 or 2 of his father's collections, and he can always make up the money. Just as he was thinking about it, the third-party players around him began to evacuate. They didn't want to be arrested as a brawler. Go! Go quickly! The law enforcers in this world are unreasonable. Someone urged in a low voice. Weren't they quite reasonable with Pharmacist Su before? Some people were also confused. Physician Su is a master. Who are you? Can you two compete? Leave quickly. Similar voices appeared in each small team, urging team members to leave this dangerous place immediately. Of course, there are also some players who are currently broadcasting, perhaps because they are more courageous, or perhaps for the benefit of live broadcasting. They choose to stay here and fully broadcast the subsequent development. Within a moment, the sirens of the Law Enforcement Bureau vehicles came to the streets and ends of the old street, blocking the entire old street again. Law enforcers are on their way, and anyone else who doesn't care should get out of the way immediately. An extremely domineering voice came from the speaker of one of the cars. Soon, groups of law enforcers came out of their cars in full gear and began to set up blockades in an orderly manner, turning the entire old street into a temporary restricted area that could not be entered or exited. On the old street, both parties who were fighting realized that the situation was not good and began to leave the fighting area. Damn it! These law enforcers have bad intentions. The players lying on the ground also resurrected one after another, each retreating to their own team camp. Some players felt guilty, looked around, and felt that the situation was not good. So they chose to go offline, planning to wait until the limelight passed before going online again. Some people feel that the law does not punish everyone. There are so many of them, and nothing can happen to them. What's more, they feel that they are players, the protagonists of this game world, and all NPCs serve them. Even if they are arrested, they dare not do anything to them. At most, they will go through the process to show off. In some online games, the rules are the same as those who kill too many people and will be locked up in a dark room. Don't be afraid. We are not from this world. The guy from Sajida is here. Doesn't he have a lot of connections? Even if we go in, he can fish us out. That's not right. Why didn't those media people think so before? Players belonging to the Sajideo team were discussing, with different mentality. On the other side, Li Defu and others were also discussing. Many people in the team didn't know that the law enforcer was called by Su Xia, so they were a little worried. Room Chief Yuan Shushua cast a questioning look at Su Xia, walked over and asked in a low voice. Brother Su, are these law enforcers okay? No problem. We're one of our own. We'll just look at it and say, okay. Su Xia nodded slightly. That's good. I'll go immediately to appease the players on the team. Yuan Shushua immediately posted messages in various communication groups, saying that law enforcers will enforce the law impartially and strictly deal with the person who provoked this incident, which is the Sajideo team, and they are just forced to get involved and will not be captured. After his publicity, the restless team members calmed down a lot and felt somewhat confident. Of course, some people were not reassured and asked, Boss Yuan, is this really the case? These players came a little late and did not see the previous cooperation between the law enforcer boss and Su Xia. It is normal to be worried. Of course it is. Can I still lie to you? Yuan Shushua replied. Of course. He couldn't directly say that Su Xia was related to the law enforcer. After all, there are many people in the group, and there is probably an undercover agent from the Sajideo team. Even if there is no undercover agent, in this era of advanced information, the chat records in the group can basically be regarded as open to the public. And there is no secret. What if a player takes a screenshot of the chat history and brags to friends, resulting in the information being exposed? Yuan Shushua is very thoughtful and knows this clearly. He is a qualified room manager and a qualified team leader. At this time, many law enforcers had already surrounded the entire old street. They were all fully armed and pointed their cold guns at many players. Although you are visitors from another world, you must abide by the rules of this world. A cold voice sounded. The person who spoke was the boss of the law enforcement department. He was wearing a pair of black sunglasses and a law enforcement uniform. He stood in front of a group of law enforcement officers with a serious and upright look on his face. This is the second time he has come here today, and he has brought many more people than the first time. After all, the players are all lawless. Sigideo's heart sank. He glanced at the uneasy expressions of the team members on the left and right, and knew that he had to go out and give an explanation. Sir, this incident happened for a reason. We don't want to disrupt the order of this area, Sigideo said it euphemistically, easily describing a tragic battle with numerous casualties as disrupting order. But the boss of the law enforcers did not accept this trick and said coldly, No need to say anything. Just come with me first. Sir, I will compensate you for the damage to the old street. Sigideo forced a smile. He glanced in Su Xia's direction and found that Su Xia's face was calm. But he felt a little uneasy for no reason. When he thought about what happened to those media people before, his uneasiness worsened. The matter of compensation will be decided by the courts. Come with me first, the boss of the law enforcement officer said calmly with an indifferent expression. Sir, there is no need to go to court at this time. Right. Sigideo took a deep breath. There is enough chaos in the city now. I think the city lord would prefer peace and tranquility. That's the city lord's business. What does it have to do with me? The boss of the law enforcers had a cold look and did not want to talk nonsense with him anymore. He waved his hand, and all the law enforcers behind him stepped forward. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many players on the Sigideo team changed. These people from the Law Enforcement Bureau are so overbearing that they will arrest them without any explanation, and will not give them any room to communicate. What should they do? They originally hoped that Sigideo's reputation would have some effect. But they didn't care at all. If you really want to talk about it, the boss of the Law Enforcement Bureau is at the same level as the director of the Intelligence Department, or even half a level higher. After all, he has more power on the surface. Drop your weapons immediately. If there is any resistance, shoot to death without mercy. Again, everyone put down their weapons. This is a special period. If anyone resists, they will be treated as members of the resistance. Many law enforcement officers made cold voices. As members of the violent institutions in the city, they would not have any sympathy for these players. Seeing that the situation was not good, all the players had plans to run away. Let's slip away first. We are not from this world anyway. What can they do to us? With this idea in mind, some players began to choose to go offline, disappearing in front of everyone's gaze. However, many law enforcers have been prepared for this move. Humph. Want to run? The law enforcer boss snorted coldly, waved his hand, and threw out an oval mechanical sphere. The mechanical sphere was seen rotating in a circle, then floating in midair. And then a stream of light blue light was projected from the bottom, interweaving a familiar scene on the ground of the old street. In the picture, it was the scene of their previous scuffle in the old street. The faces of each of you have been recorded by the surveillance system. Once you escape, your faces will appear on Coral City's wanted list. Do you want to be a fugitive? Ask yourselves first if you have the strength of a masked weirdo. As soon as his cold words came out, the hearts of many players froze. Fugitive. These two words are not easy to carry, unless they have the skills or props to change their appearance. They will live in endless wanted status in the future. After being on the wanted list, they will no longer be able to freely enter and leave the city as they do today. In the future, they may have to live a difficult life in the suburbs or even the wilderness. Unless, like the law enforcer boss said, they can have the strength of the masked monster. With that kind of strength, where can he go? But the question is, do they? Legendary characters like the masked men can kill them several times with just one breath. Oh, forget it. The worst I can do is stay in the bureau for a few days. Just think of it as a change of place to relax. Someone said. Yes, that guy Wang Yongjiang should be able to fish us out. Right. Until now, some players are still optimistic about Sigideo's connections. Some players pointed at Lady Fu and others and said with a smile. Anyway, it's not just us who are suffering. It looks like those people from the Bikini Castle team will also be caught. Well, looking at the cold faces of these law enforcers, even if Su Xiao wants to bribe them with potions, it's impossible. Fight them after you go to jail. Not many players have gone to jail yet. Maybe we are the first pioneers. Yes, everyone in the prison is full of talents. What if we meet a hidden boss and trigger a hidden mission? Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so hard to accept. It has to be said that these guys are quite optimistic, and they actually want to trigger a hidden mission in the prison. Of course, they have reason to think so. There are many legendary characters in this world, many of whom made their fortunes from prison. For example, the legendary gun King Francis. It is said that before he became famous, he was just an ordinary mafia gangster. If nothing unexpected happens, his life trajectory will not change much, and he will die in a gang fight one day. However, an accidental arrest completely changed his life. After that arrest, Francis was sentenced to 8 years in prison. He was then sent to an ordinary prison to serve his sentence, where he met an old prisoner who was about to die. No one could have imagined that the old prisoner was once a legend. The other prisoners in the prison thought he was just an ordinary old man who had committed a crime, and almost no one cared about his life or death. Only Francis, after seeing the old prisoner, thought of his dead grandfather. So he took great care of him and accompanied the old prisoner through the last period of his life. Before dying, the old prisoner told Francis about the glory of his life and told Francis the place where he buried his life's treasure. After speaking, he slowly died with Francis' shocked look on his face. Since then, Francis has escaped from prison and begun to rise, using the old prisoner's treasure to pave a glorious path for himself. Of course, most of these stories are hearsay. 3 points true, 7 points false. There are many similar rumors, and it is not clear whether they are true or false. But they have given many low-level people in this world the possibility of fantasy. Such an opportunity might come to us too. Many people hold this idea and even regard it as their spiritual support. Now, the players on the Sigideo team have the same idea. It's not just them who's going to jail anyway. Everyone needs to go in. Soon, a group of law enforcement officers stepped forward and began to put psychic suppressors, handcuffs, anklets, etc. on these players one after another, completely treating them as felons. Even if the players have no psychic powers at all, they still have to wear suppressors weighing several kilograms, which is very uncomfortable on their necks. I'm not a psychic creature. Why should I wear this thing? Some players couldn't help complaining, but the only response to his complaint was the cold looks of many law enforcers. Under these eyes filled with cold murderous intent, the player shuddered suddenly. He originally wanted to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he did not dare to say them out and swallowed them hard. He suspected that if he said one more word, the law enforcers would come with their electric batons. I have no choice but to follow them first. But at this moment, a player suddenly discovered something was wrong. That's not right. Why only arrest us? Chapter 459 can't come back again. The old street is particularly lively today. First, Sigideo led a group of media people to besiege the pharmacy, and then members of the two teams fought in the street. Now, a large number of law enforcement officers have arrived, sealing off the entire old street. The sirens of the Law Enforcement Bureau's vehicles are still echoing in everyone's ears. The players who had been in the melee were being handcuffed and shackled by the law enforcers, and then taken away one by one. However, problems soon emerged. Why only arrest us? Where are the defused group? Suddenly, a player shouted loudly, with strong doubts in his voice. The situation at the scene was not quite right no matter how you looked at it. After the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau arrived, only CG Dao came forward to intercede, while Su Xia, Li Defu and others on the other side did not respond at all, as if they knew something in advance. After that, a group of law enforcers began to arrest people, and they were only arresting the players on the Sigideo team, and did not touch the people on Su Xia's side at all. If there is no problem in this, everyone will not believe anything they say. This is wrong! The player shouted again, trying to arouse doubts and resonance from the others. But as soon as he shouted, several electric batons were fired at him, making a sizzling sound, causing him to twitch all over and fall to the ground on the spot, like a man suffering from epilepsy. Trying to resist law enforcement. This is the price you deserve. Several law enforcers put away their electric batons, put their feet on the player, and kicked the guy until he twitched again. Seeing this scene, the other players around them felt their scalps numb and shuddered. The partiality of these law enforcers is almost written on their faces. On the other side, many players on the Bikini Castle team all laughed out loud, looking at the unlucky guy twitching and shaking on the ground. Not to mention how happy they were. Hey! I told you not to resist. Why are you here? Maybe this guy has some special hobby. He just likes the feeling of being beaten with electricity. He just said that on purpose. This is reasonable. Very reasonable. Ha ha! Everyone had different positions, and when they laughed, they didn't feel burdened at all. After all, they had just had a big fight. They all also saw that the law enforcers present had no intention of arresting them, so they were quite relaxed. Even some players, who had been offline just now were called back and came online to enjoy the show. On the other side, a commotion immediately broke out in Sigideo's team. I originally thought that everyone was going to be arrested, but now only one of them was arrested. This is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. This gap is difficult for many players in the Sigideo camp to accept. They originally thought of continuing their struggle with Li Defu and others in prison. After all, after entering, the mechas on Li Defu and others will definitely be confiscated. And then it will be a fist-to-bone fight, with both sides standing on a fair starting line. But the current scene made all of them dumbfounded. Has a problem. Even with the risk of being electrocuted, some players still shouted. Anyway, they can adjust the body surface sensation and adjust the pain sensation of the gaming device to 0, and it will be okay. There's definitely something fishy, one player yelled, raising his arms as if he wanted everyone to see him. These law enforcers have colluded with Su Xia. They helped Su Xia before, helping him scare the media reporters, and now they are helping him arrest us. They are simply colluding. I don't accept it. More and more players shouted unwillingly, each with an angry look on their face, as if they wanted to shout out all their grievances. In broad daylight, everything is clear. Where is fairness? Where is justice? However, the only response to their shouts was countless sizzling electric batons and rubber bullets flying everywhere. The law enforcers gave no explanation at all and looked as cold as robots. Under the order of the law enforcer boss, they forcibly suppressed the unwilling players. If you don't accept it, fight. And if you don't, continue to fight. This method is simple, crude, and quite effective. No, we can't sit still and wait for death. Who knows what's waiting for us next? Some players shouted, expressing the feelings of many people. Once they are caught, will an endless prison life await them? At that time, what is the difference between their account and being destroyed? Don't just stand there stupidly. We are the protagonists of this world. Players at the scene shouted, tried to resist, used the weapons in their hands to injure the law enforcers, and then fled into the distance. But before he could escape even 2 steps, his head was blown off by a sniper bullet. Boom! Blood splattered and bones flew everywhere. Like a big watermelon exploding, a headless body fell on the spot and then slowly disappeared. Obviously, this player couldn't bear the frustration anymore and chose to log out on the spot. Even if he was treated as a fugitive later, it didn't matter. He was unwilling to stay here in humiliation. Of course, there are only a few players who choose this way. After all, it is not easy to build an account. They don't want the account they worked so hard to build to become a fugitive. The value of a fugitive's account cannot be compared with that of a normal account, even if it is sold at a low price. Few people may be willing to buy it. Damn it! Is this all we can do? Many players in the Sigideo team gritted their teeth and put on handcuffs in great frustration. It's like one of those cutscenes that can't be skipped. They had no choice but to watch everything happen. Many people looked at Li Defu and others on the other side, and felt even more aggrieved when they saw their expressions of watching a show. It made them want to die. Damn it! Wan Yongqiang, where are your connections? Leader Lu was so angry that his face turned purple. He grabbed the four-season rice and kept asking him to call various relevant departments in the city. He was born into a wealthy family. When he was playing games in the past, if something unpleasant happened to him, he would just throw money at it. But he had never experienced such serious humiliation. Many of his players also looked like they had eaten flies, and felt extremely unhappy. Why don't those law enforcers arrest Su Xia? This is obviously because Su Xia has stronger connections. At this moment, not only the players on the Sigideo team thought so, but also Su Xia herself, and even the third-party players who were watching. If not, the players on both sides should be captured. Don't worry. CG Dao shook off Leader Lu's hand and said don't worry. But he himself looked anxious and couldn't calm down at all. He has made more than 10 calls. But the other party either said something was wrong or simply refused to answer. He had never encountered this situation before. Soon, many law enforcers came to their side. Stretch out your hands. One of them held the handcuffs and said coldly to Master Lu, Why do you arrest us? Leader Lu was unconvinced and shouted loudly, Is this enough of a reason to fight in the street? The law enforcer boss came over and looked at these people indifferently. Then why are you only arresting us? Master Lu looked dissatisfied and pointed at Li Defu and others. They also fought. Why didn't you arrest them? Are you deliberately taking sides? I've seen the surveillance. It was you who made the first move, and they were just forced to fight back. The boss of the law enforcer said calmly. Nonsense! Leader Lu immediately retorted. It was clear that both sides had taken action at the same time. How could they have taken action first? He was not a fool. He had already smelled a conspiracy. Before the law enforcers arrived, he saw Su Xia playing with her cell phone, probably sending messages to people from the Law Enforcement Bureau. These law enforcers must be on the same side as Su Xia, helping relatives but not taking care of others. No matter how they explain it, there will be no good results in the end. CG Dao understood this earlier than he did. The last time those law enforcers appeared, he could tell something was wrong. After that, the boss of the enforcers talked and laughed with Su Xia, which made him confirm his thoughts. You abuse your power. Of course Sijideo would not sit still and roar immediately. As long as he is proven guilty, he will still have a chance to make a comeback. In Coral City, abuse of power is not uncommon. But few people bring it out openly, because this is a public tacit understanding. Almost the tacit consent of the entire power class. Just wait! As the Assistant Minister of the Special Department, I have the authority to directly submit information to the Lord of the City. I will tell the Lord of the City everything about your abuse of power. You won't be arrogant for long. And sooner or later you will step down. Sijideo threatened loudly, and did not hesitate to break the tacit understanding of the public. Oh! Are you finished? The law enforcer boss asked calmly. Not yet. CG Dao looked angry and shouted loudly. I know you have offended many people over the years. And many people are watching you, waiting for you to get out of this position. Well, are you finished now? The face of the law enforcer boss did not change at all. Once you lose your current status, your enemies will pounce on you like a pack of wolves and eat you up. When that happens, don't come to me crying and begging for mercy. CG Dao refused to bow his head, looked fierce, and said harsh words. As a member of the intelligence department, he is indeed qualified to say such harsh words. His department is the most special existence in the entire Coral City management system. And it is also the most unpopular existence. People in other departments, even if they are of the same status, should be afraid of him. After all, no one is perfect and everyone makes mistakes one day. The intelligence department focuses on the employees in the office system, looking for their mistakes, and then collects them to give them a fatal blow at the critical moment. In the eyes of many employees in the Coral City office building, the people in the intelligence department were the most annoying. Similar to the type of students who often reported to their teachers during their school days. Remember what I said today, Sijideo said viciously. While you still have the power, make more arrangements for your funeral. You will have no chance by then. Oh, are you done now? The law enforcer boss asked him calmly. That's it, Sijideo replied stiffly. So, do you know why I'm here? The law enforcer boss looked at him with indifferent eyes. Why? It's not like you and Su Xia colluded, abused the power of your law enforcement department, went against the grain, and arrested innocent people at will. Just wait, CG Dao yelled. Oh, the law enforcement headquarters is in Beicheng District. Do you know why I was transferred to the south of the city? The law enforcement boss asked him. Why should I know? You are just that. Before Sijideo could say anything, he suddenly shuddered and thought of something. Yes, the enforcer's headquarters is in the North City District, and its location has not changed since the establishment of Coral City. As the chief of the law enforcement headquarters, this person should be in charge in Beicheng District. Why was he transferred to Nancheng District? Su Xia. He received a death threat letter. When CG Dao thought about this, his whole body suddenly became cold, as if his whole body had been poured with cold water. What he should have thought of was that he was blinded by anger. He really wanted to defeat Su Xia. This obsession made him ignore too many things, and he didn't understand it until now. Regarding the death threat letter, Yu2 expressed great concern and even specifically ordered the law enforcement, security, urban defense and other departments of Coral City to jointly protect Su Xia's safety. Sijideo saw this news a few days ago. The law enforcer boss in front of him came to Nancheng District from Beicheng District, and he clearly came here to protect Su Xia. In other words, all his actions were with Yu2's tacit approval. I just scolded him and Su Xia for collaborating. Wasn't it just scolding Master Yu2's order? Just because he thought of this, CG Dao suddenly trembled. His face began to turn pale, and he suddenly woke up. This time, he was completely awake. Everything he has is given by the machine tribe. What is the difference between scolding the machine tribe and seeking death? CG Dao's face turned pale. I have recorded every word you just said, and I will personally submit it to the city lord, the law enforcer boss said coldly. After saying that, he took out a psychic suppressor and put it on CG Dao's neck with a click. Sigideo's expression was stiff, and what he had just said was still replaying in his mind. He made no move to resist at all, as if he had become a puppet who had lost his soul. What did I just say? He was stunned, as if most of his energy had been drained away. He could no longer see the fighting spirit he had before, and his whole person collapsed. Seeing his ghostly appearance, Leader Lu's nose was almost crooked with anger. He just said a few words that he shouldn't have said, and he wasn't thrown into the 18th level of H.L. CG Dao couldn't accept it? You hacking, wake up! It's not time to admit defeat yet. Master Lu had a headache, and sent more than 10 pop-up windows to CG Dao, scolding him in passing. At this moment, for some reason, he suddenly regretted it, looking at the lost CG Dao in front of him, and then at the cheerful Resistance Alliance players on the other side. Master Lu felt mixed feelings in his heart, and his face became complicated. If he had chosen Team Bikinneberg's camp, would he be on that side now and watch the show with gusto? Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back, and there is no chance to do it again. Chapter 460 Shaken. The farce is over. The whole day's drama ended with a complete victory for Su Xia's side. Things have developed so far that no one can remember Wang Yongqiang's challenge. Even he himself has been shackled and is about to be imprisoned. When this incident first started, no one expected it would develop like this. You know, at first, many people felt that pharmacists were at a disadvantage. If things continue to develop according to CG Dao's arrangement, the people watching the show now will definitely be a group of people from the Bikini Castle team. But Su Xia didn't act according to common sense at all. With just a few words, he completely reversed the situation and broke the situation from an angle that no one expected, causing the situation to become what it is now. This is Yaoshi Su, known as the boss among players, the infinite cheater, the #1 hidden person, the most arrogant agent in the history of gaming, and an internal employee of a gaming company. Wherever he is, there must be legends. On the live broadcast platform, some people couldn't help but sigh, and typed out a lot of Su Xia's nicknames in one breath. Not long after the server was launched, some people felt that Su Xia was a trustee of the game company. It's just that he's too obviously strong. No one has ever seen such an obvious duo. You know, the trust of a normal game company will only occupy the top 3 or 4 of the rankings at most, but will not directly occupy the first place. The first position is reserved for those who are taken advantage of by local tyrants. If not, Tuo's existence would be meaningless. Why do you call him the #1 hidden player? Isn't the current #1 player Lin Shan from the Oasis camp map? Do you all think that Medicine Master Su is better than Lin Shan? Someone asked. It is said that Lin Shan also has a complete set of mecha, and it was once worn by Commander Beifong. Don't think that mechas are invincible. Pharmacist Su's medicine is so pervasive that even Commander Beifong's former mechas may not be able to defend against him. On various platforms, some people started to discuss who was stronger, Su Xia or Lin Shan. Both sides held their own opinions, quoted classics, and presented various classic cases, such as Su Xia's performance in the mine, and Lin Shan's experience in a dangerous map. But obviously, this kind of comparison cannot be compared without the right owner coming forward. In the end, the topic returned to the Sigideo team. Obviously, this is a disastrous failure for the Sigideo team. It was different from the past. Although they had often lost in the past, it had never been like this time when all high-level players were captured by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Is Sigideo and the others finished? Who knows how long they will be in prison? Someone asked. If I were Pharmacist Su, I would definitely try my best to give CG Dao and the others a lifeline, so that their accounts would be locked up in jail for the rest of their lives and they would have to practice new ones. You're right. I'll do the same thing. On this issue, everyone reached a unanimous opinion. There is no other reason. It is too difficult to upgrade this broken game. In those online games in the past, a small studio could control dozens or even hundreds of accounts, just because the upgrade was simple. Hanging up was often okay. But in the game Starry Sky, just upgrading an account is rarely enough to make people feel dizzy. It has been so long since the server was launched, but only one player, Lin Shan, has reached level 50 or above. How many times has Sigideo failed? Someone suddenly asked. There are too many to count. Anyway, as long as he meets Yaoshi Su, he will definitely fail. It seems that Yaoshi Su is his natural nemesis. Yes, speaking of it, he has always been the one who took the initiative to provoke Pharmacist Su. It seems that Pharmacist Su has never provoked him. More than that, Pharmacist Su ignores his words every time. Physician Su didn't take him seriously at all. That CG Dao is just being sentimental. While chatting, many third-party players suddenly discovered a very interesting fact. From the time the server was launched until now, Su Xia seems to have never taken the initiative to pay attention to CG Dao. Most of the time, Su Xia just stayed in the pharmacy, practicing her pharmaceutical skills and developing sales channels in the pharmacy. She lived like an NPC, and occasionally even issued medication delivery tasks. On the other hand, Sigideo would provoke him every once in a while, as if he felt uncomfortable without provocation. Every time, Su Xia passively accepted the challenge. No matter what tricks CG Dao had, Su Xia was able to take advantage of them and beat CG Dao back easily. This is the gap! Everyone was amazed. Based on this analysis, it can be said that the ranks of CG Dao and Su Xia are completely different. It's like a primary school student who always tries his best to provoke the middle school student and keeps saying that he wants to defeat the middle school student. Can CG Dao realize it himself? He and Pharmacist Su are not at the same level at all. Even if he doesn't realize it, the members of his team should all realize it. Right. Most likely, look at the faces of the members. They all look like they've eaten flies. Many third-party players were standing on the roofs of the houses on the left and right sides of the old street, pointing at the many players from the Sigideo team, talking and laughing, with the same expressions as if they were watching a show. As they said, on the street below, the faces of many members of the Sigideo team looked uglier than the last. Of course, these members are aware of it. Every time they play against Su Xia's team, they can't get any benefits. Why is this? This is obviously because of the gap between the bosses of the two sides. Following Sigideo, they still have an advantage when facing small teams or new organizations. But once they encounter Li Difu and others, they are defeated every time. And this time, they are completely defeated. This idiot CG Dao just gained a little first mover advantage by betraying his organization in the beginning, and became the head of the Coral City player department. Apart from that, he has no other abilities. In the team, there are a shackle player couldn't help but complain. It's okay if you don't have the ability, but you still have to provoke those people in Bikini Castle again and again, causing us to suffer too. Another player also began to complain. He also said that he and Yao Shisu are on the same starting line. They are both people who gain status by betraying their friends. This is the most ridiculous thing. After all, Pharmacist Su has skills in refining medicine. What does he have? Oh, I should have thought more about it when choosing a team. Now, many members of the Sigideo team have such thoughts. It's okay to fail once. But what if you fail every time? Is it necessary for such a team to stay? This question has flashed through the minds of many Sigideo team members more than once. Obviously, the double blow to their morale and psychology from this defeat was far greater than any previous one. Not only these players on the old street, but also those players from the Sigideo team who were too late to be present. All had similar thoughts. Did I make the wrong choice? I joined Sigideo's team because of his various promotions on the forum. But now I see that he doesn't seem to be as powerful as he promoted. It has to be said that Sigideo's publicity on various platforms is indeed quite effective. He not only placed advertisements on game forums, but also on various live broadcast platforms and short video platforms, looking for big anchors with many fans to advertise for his team. Many people enter the game because they saw his ads. When those people later chose to join the team, they naturally chose Sigideo's team. There are a large number of them, exceeding 80% of the Sigideo team. Nowadays, some of them are fighting monsters in the wilderness. Some are exploring in the foggy map. And some are hunting for treasures in the abandoned city, doing different things. Because the distance is too far, they have not come to the old street to get involved in this matter. However, through various communication groups, live broadcast platforms, game forums, etc., they have basically understood the cause and process of this incident. Failed. Failed again. Failed every time. Calm down. I'm used to it. Before they set off, I knew they would lose this time, so I didn't go at all. On the forum, someone made such remarks and said that he was in the south of the city, not far from Laokai. However, after Sigideo issued the summons order, he simply pretended not to see it. Because of this, he avoided a jail sentence. Brother, you are so wise. You actually knew you would fail. Someone immediately began to praise his decision. Hey, you don't know. As long as there is a conflict with Su Yaosher and his team, I will try my best to avoid it, thus avoiding a lot of losses. The player said, I learned. Let's avoid it next time and not conflict with Su Yaoshi and the others. Another player from the Sijideo team said. That's right. If CG Dao calls us again next time, just pretend we didn't see it. Lu. Looking at the situation now, whether there will be a next time is a question. What's wrong? Look at CG Dao. That guy seems to have lost his soul. He looks like he's lost his soul. Most likely, even he himself has been beaten to the point of losing his confidence. On the forum, someone posted a screenshot of the game, which is exactly what Sijideo looks like now. How can the current 4 seasons Rice still have the same high-spirited look as it once did? He seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was wearing handcuffs and anklets, sitting blankly on a stone bench next to the old street, and allowed many law enforcement officers to arrest the members of his team one by one. In the past, in order to maintain the stability of the team, he would definitely argue with these law enforcers. Even if there is no hope, he will still compete and do his best on the surface. After all, if he's not even willing to do superficial things, why should other players mess around with him? But now, everything has changed. Wang Yongqiang, is there something wrong with your hacking brain? What are you doing here so stupidly? Leader Lu was standing by, getting angrier as he thought about it, and said loudly, Call Wu Zhongdui over here. He is also your minister after all. How could he watch you being taken away? Forget it. Let me think about it first. Sijideo looked gloomy and replied in a low voice. What else are you thinking about? Leader Lu was anxious. Didn't you read the news in each group? People's hearts are so damn unstable now. Many members have quit the group just now. If this continues, the team will be disbanded. Leader Lu was anxious and angry. He seriously suspected that CG Dao was probably so shocked that he lost all confidence. Failure again and again. No one else may be able to bear it. Wang Yongqiang, don't you want to trample Su Xiao under your feet? Leader Lu really had no choice but to move Su Xiao out. He knew that Su Xiao had become an obsession of CG Dao. If Su Xiao was not defeated, CG Dao might not be able to rest in peace until his death. Sure enough, upon hearing the word Su Xiao, CG Dao suddenly raised his head, with a hint of hatred on his face. It's all because of Su Xiao. If it weren't for Su Xiao, he could have gone smoothly in this game and accomplished everything he wanted to do. However, Su Xiao still pretended to be calm, as if she didn't take his challenge seriously at all, making him look like a self-humiliating buffoon. That's right. I must trample Su Xiao under my feet. CG Dao gritted his teeth, feeling a lot of humiliation in his heart. Then don't just hacking say it. Think of a way to get through this first. People's hearts will be broken. Master Lu said hurriedly. Okay, I'll contact Wu Zhongdui right away. He is now a grasshopper on the same rope as me. CG Dao made up his mind and immediately took out his mobile phone, planning to ask Wu Zhongdui for help. Now, only he can help. But before he could open his address book, he heard a bang sound, and a bullet hit his phone hard, hitting it directly through it. The phone emitted a burst of black smoke and was scrapped on the spot. You don't have the right to use your mobile phone now. After the explanation is over, I will ask you to contact your relatives, friends and lawyer. The boss of the law enforcer stepped forward and said indifferently, I need to contact you now. Sijideo gritted his teeth and said, You don't have the power, so come with me first. The boss of the law enforcer snorted coldly, with a stern look on his face, grabbed CG Dao's collar, and a powerful force burst out from his arm. Then, he picked up CG Dao like a chicken and led him towards the law enforcement bureau's vehicle. Sijideo struggled for a while, but he was not as strong as others. While wearing a psychic suppressor and handcuffs and anklets, there was no way to break free. Su Xia! Su Xia! His expression was twisted. He stretched his neck, tried his best, and shouted Su Xia's name while struggling. Don't think you won! Sijideo yelled unwillingly. Everyone in the city knows about the challenge. So what if you ask someone to arrest me? Do you dare to accept the challenge? You say it! He shouted hysterically, with a hint of madness in his hoarse voice, struggling desperately, like a mental patient. In fact, the so-called pharmacist competition has no meaning anymore. So what if Su Xia doesn't want to fight? He has shown with his actual actions that he is not a timid person. This is obvious to everyone. Li Defu shook his head. Even he felt that CG Dao was at the end of his rope. He curled his lips and said, TSK. That's really pathetic. Well, it is true that Wang Yongqiang is hysterical and is not even in good spirits. Yuan Shushua crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the pharmacy with a relaxed look on his face. It is worth noting that CG Dao's teacher, the 5th level pharmacist named Li Mu, was not captured by the law enforcers. When the melee began, he stood aside and did not participate in the fight. Seeing CG Dao being taken away, a hint of helplessness appeared on his skinny cheeks. He sighed softly and walked slowly to Su Xia with old steps. Master Su Su, I hope this competition will continue. His voice was old and hoarse, and he said slowly to Su Xia. Hearing this, Su Xia took a deep look at him. You sure? Chapter 461 Another Way of Fighting. Who is the real master? Today, this question has spread to the streets and alleys of the city with the promotion of Sijidai. As Su Xia speculated before, this is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can indeed damage Su Xia's reputation. But if it is not used properly, it will only have the opposite effect, making all challengers a stepping stone for Su Xia, and completely establishing Su Xia's reputation as a master. This old man probably has some kind of master-disciple relationship with CG Dao, and wants to finish this thing for CG Dao. I am sure. He nodded slowly, his old eyes a little cloudy, and looked in the direction where CG Dao was taken away. CG Dao was still shouting hysterically, and his voice was almost hoarse. Su Xia, you should give me an answer. Noisy! The law enforcer boss frowned, slapped CG Dao on the face, and then threw him into the Law Enforcement Bureau's car. He turned around and said to Su Xia, Master Su, this kind of challenge is inexplicable. Don't pay attention to it. If everyone is as shameless as him, then don't you have to accept challenges every day? The initiative is on your side. Just do whatever comes your way, and that's okay. His words touched everyone's hearts, causing Li Difu and others to nod their heads. Ultimately, this challenge is one-sided. Su Xia accepted it this time. But what about next time? What if other people see the opportunity for hype and come to promote publicity and public opinion, looking for opportunities to challenge Su Xia? After all, Su Xia is a popular traffic nowadays, and any video that has anything to do with him can basically get a lot of clicks. This handsome law enforcement uncle is right. Li Difu praised loudly. Brother Su, if you accept it this time, whether you accept it next time is a question. Yes, I will pick it up next time. And there may be another time. Room Director Yuan Shushu added. But if you don't pick up next time, what will others think? Will they think you look down on the other person? After all, you picked up this time. So what if you don't pick up next time? Yuan is right. Brother Su, you can't open this hole. Healy also said the same. As for Sijidai's propaganda, let them go to H.L. We are not from this world anyway. So what does the public opinion in the city have to do with us? Everyone spoke one after another to analyze the pros and cons of accepting the challenge for Su Xia. The analysis revealed that they were basically all drawbacks. And even if they won, there wouldn't be much benefit. Anyway, the so-called master title belonged to Su Xia. Not far away, there are many third-party players paying attention to this matter. Everyone wants to know, will Su Xia accept the challenge? Whether from the perspective of qualifications or the time it took to refine the medicine. This challenge was quite unfair to Su Xia. After all, Su Xia became a pharmacist in too short a time. Even a genius needs time to grow. And he is not born a top figure in the industry. If I were pharmacist Su, I would not accept this challenge. Not far away, a player whispered. Yes, I can't do it either. Why should I accept the challenge? Another player echoed. I just don't know what pharmacist Su will choose. He is a smart man and should not act out of emotion. Countless eyes were focused on Su Xia, waiting for him to make a decision. Several roommates are most likely to influence Su Xia's decision-making. But they only make suggestions, and will not really interfere with Su Xia's decision-making. This is a two-way respect. After all, Su Xia rarely interferes in their decisions. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Xia looked into the distance and pondered for a moment. Time passed slowly, and 2 minutes flew by. Seeing this, Li Mu sighed lightly, knowing that Su Xia would not accept the challenge. He said in a hoarse voice, Master Su, I'm sorry to bother you today. After that, he was about to turn around and leave. But suddenly, Su Xia's voice stopped him. Why is Master Li so anxious? Li Mu's steps suddenly stopped. He raised his head and asked, Master Su, is there anything else? You are a senior. Even if you want to challenge me, I should challenge you. Su Xia smiled slightly. This, Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly trembled, and immediately understood what Su Xia meant. His challenge to Su Xia was inherently unfair. After all, he was too old and senior. Even if he won, many people would gossip, and half of the reputation he had accumulated in his life would be ruined. However, if it were Su Xia who challenged him, everything would become reasonable. It is common for younger generations to challenge their elders. Su Xia's words just now can be said to have saved Li Mu's reputation accumulated over most of his life, and brought him back from the edge of losing his reputation. Master Su, thank you very much. Li Mu bowed slightly, his old body trembling a little, and sincerely thanked Su Xia. It's just a normal peer exchange, Su Xia said with a smile. Wang Yongqiang is indeed far inferior to you. Li Mu sighed again. A hint of complexity flashed across his old face. At first, Wang Yongqiang relied on his identity to forcefully join the pharmacy and became his apprentice. But he did not have any reservations. Instead, in the following teachings, he imparted all his experience and knowledge to Wang Yongqiang, truly treating Wang Yongqiang as his disciple. For a long time, he wanted to train Wang Yongqiang well. However, it was all in vain. Time has proven everything. Wang Yongqiang didn't want to learn pharmacy knowledge at all. He just wanted to use his knowledge of pharmacy to defeat Su Xia, who was also a pharmacist. But later, Su Xia grew up too fast, beyond Wang Yongqiang's expectation. When he first became a second-level pharmacist, Su Xia was already a fourth-level pharmacist, a genius famous throughout Coral City. From that moment on, he gave up his efforts on potions and began to look for other ways to defeat Su Xia. His potion talent is actually not bad. Much better than that of his senior brothers. Li Mu sighed, and it was precisely because of this that he was really interested in accepting a disciple. If you really want to count it out, apart from Su Xia, CG Dao is probably the best among the players in terms of potion level 1 talent. When he refined the second level potion, many players were just apprentices and could not even refine the most basic first level potion. That was his own choice. Masterly, you have done your best, Su Xia said with a smile. Yeah, it's his own choice. Li Mu sighed with emotion, and then asked, Master Su, when do you think it is more appropriate to start this exchange? In 7 days. We will invite more pharmacists to accompany us, Su Xia said. Okay, then 7 days later. In the name of challenging competitions, creating a pharmacist peer exchange conference is the final result of this farce. This result also exceeded everyone's expectations. In the eyes of outsiders, there are only two outcomes to this challenge. Either Su Xia accepts it or Su Xia does not accept it. There should be no third choice. However, Su Xia was unexpected every time, making this matter develop in a direction that no one expected. Brother Su, is this the case? Li Difu scratched his head. If you think about it this way, is he challenging you? Or are you challenging him? Or are you challenging each other? You can understand it however you want. Su Xia smiled. Brother Su, this solution is wonderful. Yuan Shishua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, in the past, many pharmacists in Coral City were recruited by CG Dao, and more than 2/3 of the pharmaceutical sales channels were also tightly controlled by CG Dao. Now Brother Su has, in the name of challenge, hold a communication conference and invite all pharmacists here. This is an opportunity. That's right. As expected of Brother Su, he can think of such a method. Everyone's eyes lit up, realizing how precious this opportunity was. Today, Su Xia and Li Mu are considered the two most famous pharmacists in the entire Coral City. The exchange conference jointly organized by the two of them will definitely attract many pharmacists. And maybe pharmacists from other cities will come. For other pharmacists, this conference created an opportunity for them to exchange experiences and insights with many colleagues. For the Bikini Castle team, this is an excellent opportunity to recruit many pharmacists and integrate pharmaceutical supply and sales channels. It can be said that if the conference can be successfully held, it will definitely become a win-win or even a win-win situation. Brother Su, your mind is really amazing, Li Difu praised with his thumb. I have long said that if Brother Su were to lead our team, we would have crushed that Sigideo thing long ago. He Lai also praised repeatedly. No, if Brother Su is busy managing the team all day long, where will he have time to practice making potions? Makes sense. Through simple discussions, the matter was decided. 7 days later, the pharmacist exchange conference started, and it was also the day when Su Xia challenged Li Mu. Such a long time was enough for everyone to spread the news. Next, there are just a few details left to iron out. Wait a minute. I have a small question, Li Difu suddenly said. Brother Su, You and Masterly. You two are already the most powerful pharmacists in Coral City. Who will be the referee for your challenge then? As soon as he said these words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Yes, in this Coral City, what other pharmacist is qualified to serve as a referee for the two of them? Apart from the two of them, the most powerful people in Coral City are a few fourth-level pharmacists. Even if they are asked to be referees, they may refuse because they feel that they are not qualified. Even Su Xia ignored this. After all, the incident happened suddenly, and he couldn't cover everything. Just when everyone was in trouble, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Let me do the refereeing. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, and found that she was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with an ordinary appearance and an ordinary figure. She was wearing simple clothes, like an ordinary housewife. She was standing not far from the door of the pharmacy. She didn't know when she appeared there. She was so ordinary that she didn't make any impression on people. How could such an ordinary person serve as the referee for Su Xia and Li Mu? Doubts emerged in their hearts. And then, they began to read the middle-aged woman's information. Soon, a trace of shock appeared on everyone's faces. Because all the words that appeared on their system interface were question mark. And even the names were not displayed. Damn it! It's the boss! They are all question marks. Isn't he a big boss or something? Su Xia smiled. He recognized this woman. She was the 6th-level pharmacist who refined the medicinal wine. Starry Sky Liu Xiang. She had a very special status at the 0 Point Tavern headquarters. Previously, when communicating through the projection system in Seahorse City, this woman had said that she wanted to come to Coral City to talk to Su Xia. At that time, she was talking about next week, but she didn't expect that it would take so long. After all, Su Xia had been floating on the bottom of the sea for more than half a month. Su Xia immediately stepped forward and asked with a smile, Why are aunties here alone? What? Should we come half alone? The woman glanced at him lightly. You have to tell me before you come. I'll drive to pick you up. Su Xia was still smiling. He knew that this woman had an unusual relationship with her father, and there might have been an unknown story in the past. Do you have a car? The woman asked calmly. No, but you can rent one right away. Su Xia replied with a smile. You're not young anymore. Get the garage ready as soon as possible. Otherwise no little girl will like you. The woman said in an indifferent tone. Casually. That's what Annie said. Hearing Su Xia's familiar tone, everyone in the Bikini Castle team breathed a sigh of relief. This unknown boss turned out to be an acquaintance of Su Xia, and he was not the opposite of them. As expected of pharmacist Su, he has strong connections. On the side, Li Mu's body was trembling a little. Not because of weakness, but because of excitement. Looking at the old woman, he couldn't help but ask, Are you the Red Fish Master? It's me. The woman glanced at Li Mu and replied calmly. It's really you. I didn't expect you to come to Coral City. I have listened to your lectures before. Li Mu's voice was a little unstable, and you can imagine how uneasy he felt inside now. There are so many people who have listened to my class, the woman said casually, disapprovingly. It was your class that let me know the path I want to take. I have always wanted to express my gratitude to you, but your whereabouts are mysterious, and it is really difficult to find. Li Mu said. You know the path you're going to take? The woman suddenly smiled and said to Li Mu, I don't even know what kind of path I want to take. The path of pharmacist is inclusive of all things. You should never limit yourself to a certain framework prematurely. Hearing this, Li Mu's body trembled, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. But he quickly regained consciousness. He immediately bowed, like a disciple bowing to his teacher, and said respectfully, Yes, thank you Master Hongyu for your guidance. I understand. Don't say you understand. I don't even understand. The woman spoke lazily, not taking the advice to heart at all. She turned her head and said to Su Xia calmly, I have been standing outside for so long despite my age. You, a young man, are not going to invite me in to sit down? I was negligent. Auntie, please come in. Su Xia smiled and immediately extended her hand as an invitation. Well, that's pretty much it. The woman nodded slightly, threw a shiny object casually, and threw it to Su Xia. Su Xia had quick eyes and quick hands and immediately caught what the woman threw. He took it in his hand and took a closer look. It turned out to be a diamond as big as a pigeon egg, shining brightly in the light. This is, I will be staying at your pharmacy during this period. This stone will be used as accommodation fee. No, this is too precious. Auntie, please take it back. Su Xia hurriedly refused. This diamond is a priceless treasure that cannot be measured in money. It is too exaggerated to use it as accommodation expenses. The eyes of Li Difu and others on the side were shining, and they were drooling. The brilliance of the diamonds reflected in their pupils, almost blinding them. Is it precious? The woman said with an indifferent expression. You young man's vision is too narrow. With your current understanding, how can you talk about entering the starry sky in the future? And he taught me a lesson. But, then stop talking and take the stone. The woman looked indifferent and said, Preciousness is only relative. From the perspective of the entire universe, a weed on the roadside is more precious than a diamond. Chapter 462 Nanfeng is in trouble. From the perspective of the entire universe, a weed on the roadside is more valuable than a diamond. This sentence made Su Xiao think for a moment. He had read Dr. Agar's diary, and naturally knew that diamonds were a very common thing in the universe. Not only diamonds, but also various minerals that are extremely precious on this planet are found in large quantities in the starry sky. Therefore, outer space is also called a prospector's paradise. As long as you look hard enough, you can always find many precious ores. However, a weed is not so easy to find. It must be found on a planet suitable for the emergence of life. Auntie is right. My vision is narrow-minded. Su Xia said no more and immediately put away the diamonds to make her little treasury richer. Okay. You go and deal with your affairs with your friends. I'll go to the basement to take a look at the old man's collection. The woman waved her hand, as if she had entered her own home, and was very familiar with the structure of the pharmacy. The old thing she refers to naturally refers to her father. Without Su Xia's guidance, she skillfully walked towards the wooden door leading to the basement. Senior pharmacists have weird tempers. Su Xia already knew this, so she didn't say anything and allowed this person to visit the basement. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were a little curious. After seeing the woman enter the basement, they all walked to Su Xia. Brother Su, who is that? Hong Bafu asked in a low voice. The teacher's acquaintance. Su Xia replied. Huh? An acquaintance of the teacher? Lan Bafu felt strange. Why didn't the teacher tell us about it before? Is there something unspeakable? It feels like she is very rude to the teacher. Hong Bafu also looked surprised. He also heard the words. Old thing. This kind of title sounds weird and not a good word. Su Xiao waved her hand and said, I'm probably not the teacher's enemy. Just rest assured. If she were Dad's enemy, the woman would have exposed Su Xiao's identity directly when she was in Sihor City. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu looked at the wooden door of the basement, thinking about what Su Xia said. Thoughtfully, looking at the two of them, Su Xia reminded, This is a 6th level pharmacist. If she can give you a few words, it should save you a lot of detours. Ah? 6th level pharmacist? Hong Bafu's eyes suddenly widened. Well, yes. Su Xia said. So, we are really friends from the teacher's past. But I don't know what the specific relationship is. Su Xia doesn't know the specific relationship. He had seen this woman's personal information, but most of the words he saw were question mark. Just like when he met Zhuangren. You can tell from the name. This woman is called Wu Hongyu. This red fish master not only has superb potion abilities, but is also extremely strong. Otherwise, he would not have come to Coral City alone. Wandering mercenaries are now rampant in the southwest. Ordinary people do not dare to move between cities alone. They basically need to hire personnel from security companies. Brother Su, that aunt is actually a 6th level pharmacist? Can you keep her in the pharmacy and become a brand for us? Li Difu stood at the door of the store and asked in a low voice. No. She is from Lingyan Tavern. We can't afford it. Su Xia shook her head slightly. That's it. When he heard the words, 0 Point Tavern, Li Difu immediately gave up his plan. Because of the masked stranger, he never had a good impression of the 0 Point Tavern. After all, he still prides himself on being the disciple of the masked stranger. At this time, the boss of the law enforcement officers came over. He took off his sunglasses and said to Su Xia, Master Su, if nothing happens here, I will take the prisoners back first. The following interrogation work is not a trivial matter. Okay. Thank you. Su Xia nodded and expressed her gratitude. It should be. This is a task assigned by Master Yutul. As long as you are safe. Master Su. The law enforcement boss waved his hand, and many law enforcement officers on the scene began to evacuate and remove the road seals in front and behind the old street. Woo-woo. Amidst a blast of sirens, law enforcement vehicles drove off the old street and headed towards the branch building not far away. Sijidai is on the last car. Before his car drove away, Li Difu and others seized the opportunity and dealt with it. Isn't this Wang Yongqiang? We haven't seen him for 2 days. How did he get himself involved in the situation? Li Difu pretended to be surprised and stood outside the car window with his hands on his hips. Li Difu, don't look like a villain. Don't think you have one. Sijidao gritted his teeth and said viciously. What does it mean for a villain to succeed? She retorted from the side. This is called to be successful in life. You must have all the fun. Wang Yongqiang, I'm not talking about you. You are also the leader of a large organization. Why don't you know how to improve your cultural level? Woolen cloth? You? CG Dao was so angry that his fists were clenched. It has been many years since he graduated, and he has almost forgotten all the knowledge in his head. Su Xia, take care of your people. CG Dao couldn't help it, moved his eyes, and yelled at Su Xia through the car window. You guy, have you never regarded your team members as brothers? Li Difu asked with a surprised look. Brother Su is our brother. Everyone in the team is. We don't treat anyone as our brother. Subordinates will not care about them. You guys just wait for me. CG Dao's face turned red with anger. He turned his head away and stopped talking. Today he was very angry, unstable, and said too many wrong things. Moreover, Li Difu and others obviously wanted to trick him. If he keeps talking, he might be angry and say something else. Soon, the law enforcement vehicle started. The body vibrated. The engine roared. A plume of black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe, and the wheels slowly started to rotate. Buzz. The car began to speed up, taking CG Dao away. Everyone in the Bikini Castle team stood outside the pharmacy door, watching the law enforcement vehicle gradually disappear at the end of the field of vision, as if they were watching an old friend. Now, for seasons, rise should be able to subside for a while. Right? Li Difu said. That's not certain. Who knows what else that guy can do? Li shrugged. No matter what. With Brother Su here anyway. No matter what means Sijidao has. Brother Su can easily crack it. Right? Li Difu asked. Su Xiao was speechless and did not answer. The reason why he was able to easily crack CG Dao this time was mainly because of his current special situation. The appearance of those death threat letters brought great attention to him and the pharmacy. Even Yutuo ordered several relevant departments in the city to focus on protecting Su Xia. This order is Su Xia's amulet, which can help him block all external means. I just received news that people in Sijidao's team are disbanded, and many people have left the core group of his team. Director Yuan Shushu has said to everyone with a smile on his face. So fast? Li was surprised. What happened outside the pharmacy today was all broadcast live by third-party players. Many people were watching, including those from the Sijidao team who were not here. Yuan Shushu have posted a few screenshots in the chat channel, which belongs to a certain live broadcast platform. He captured a lot of relevant comments. As you can see, these comments are basically one-sided. Physician Su is mighty. Pharmacist Su is domineering. Does Sijidao know his own wealth? Medicine Master Su was simply not something he could touch. Su Yaosher looks like Yinzu. Comparison. I have a friend who is on Sijidao's team. He has already planned to quit, but he just doesn't know if there are still more people in Bikibo team. I heard that the Bikini Castle team is very strict. After reading the comments, Li Difu touched his face and said angrily, I'm also very handsome. Why doesn't anyone praise me? Brother Su. You judge. Su Xia pondered for a moment and said, Maybe it's because you are handsome and reserved. Li Difu grinned. Hee. Brother Su is indeed a cultured person. He speaks well. This is an era of information transparency, and no information can be concealed. The news of the internal collapse of the Sijidao team was quickly spread to the forum, and it was spread to everyone in just half an hour. Of course, there is also the shadow of Yuan Shushu and others adding fuel to the flames. Many players understand that from now on, the situation of the two Coral City teams coexisting will probably be broken. Many people are asking me if the news is true. Yuan Shushu rubbed his eyebrows. It seems that tonight is another sleepless night. We must take advantage of the current heat to publicize it. Strike while the iron is hot, and completely defeat Sijidao and the others. Fight it! Yes, we need to have a meeting with Sister Hong Yen and the others to discuss the future route. Then let's not waste Brother Su's time here. Brother Su still has guests. Let's leave quickly. Good. It was getting late and everyone was planning to leave. Su Xia doesn't need to worry about matters within the alliance. These guys will handle them. We have to leave too. Brother Su, If something happens, please send us a message immediately. North waved his hand. Yes, I will, Su Xia said with a smile. By the way, where is Li Siwa from your team? Why didn't you see him today? Bing Lei asked curiously from the side. That guy went on a date with a girl, Li Difu replied. Hey, didn't he say that games are more important than love before? Bing Lei was surprised. That guy is talking nonsense. When he saw that girl, he couldn't walk. It was as if he had lost his soul. He has been wandering around for the past few days. Li Difu curled his lips. Lost your soul? Did you encounter a goblin? North laughed. Most likely. I'll torture him when I get back in the evening. Li Difu nodded and said. Hey, so you guys also went together? Bin Lei was surprised again. Your relationship in the dormitory is so good? Are good brothers going together on dates? Of course we have to keep an eye on him. What if he is deceived and someone takes off his waist? That's right. It makes sense. The legend of picking kidneys is widely spread both on the other side of the earth and in this world. It is said that a young man went out to meet netizens and fell down after just 2 glasses of wine. When he woke up the next day, he found that he was in a bathtub filled with ice cubes and had a bloody surgery mark on his waist. The kidney inside is gone. Every time they hear stories like this, Li Difu and the others feel a dull pain in their waists. How is it now? Bing Lei asked curiously. How far has the date gone? Are you light bulbs doing anything bad? Of course not. We are far apart and have been playing games on our phones, Li Difu said. The 2 of them have entered the cinema now and are watching a movie. Director Yuan Shu said. Oh, what movie? North asked. Let me take a look. It looks like The Little Mermaid. Oh? Bing Lei was immediately shocked. Stared and asked. Does Li Siwa have such a strong taste in art? He actually took her to see the new version of The Little Mermaid? Well, several people looked at each other and felt something was wrong. They have been obsessed with the game world recently and don't pay much attention to anything else. Forget it. Just believe in Siwa's charm. He can do it. Everyone was talking and laughing, leaving the pharmacy while chatting, walking farther and farther under the bright sunshine. In this way, the shop that was bustling just now has become quiet again. Master Su, see you in 7 days. The old pharmacist Li Mu also said goodbye. He was going back to prepare for the pharmacist industry exchange event in 7 days. The third-party players on the old street also left one after another. After all, there is no excitement in this street. Now the real excitement is in the game forum. This dilapidated street has returned to its former peace. Of course, the blood, craters, bullet casings, etc. all over the street still look a bit inconsistent and incompatible with the peaceful atmosphere of the old street. Su Xia called the nearby cleaning company and asked them to come and clean the streets. Then, he sent a message to Su Jianxi, the minister of the construction department, saying in the message that he would treat him to a meal and talk about the repair work of the old street houses. After that, he took 2 brothers, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, to visit the residents of the old street one by one to compensate them for their losses. After doing all this, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the dusk of another day was approaching. After a busy day, Su Xia could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The golden sunshine in the evening shines on the bumpy road of the old street, giving people a unique kind of tranquil beauty. Su Xia lay on the wooden rocking chair in the pharmacy, relaxing her muscles and enjoying the rare peace. It should be okay. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the time. He has done what he needs to do, and there should be nothing else to disturb him. He can have a good rest. But at this moment, a piece of very unexpected news suddenly reached Su Xia's ears. You should know about the Nathong organization. The speaker was the old woman Wu Hongyu, who arrived at the door of the shop at some point. I only heard her say casually, I heard news about this organization through the car radio on the way to Coral City. It didn't sound good. Auntie, what's the news? Su Xia asked. Wang Tung, that little guy who calls himself the Mercenary King, has captured a few people from the Nathong organization and plans to use them as bait to fish out the masked weirdos. Speaking of this, Wu Hongyu glanced at Su Xia unintentionally. As everyone knows, the Nathong organization was founded by masked strangers, and their members all believe in metal masks. They were all slaves and had no hope of freedom until the masked strangers destroyed the mercenary town where they were and rescued them. After that, there was a legend about the passing of the south wind in the vast wilderness. Chapter 463 Understanding Grudges. In this world, there are 2 types of mercenaries. One is a formal organization like the Southwest Mercenary Union. Such an organization is officially registered, has legal operating procedures, has a clean company background. At least it looks clean on the surface. And everything it does is legal. And there will be no oversteps. In this kind of organization, the background of every registered member is also normal. Some of them are retired soldiers. Some are retired boxers. And some are Sanda masters. They are all of good strength. Most of them have actual combat experience and are good mercenaries who are trustworthy. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people forge background information and change their identities to join such an organization. After all, this is a chaotic era. From the war years to now, how many of those powerful people have never had innocent blood on their hands? Although some members seem to have clean backgrounds, they may have been wanted fugitives. After all, the war lasted for many years. Many prisons were broken down, and a large number of prisoners escaped without anyone taking care of them. After the war, various cities and regions began to recount the local population and re-register every living resident, abandoning the previous system and giving a large number of fugitives the opportunity to change their lives. I had the opportunity to be a new person, but I didn't cherish it. I had to become a group of bandits who committed murder and set fire. Su Xia thought of the many wandering mercenaries in the wilderness, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Those people are the second type of mercenaries. Like everyone else, they could have used new identities to become normal people when the residents of each city were recounted, and live an ordinary life from then on. But they didn't do that. Their choice was to continue to be a group of fugitive bandits, committing murder and arson, attacking passing caravans at every turn, and even often ransacking small towns on the outskirts of various cities. The original Luoxing town was looted by such a group of bandits. The entire town was enveloped in the flames of sin, as if it was trapped in H.L. If Su Xia hadn't taken action, most people would not have survived. The evil of human nature has been engraved in the bones of those wandering mercenaries. Moreover, in those wandering mercenary organizations, in addition to the criminals who escaped during the war years, there are also new criminals who have committed major crimes in recent years. They are basically death row prisoners with heinous crimes. Otherwise, they would not have escaped far away from the city. In the wilderness. Among them, if not all of them should be killed, at least 99% should be killed. At first, Su Xia wiped out an entire mercenary town. And in the end, she only saw a few people who were kind-hearted and were forced to become mercenaries. Auntie, which channel did you hear that news on? Su Xia stood up from the rocking chair and asked the woman. Listen to it yourself. You can find it if you just look for it. Wu Hongyu threw an old radio to Su Xia. Good. Su Xia immediately caught it, carrying it with one hand and putting on the earphones with the other. The structure of this old-fashioned radio is very simple. There is a rotatable button on the top. By gently turning it, you can hear the sounds of different channels. At first, all Su Xia heard was some sizzling noises. It was so confusing that she couldn't hear anything. He put his hand on the rotating button and twisted it little by little. Soon, a mellow man's voice appeared among the sizzling noises. This is the third news channel. After a commercial, we will continue to broadcast today's city news for you. As the twisting continued, the noise gradually disappeared, and the sound of the advertisement became clear. It was a car wash advertisement. This was from the Coral City radio station, not the mercenary news that Su Xia wanted to hear. His expression remained unchanged, and he continued to twist the button, and the noise gradually began to sizzle in the headphones, which was similar to the noise when snowflake stripes appeared on those old color TVs. Not long after, the noise became quieter again, and a gentle female voice appeared. Dear drivers, it's another evening rush hour. Please pay attention to your safety. It was still from a city radio station. Not what Su Xia wanted to hear. Su Xia looked as usual and very patient, and continued to turn the buttons and listen to the sound of one channel after another. 2 or 3 minutes later, as the noise became smaller again, a sharp voice appeared in Su Xia's headphones. Masked stranger, I'm in Coral City. Where are you? You're not even in Coral City. Ha ha. Masked weirdo. Are you scared? If you are, just send your head over. I can consider keeping your body intact. This is it. A radio station for wandering mercenaries. It is said that Wang Tung reigned supreme in the wilderness, and made various mercenary towns recognize him as king. The unconvinced leaders of the mercenary organizations either died or disappeared inexplicably. After that, he established private radio stations in every mercenary town. allowing people to broadcast to the outside world 24 hours a day. The message broadcast was very simple. Nothing more than mocking the masked weirdos in different ways. This should be one of those private radio stations. Su Xia straightened her headphones, her expression unchanged, and continued listening. Broadcasting such taunting words to the outside world will not only damage the masked geek's reputation, but also shape Wang Ting's own reputation. After all, everyone knows that the masked stranger is a ruthless person who has no scruples and will kill people whenever he wants. If someone provokes him, even if he is in another city, the masked stranger will kill him overnight. But it's been so long. Why doesn't the masked stranger kill Wang Tung? The more similar questions there are, the more Wang Ting's reputation grows. Masked stranger, I know you are scared. If you are really brave, come and compete with me. You want to leave after destroying the mercenary town. How can it be so simple? In the earphones, the sharp voice kept saying such things. As long as there is a radio, you can hear him. Radios are basically necessary for every organization in the wilderness. Whether it is an expedition team, a mercenary organization, or a resistance organization. Not to mention that everyone has a radio. But it is almost enough. There are many people in Su Xia's Beifeng organization who carry small radios with them. Listening to the radio before going to bed every day has become a habit of many organization members. After all, there is not much entertainment in the wilderness. Life is not as colorful as in the city, and a lot of time is filled with boredom. As long as those wandering mercenary organizations hear these radio stations, they will know about the masked weirdo and Wang Tung. If they are afraid of being destroyed by the masked weirdo, there is a high probability that they will defect to Wang Tung and let Wang Tung's power keep growing. In this way, Wang Ting's power became more and more powerful, and he became a warlord-like figure. Even the Southwest Mercenary Union has begun to consider incorporating Wang Ting's forces. In the past few times, when various major powers were engaged in wars of words on the internet, Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union, showed his disgust towards the masked weirdos and belittled the masked weirdos from all angles. Some people speculate that the reason why Luo Shi said that was to convey goodwill to Wang Tung and facilitate the subsequent integration of Wang Ting's forces. I just don't know if Luo Shi alone can represent the will of the entire Southwest Mercenary Union. Su Xia thought of what happened before, listening to the words on the radio while analyzing the current situation in the Southwest. Wang Tung and his men are already a huge force. If coupled with the power of the Southwest Mercenary Union, the two combined will completely become a behemoth. Masked stranger, I heard that you personally established the Nafeng organization? Nafeng. That's a good name. Is this the Beifeng organization that wants to imitate Commander Beifeng? Ha. It's a pity that you don't have that ability. In the earphones, news related to the Nafeng organization finally sounded. There was a bit of schadenfreude in that sharp voice. This organization is against the great mercenary king all day long. It is really desperate. 2 days ago, we just used a little trick and captured more than 10 people from the Nafeng organization. These people are still hard-boiled and unwilling to tell where the others are hiding. However, we like hard-boiled people. They are the most comfortable to torture. Mask freak, can you hear me? Su Xia's face gradually darkened. She held her earphones tightly and continued to listen without saying a word. Next, the mercenary from the private radio station talked about how they captured the more than 10 members of the Nafeng organization. It was nothing more than laying out a few decoys, using the passing caravan as a lure, releasing the news that they were going to attack the caravan, and then just waiting for the members of the Nafeng organization to bite the hook. During these days, the Nafeng organization was in tit-for-tat confrontation with Wang Ting's men, sabotaging more than a dozen of their large-scale operations, and even wiping out 2 mercenary towns. Their actions made Wang Tung furious, and many mercenaries began to question Wang Tung's strength. It is precisely because of this that Wang Tung wants to completely destroy the Nafeng organization. In addition to the decoy operation, he also formulated more than 10 plans, almost all related to the Nafeng organization, for no other reason than to get rid of this major problem in one fell swoop. On the radio, the mercenary with a sharp voice continued to broadcast. In the evening 3 days later, we will hold a public trial ceremony in town number 7 to judge the more than 10 people from the Southern organization. At that time, it will be up to them. Even though our bones are strong, our knives are more powerful. Masked stranger, don't you like to cut people into pieces alive? Members of your organization are going through the same thing. Pray for them. His laughter was very wanton, and it was as if you could see an arrogant face through the sharp voice. Brothers from other mercenary organizations, If you can hear my broadcast, you are welcome to come to town number 7 to watch. This trial will last for a long time. Maybe 2 or 3 days. We don't want those tough guys to die too easily." In the end, he extended an invitation to all mercenary organizations in the wilderness, asking them all to come and watch. Su Xia guessed Wang Tung's intention. These words on the radio were not only spoken to him, but also to the other members of the Nanfeng organization. As long as they hear these words on the radio, they will inevitably formulate a rescue plan and risk their lives to rescue the more than 10 arrested members. When the time comes, Wang Tung only needs to lay the trap, open his pockets, and wait for the members of the Nanfeng organization to get in one by one. Wouldn't the members of the Nanfeng organization not be able to spot such a simple trap? Of course they can tell. However, the problem is that the more than 10 arrested members have relatives and friends. Even if they know there is a trap, they may still go. When this matter evolves to the end, there is a high probability that he will turn into a gourd boy to save Grandpa. This is a conspiracy. I believe that at this time. The members of the Nanfeng organization who heard those contents on the radio will fall into an extreme tangle. The Nanfeng organization is different from Su Xia. They are in the wilderness all year round and are more likely to use radios than Su Xia. They must have known the news early on. They may have started to quarrel now. This kind of thing is most likely to cause internal divisions. To save or not to save? This is a problem. Town number 7. Su Xia looked deeply, clicked on the system map, and began to check the location of this town. Players with an adventurous spirit have already explored the fog around Coral City. Many temporary gathering points, supply points, mercenary occupation locations, high-level monster habitats, etc. in the wilderness have all been marked. Among them, town number 7 is located southwest of Coral City. Town number 7. On the map, there is an icon of a reduced town model. The location of this town was provided by a player who joined the mercenary organization. This kind of mercenary town originally had no numbers. But after Wang Tung took over, in order to facilitate management, he gave each town a number and reorganized the management staff of the town. You can see that there are many places with the same sign in the wilderness around Coral City. Town number 1. Town number 2, destroyed by Nanfeng organization. Town number 3. These mercenary towns are like cancer. They not only exist around Coral City, but also outside many southwestern cities such as Fish Scale City, Swordfish City, and Starfish City. Originally, they all fought independently. But since Wang Tung came along, they have become more organized. No wonder many businessmen have been complaining about the difficulty of doing business recently. The transport trucks of the Chamber of Commerce have been robbed much more frequently than before. Su Xiao looked at the map and thought slowly. In order to protect their goods, merchants have to spend a lot of money to hire security companies. However, many security companies in the Southwest region are controlled by the Southwest Mercenary Union. And even those security personnel are officially registered members of the Southwest Mercenary Union. Therefore, some people have always suspected that the Southwest Mercenary Union may have united with Wang Tung long ago. One of them is responsible for protection, and the other is responsible for robbery. The two of them work together. They are a natural partner. As the frequency of robberies increases, merchants have to hire more security personnel. In the long run, the chambers of commerce in various cities are like working for the Southwest Mercenary Union. And most of the money they earn goes into the pockets of the Mercenary Union. This situation has already been reported to the managers of various cities. However, it is impossible to completely wipe out Wang Tung and his forces just by relying on the urban defense departments of each city. Those wandering mercenaries gathered and scattered like the wind in the wilderness. And they were well informed. As soon as they heard the sound of suppressing bandits, they would disperse immediately without giving them any chance. Who can get rid of Wang Tung? This question has been on the front pages of news in many cities. The bounties on the wanted lists in major cities were superimposed on each other, and coupled with the bounties offered by many chambers of commerce and individuals, the bounties accumulated on Wang Tung reached astronomical figures. Even Wang Tung himself issued a reward of tens of millions for him, because he felt that the bounty he had on him was not enough and could not match the masked stranger, which made him look very shameless. So he directly added tens of millions to the bounty on himself. Chapter 464 Before the Storm. From ancient times to the present, how many people are so arrogant that they dare to offer a reward to themselves? As long as he didn't think he lived too long, he wouldn't do such crazy things. But Wang Tung did just that. People who are not familiar with him may think he is crazy. Even those who know him will be deeply shocked by his arrogance. Hidden beneath that arrogance is his absolute strength and confidence. 3 days later in the evening. Town number 7-inch. Su Xia's profound gaze stayed on the system map, meditating quietly. From his current location to town number 7. If it were a normal time, and he could fly there directly, it would not take more than an hour. But now there are many patrol soldiers of the mechanical tribe around the city. So we need to stay vigilant and not be so arrogant. Even so, it would only take Su Xia 2 or 3 hours to reach the mercenary town. Before that, he had plenty of time to observe. The Natfong organization will most likely send out rescuers. At that time, not only will we have to find ways to rescue those 10 people, but we will also have to try our best to protect the safety of those people. It may be a bit troublesome. Su Xia thought for a moment, then moved her index finger lightly and slowly tapped on the old cash register. The radio channel belonging to the mercenary organization still has sounds, but it is not related to the masked weirdo, but is talking about the unity of the mercenaries. Wang Teng is a very ambitious man. He wants to firmly establish his title as the King of Mercenaries, and have all the mercenaries in the southwest region recognize him. In fact, his gaze may not have been limited to the southwestern region of the continent, but also to farther places. He may want to establish an alternative large-scale organization, a terrorist group that is outside the normal world. If it is really a trap, then he and his subordinates are probably not the only ones lurking there. There may be other forces involved, such as people from Lingyan Tavern and people from the Southwest Mercenary Union. Although there is not enough evidence, Su Xia is basically certain that Wang Teng has reached some kind of agreement with the people from the Southwest Mercenary Union. They are like two thieves, one in the light and the other in the dark, absorbing the blood of the major chambers of commerce in the Southwest region. No matter who it is, as long as he can kill Wang Teng, his reputation will definitely soar like a rocket, and he will become the benefactor and savior in the hearts of many people. But, with Wang Teng's caution, will he personally take charge of town number 7? This time, Su Xia not only wanted to save people, but also wanted to kill people. The matter between him and Wang Teng should come to an end. That guy was like a mosquito, making all kinds of news in his ears all day long. Although it was not harmful, it was enough to make people upset. If he is in town number 7, it means he has enough confidence. Su Xia continued to think. Nowadays, news about me is flying all over the sky. Wang Teng can definitely estimate my strength. If he is not here, it means that he has no confidence in the trap or his own strength, and just regards it as a test. Su Xia slowly zoomed in on the map, wanting to see the mountains and landscapes around the number 7 town. Unfortunately, since he has not been to town number 7 personally, there is still a lot of fog on his map. He can only compare the rough system map with the map explored by the players, and cannot see many details. The town is in a hilly area, surrounded by evergreen vegetation. It is suitable for hiding and ambush. Su Xia slowly took off the earphones. You can attack by force, or you can change your appearance and blend in among the many mercenaries. There are many ways. Come up with a suitable plan. You're a little anxious. Wu Hongyu suddenly glanced at him and said lightly, "No." Su Xia rubbed his chin. He was just thinking about ways to save people. This time there are no task prompts, no rule restrictions, nothing. It all depends on his personal actions. And this kind of free movement can easily lead to unexpected troubles. Relax. The world can function without anyone. The woman Wu Hongyu said indifferently. She didn't care about the life and death of those members of the Natfong organization. After all, it had nothing to do with her. There are some people who should not be lacking as much as possible. Su Xia said, refining potions can help you calm down. Wu Hongyu said casually, if there are too many things on your mind, you can put them away first. Well, that's true. Thanks for the reminder, Auntie. When refining the potion, you will indeed become focused unknowingly. Abandon all unnecessary thoughts. Let yourself be calm, and only the potion in your hand will be in your eyes and mind. Of course, this approach is also a double-edged sword. If the refining fails, the peaceful feeling will be shattered instantly. If you fail many times, don't even think about being calm. You may become irritable, and your condition may even be worse than before refining. Hong Bafu was prone to becoming irritable in the past. Once he failed too many times, he would start swearing and might even crush the reagent bottle. After his father left, he became more stable. Time passed slowly. The sun set in the west, and it was 6:30 in the evening. Boss Zhao from the restaurant across the street called out, Master Su, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat it here? Well, just over there. The smile returned to Su Xia's face, and she nodded slightly. In the past, when Dad was here, Boss Xiao would personally deliver the food to the store every time. But now, Su Xia feels that it is too troublesome. It is only across the street anyway, so it is more convenient to go directly to eat. As soon as the father left, only the three brothers were left in the shop. There was no warmth at all during the meal, and they always felt like something was missing. Hearing the sound of dinner starting, Hong Bafu was the first to run over. With his hands on his belly and a smile on his face, he asked, Boss Zhao, what is tonight? I asked about the aroma. Master Hong, these are your favorite stir-fried lamb and crispy lamb chops, made according to your taste. Boss Zhao replied with a smile. I'm just telling you why it smells so familiar. Hong Bafu's eyes shone. He took a deep breath and looked satisfied. Both he and Lan Bafu had gone through the war years when they didn't have enough to eat. At their worst, both of them were so thin that there was only a layer of skin left on their bodies, like walking skeletons. If their father hadn't taken them in, the two of them would have become one of the countless dead souls in the successive wars. Therefore, eating has become the most enjoyable moment of his day. There were not many people in the hotel. The current economic situation in Coral City is not very good, and ordinary people rarely go out to eat in restaurants. On the round dining table in front of the store, a group of children have been sitting in a circle obediently, with pairs of big eyes looking forward to today's dinner. After seeing the Beatitudes, these children all spoke kindly. Uncle Beatitudes. Good evening. Good evening. Uncle Hong. How many times have I told you? Don't call me uncle. Call me brother. Hong Bafu said with a straight face, sitting next to the children. I'm only in my 20s. I just look richer and look older. Uncle Hong, the book says it's not good to be too fat. A little girl spoke with a sweet voice. What book? Hong Bafu rolled his eyes and said forcefully. It must be a pirated book. How can a serious book contain these contents? These children are naturally the children Su Xia brought back from the demolition accident in the east of the city last time. There are 12 children in total, and they are Su Xia's first batch of apprentices. According to Su Xia's arrangement, these children have been supplementing basic knowledge during these days. The two Beatitudes found the best teachers in the area for the children and gave them tutoring every day, striving to transform these children as quickly as possible. Among them, Zhao Xiaobai, Xiao Qin's child, is the fastest learner. He is very smart and has already mastered most of the knowledge that he should master at his age. He is also the one with the best talent in medicine among these children. He can understand part of the medicine formula the first time he sees it. Su Xia accepted him as a disciple at that time, not only because of the mission, Zhao Qin's last wish, but also because he took a fancy to his talent in medicine. Where did Xiaobai go? Why aren't you back so late? Hong Bafu looked around and found that there was no sign of Zhao Xiaobai at the dinner table. After getting in touch with him during these days, he fell in love with Zhao Xiaobai, a smart child, and he also became interested in accepting a disciple. It's just that Zhao Xiaobai is Su Xia's apprentice, and he is not easy to grab, so he can only assist in teaching. Yes. Why didn't you see Xiaobai? Lan Bafu also came over and asked many children. Brother Xiaobai went to the east of the city. A little girl replied with her eyes wide open. Why is he going to the east of the city? Hong Bafu asked. Go teach. The little girl replied. Teaching? Hong Bafu was stunned. He is only more than 10 years old. What does he teach? Who does he teach? The friends who taught us. The friends who used to play with us in the slums. After Grandpa he passed away. No one can teach them. Several other children spoke up and told each other the specific whereabouts of Zhao Xiaobai. In the slums in the east of the city, where they once lived, educational resources are very scarce, and almost everyone has a prenatal education level. In the past, a retired teacher named He Qiubai taught them for free. But after the accident, the old teacher also died in a collapsed house. Knowledge is readily available to children in certain parts of the city, but those places do not include the slums. Zhao Xiaobai was worried that his friends would not get an education, so he spent half of his time studying the whole day's lessons, and then spent the other half of his time going to the east of the city to personally teach his friends and companions. That's it. Hong Bafu suddenly realized and sighed. This kid Xiaobai doesn't know how to tell us. We will definitely support this matter. It's so far to the east of the city. It takes half an hour to drive. How does he get there? Does he have any money? Lan Bafu asked. No money. The little girl replied. Oh. Why? Lan Bafu asked again. There is a very handsome uncle named Cheyenne. He drives by the street every day and sends brother Xiao by there. The little girl blinked her big bright eyes. Cheyenne? Hong Bafu thought for a while, and somehow felt that the name sounded familiar. He is the secretary of City Lord Qi Lang and occasionally appears on TV. Lan Bafu reminded. Oh, I remembered it. Hong Bafu nodded. That guy is wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Right. He looks like a polite scum. And he doesn't look like a good person. Could he have any plans for Xiaobai? Xiaobai is only 13 years old and has no use value at all. What could Cheyenne have planned? Lan Bafu shook his head. It's hard to say. I heard that some perverts like children, especially little boys. The two exchanged a few words in a low voice. Hong Bafu is a little worried, but Blue Bafu feels that there should be no problem. There have been rumors among the people for a long time, and there are also rumors on various online platforms. It is said that the current city Lord Qi Lang is a waste and can't even understand the basic city economy. If it weren't for the help of a secretary named Cheyenne, he would have resigned long ago. Although many people have never seen Cheyenne, his name often appears in various news channels. While the two were communicating, Su Xia came over from across the street and sat casually next to Hong Bafu. Brother Su Xia. Good evening, teacher. Good evening, teacher. Seeing Su Xia, these children stood up from their stools and said low to him in childish voices. Su Xia nodded slightly, waved her hand, and motioned for everyone to sit down. He doesn't have many rules here. As long as these children can study well, it's okay. Let's eat first. You should all be hungry. Eat more. It's the time to grow. You have suffered too much before, and you have to make up for it now. Su Xia smiled and said softly. Immediately, he turned his head, glanced at the two beatitudes beside him, and asked, What are you two talking about? Why are you so secretive? Brother Su, this is Zhao Xiaobai's business. Hong Bafu turned his head, lowered his voice, and expressed the worries in his heart. Hearing this, Su Xia's expression remained unchanged and she said calmly, It's okay. I can trust Cheyenne. Really? Hong Bafu was a little confused. Well, he also came from the slums. He is not the kind of second-generation kid who relies on family background and connections. Su Xia said, I see. You observe for a period of time. If Xiaobai's studies have not fallen behind, then let him do it. Su Xia is very pleased with this disciple's choice and will not stop him in any way. In the future, pharmacist schools will need a large number of students, and the slums in various areas of the city are the best places to source students. Brother Su, are you busy these days? Do you want to go to the slums with us to observe? Hong Bafu asked him. I've been having a little trouble these days. Little things? Well, it's a small thing. Su Xia's tone was as usual, and she didn't say anything clearly. In this world, killing someone is really not a big deal. At the same time, in the remote wilderness, among the rolling hills, there is a very special town. This town is exactly the number 7 town of wandering mercenaries that many business travelers hate. In the north of the town, in a private room of a bar, there were more than a dozen people in black robes discussing matters. Do you think that masked stranger will come? One of them said. He was tall, had a hideous scar on his face, and was enveloped in an evil aura. He was the person in charge of this town number 7. Probably not. Another person shook his head slightly and said, The last time the masked stranger appeared was in the north. It is impossible for him to return to the south so soon, under the heavy siege of the Machine Clan. It is good that he is still alive. That's right. He is probably still lingering on an island somewhere, said a person next to him. Maybe he has already gone to 2 other continents. As long as we can catch all the people from the Nanfeng organization, that's enough. Don't worry about the masked weirdo. He can't come. What if he comes? It's better if he comes. Humph. With Boss Wang Tung here, even if the masked stranger comes, he can only die here. Among these people, several people have an almost blind trust in Wang Tung. They believe that Wang Tung must be able to kill the masked stranger. If not, with the masked stranger's unyielding character, why did he never dare to come to Wang Tung? Don't worry. Even if Boss Wang Tung can't keep him, don't we still have President Luo Shi? The person in charge of the town said, looking at one of the men in black robes. The man in black robes smiled lightly, raised his head, and slowly took off the black hood on his head. The face under the hood was a little sallow and seemed unhealthy, giving people a sick and gloomy feeling. It was Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union. Thank you for your trust. He smiled faintly. If 1 ton can't keep the masked stranger, and all the traps you set fail, then I will take action myself. Thank you very much. President Luo, said the person in charge of the town. It doesn't matter. Just don't forget our agreement. Luo she glanced at everyone present. Naturally, he came here in person not just to watch the trial ceremony 3 days later. How confident are you, President Luo? How strong are you and that masked weirdo? One of them was a little worried and couldn't help but ask. Ha. Don't worry, everyone. As long as he dares to come, this will become his cemetery. Chapter 465 Plan. In a remote town, a large net against the Nafeng organization is slowly opening. Knowing it was a trap, would everyone from the Nafeng organization still go? In this regard, perhaps many members within Nafeng are undecided. As Su Xia expected, due to the rescue incident, the Nafeng organization split into 3 factions. In the secret underground base of the Nafeng organization, the 3 factions argued from morning to night. But they never came to a conclusion. One of the groups was determined to rescue them. Even though they knew there were great risks, they were unwilling to give up the more than 10 arrested members, and did not want to watch them die. If we give up on them today, we can give up on more people tomorrow. This is not a matter of life and death, but a matter of team belief. The leader of this faction is named Wang Xiong. He has a strong voice, a strong build, a full beard, and bulging eyes. He looks like a big black bear, and his clothes are almost bursting with muscles. He was not originally a member of the Nafeng organization, but the leader of a wandering mercenary group. But he didn't rob like other wandering mercenaries. He just circled a piece of land, cultivated fertile fields in the wilderness, captured wild beasts, and led organization members to explore ruined cities from time to time, in order to maintain the expenses of the entire organization. Later, because of his admiration for the masked stranger, Wang Xiong led a group of brothers from his own organization to join Nafeng and became an important force within Nafeng. There are not many people like him who join the Nafeng organization midway. He is heroic, broad-minded, has a wide range of friends, and attaches great importance to brotherhood. He soon became an important figure in the Nafeng organization. If we give up the first time, we will give up the second and third time. If things go on like this, what else can't be given up? Wang Xiong stared, his voice as loud as thunder. I didn't say I wanted to give up. I just wanted to take a long-term view and not fall into the enemy's tricks. Opposite him was a young man named Chu Tang whose face was red with anger. Chu Tang can be said to be a veteran of the Nafeng organization. He was originally a member of a mercenary organization. At the beginning, Su Xia attacked the mercenary town and killed a large number of wandering mercenaries who were guilty of crimes. Only a few mercenaries were not killed, and Chu Tang is one of them. Su Xia saw that he had good intentions and didn't really want to become a wandering mercenary. He was just forced to have no choice but to compromise. When he was within the mercenary organization, he never participated in those crazy robberies and killings, but only did some aftermath work. Therefore, he was left by Su Xia and became the first leaders of the Nafeng organization, leading the Nafeng organization to where it is today. It's just that his strength is really not that good, and he can only become a second-level psychic creature. Within the current Nafeng organization, there are already many people who are stronger than him, such as Wang Xiong in front of him. A long-term plan? Wang Xiong's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Those brothers will be tried in a few days, so when is there any time to plan it? I don't think you want to save them at all. You are as timid as a rat. You say I'm a rat? Chu Tang was so angry that his brain was about to smoke, and he said loudly, You fool! Can't you use your brain? What's the use of all the brute strength? You are strong. Maybe you can survive if you rush into that town. Come out. Where are the other brothers? You just don't have the guts to save people. Wang Xiong yelled angrily. Then tell me, how do you want to save him? Chu Tang was furious and asked Wang Xiong face to face. I divided my troops into 3 groups. One group of brothers pretended to attack, and the other group of brothers sneaked in advance to cause destruction inside the number 7 town and distract their attention. The third group of brothers will be responsible for rescuing people. Wang Xiong naturally has a plan. Otherwise, I won't keep shouting to save people. Although he looks like a reckless man, his mind is not simple. Those who can hang out in the wilderness all year round basically have 2 brushes. People who don't have enough brains will never survive now. They have long become fertilizer for the weeds and flowers in the wilderness. Feint? Sneak in? Chu Tang was full of anger and said loudly, "How many brothers will die in the Feint attack? How many of the brothers who sneaked into the number 7 town will come out alive? You clearly know that the town is a trap. Why do you arrange it like this?" Everyone is not stupid. They have all heard the words of the mercenaries on the radio, so they naturally know how dangerous town number 7 is. After all, this is a trolley problem-like event. In order to save more than 10 brothers, hundreds of brothers may be killed or injured. Is it worth it? Some think it's worth it, and are even willing to go into battle in person. It doesn't matter even if they die during the rescue, as long as they can rescue those brothers. Wang Xiong is such a person, and most of the people who support him are also like this. What are you afraid of? It's nothing more than death. Today's Nanfeng organization has been completely transformed. They have wiped out 2 mercenary towns and dozens of scattered small mercenary organizations. With every victory, they would free a large number of slaves oppressed by mercenaries. Most of those slaves were robbed by mercenaries from villages and towns near the city. After being rescued, a large number of them chose to join the Nanfeng organization and fight to the end with those wandering mercenaries in order to rescue more people with them. Similar people. Hatred is always one of the most powerful beliefs supporting the fight. Therefore, there are still some people who support Wang Xiong purely to fight those wandering mercenaries. Even if they die in the battle, it doesn't matter. I support brother Wang Xiong. I don't care about anything else. As long as I can kill those damn mercenaries. That's all. Someone spoke in the corner of the dark underground secret room. Yes. Kill 1 to earn enough money. Kill 2 to earn 1. And now I have earned 3. Ha. I've already made 5. Blood money. His grandma's. I just got enough. But it's still not enough. Everyone spoke one after another, with deep hatred in their voices. Many of them had their families destroyed by those wandering mercenaries. Their wives and daughters were humiliated to death, and their fathers and brothers were brutally murdered. They have no other belief in this life. Only revenge. In fact, it is this hatred that makes the Nanfeng organization far more cohesive than other organizations in the wilderness. Old Mu, tell me, should we go or not? Wang Xiong slammed the table and looked at another person not far away. The man was older than Chu Tang, tall and thin, and his name was Mu Yang. Like Chu Tang, he was once a member of a mercenary organization in that mercenary town. Later, he was let go by Su Xia and became the first leaders of the Nanfeng organization. Among these veteran leaders, Mu Yang can be said to be the most tactful, well-organized and well-rounded, and handles all matters of the entire Nanfeng organization in an orderly manner. He is a rare compound talent. Because of this, everyone is willing to listen to him. At every critical moment, he would be called upon to come up with an idea. Today, because of this incident, the Nanfeng organization is roughly divided into 3 factions. Wang Xiong's group expressed their determination to rescue, while Chu Tang's group believed that a long-term plan should be considered, and most of the remaining people stood behind Mu Yang. Yes, brother Mu, make up your mind. Should we go or not? Someone immediately spoke and turned their attention to Mu Yang. After this person spoke, the others also spoke one after another to express their support for Mu Yang. Brother Mu, what do you think we should do? As long as you ask, we don't have any objection whether you go or not. We will all listen to you. The other 2 factions had been arguing all day long, but Mu Yang's faction seemed to be quite sensible and did not participate too much in the debate. Only now, he had to speak. Feeling everyone's gaze, Mu Yang was silent for a while, without speaking directly, as if he was thinking about something. The underground space gradually became quiet, and everyone looked at him, waiting for him to come up with an effective solution. After a while, he slowly said, "We must save him." He raised his head and looked at everyone calmly. This sentence was very stable, representing his determination and directly setting the tone of the following conversation. Hearing this, Wang Xiong laughed immediately, with a face full of joy, and said, "I know that you, Lao Mu, are usually aloof, but you still understand things at critical moments. Old Wang, don't be happy yet." Mu Yang lightly knocked on the table and glanced at Wang Xiong. "What?" Wang Xiong asked him. "We must save people, because you were right before. This is a matter of belief. If you give up once, you may give up more times. This kind of giving up will make people in Nanfeng unstable. I think the enemy has also expected this." Mu Yang's voice was gentle, and seemed to have a special magic power that slowly echoed in this underground space. He continued, "But we can't do it the way you said. Why? Isn't it good to divide the troops into 3 groups? Wang Xiong asked him. Not enough, Mu Yang said seriously. How else can we divide it? Wang Xiong asked in a loud voice. The current Nanfeng organization has many people who can fight. More than 6,000 people. How to make good use of these more than 6,000 people is a very serious issue. You must know that the City Defense Department of Coral City only has about 4,000 people, which is maintained at this number all year round. And the equipment is uneven. In name, it only has the equipment of an infantry brigade, without the existence of the mechanical tribe. The current Nanfeng organization can even try to capture some small cities as strongholds. Old Mu, how do you want to divide it? Wang Xiong grinned. No matter how we divide it, I must be the first to take the lead. It's been a long time since I killed those mercenary brats. Me too. Let me follow brother Wang Xiong, and I will take the lead. Someone immediately shouted. And I. Everyone. Be quiet first and listen to me. Mu Yang frowned and slapped the table so hard that it banged, and a crack appeared on the tabletop. He looked around and glanced at everyone. His expression not very good. Under his gaze, everyone gradually became quiet. Then, he slowly asked, Old Chu, do you have any objections about rescuing people? No. Lao Mu, you can arrange it. Chu Tang shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to save people, but he just couldn't think of a good way. After all, although Wang Xiong's method of dividing his troops into 3 groups sounded effective, he didn't know how many people would die. Chu Tang is a very rational person. He likes to calculate and compare. If the cost of doing something is greater than the reward, he will give up on that thing. Thanks to his character, Nanfeng has been able to reach the present step by step in the wilderness surrounded by wolves, and has grown into an organization that all forces have to face up to. If Wang Xiong had followed Wang Xiong's idea, everyone in the Nanfeng organization might have been wiped out long ago. Okay, since everyone is willing to listen to me, I will say it. Mu Yang waved his hand, threw out a map, and laid it flat on the long wooden table. Through the dim light, it can be seen that this is a map of the southwestern region of the continent, which is drawn and marked in great detail. Then, Mu Yang picked up a long wooden stick, pointed forward, pointed at town number 7 on the map, and said, Old Wang's idea is right. Before saving people, we really need to disperse the enemy's attention. But feints and internal sabotage are only one of the methods. We can also use other methods, such as he spoke, the wooden bar in his hand moved to the sign of another town. Town number 5. This town is in the same direction as town number 7, and is not far away. The first step is to let people release the news, saying that we are going to attack town number 5. Mu Yan said slowly. We want to turn town number 5 into ruins, just like we once did to town number 2 and town number 5. That's what town 9 does. Old Mu, are we really going to attack? Wang Xiong scratched his beard and asked subconsciously. Not yet. Just make some noise and attract their attention first. Mu Yang shook his head. This is a good idea. Wang Xiong slapped the table and praised. After the news spreads, will the mercenaries believe it? It doesn't matter, as long as they hear the news, whether they believe it or not. Their attention will always be distracted, and they have to pay attention to town number 5 and beware of sneak attacks by the Nanfeng organization. As a result, the mercenaries would not be able to fully cope with what happened in town number 7. Old Mu, what's next? What should we do next? Wang Xiong asked impatiently. The second step is to send out manpower in multiple directions to ambush the various mercenary organizations heading to town number 7. Mu Yang said calmly. Wang Tung has issued a call. With his influence, there will definitely be many mercenary organizations go there, especially small organizations with only a few dozen people. They are the ones in most need of shelter. Okay. Do you want to kill them all? A trace of ferocity flashed on Wang Xiong's face. No. We have to strive for the least loss. Mu Yang pressed his hand to signal him to calm down, and said, If you can kill them all, kill them all. If you can't, just harass them. You must make them feel tired. How to harass? Are you going to run away after firing a shot? Someone asked from behind. Attack first. If the enemy pursues you, you can flee directly. If the enemy gives up chasing, you can turn around and continue to harass. Mu Yang calmly made a plan. When the enemy stops to rest, you must also harass and seize the initiative. Try to avoid fighting enemies at their peak until they become exhausted. Okay. I understand. Wang Xiong nodded. Remember, we may seem strong now, but we are still no match for the combined efforts of all the mercenaries. We must be cautious in everything we do. Mu Yang warned carefully. Everyone present nodded and carefully remembered every word Mu Yang said. At this critical moment, Mu Yang was more like a strategist, and every word he gave was extremely important. Old Mu, what should we do next? Wang Xiong continued to ask. Well, the next third step is very important. Aren't those mercenaries afraid of Lord Mask? Mu Yang looked at everyone with deep eyes. We will release the news that Master Mask has returned and is preparing to give Wang Tung a fatal blow. Chapter 466 6 Steps. Let's just say that the adults are back. This news was enough to frighten many mercenaries out of their minds. Masked weirdo. These 4 words have become an indelible shadow in the hearts of many wandering mercenaries. After all, it is too exaggerated for one person to wipe out an entire mercenary town. It is almost like cheating. Although the town was not big, there were still hundreds of mercenaries stationed there. But they were unable to resist it all. They simply evaporated from the world like a swarm of ants. After that night, many mercenaries went to the ruins of the mercenary town. In the mess, they only saw some broken bones, tattered internal organs, coagulated blood clots, torn strips of flesh, etc., and could hardly find an intact body. The masked man is a devil. This statement has long been circulated within many mercenary organizations. Of course, there are more horrifying claims. After that, many people spread rumors, and Su Xia had already become the incarnation of the god of death. Some of the wandering mercenaries who escaped from the mercenary town came forward to speak out and use their personal experiences to prove to everyone the terror of the masked strangers. In their description, the masked stranger is a headless monster with no head. There was a faint will-o'-the-wisp floating on the position of his head, and he was holding a long scimitar like a crescent moon. Behind his back was a scarlet cloak dyed red with blood. He was wearing a ferocious armor made of charred bones. He was cold and ruthless, and only knew about killing. He was high up, suspended over the town, spreading his arms under the cold night, with his bloody cloak fluttering, sending desperate mercenaries to L one after another to satisfy the undead contract he signed with the god of death. Many people are saying that the reason why the masked stranger was able to resurrect from the dead was because of the legendary contract. He made a promise to death. He will select those who have committed the most heinous crimes in the human world and use terrifying means to send them to L to fill the vacancies in L. In this era, the theory of ghosts and gods was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and many mercenaries were frightened to the point of being in panic all day long. After all, they know they have blood on their hands. It was precisely because of the pressure brought by Su Xia that many mercenary organizations chose to rely on Wang Tung and live under Wang Tung's protection. Those mercenaries are afraid of Master Mask to the core, Mu Yang added. During this period, although they use various methods to belittle Master Mask on the private radio station, everyone can see their fierce appearance and inner lust. Wang Tung, give them 100 more courage, and they won't dare to provoke Lord Mask. Okay, this is a good method. Even if you don't beat them, you will still scare them to death. Wang Xiong clapped and praised them repeatedly. Let me do this. I know how to do it, Chu Tang said. Well, Lao Chu, you have to be careful. The news you release should be both true and false, giving people an unpredictable feeling, Mu Yang reminded. Don't worry. I understand. Chu Tang nodded. Old Mu, what's next? Wang Xiong asked again. After these 3 steps of the plan, what else are you going to do? Are you going to save people directly? No. There is still a 4th step, Mu Yang said in a deep voice. Step 4? What is it? This step is also focused on attacking the mind. But it's not external pressure, but internal contradictions. Mu Yang looked at everyone and spoke slowly. The news was released, saying that Wang Tung wanted to clear his name and planned to erase his identity as a wandering mercenary and join a regular organization. From now on, he would wash his hands in a golden basin. So he contacted the Southwest Mercenary Military Association. Contacted the Mercenary Union? Wang Xiong was startled. What's the use of this news? It seems that Wang Tung is indeed in contact with the Southwest Mercenary Union. Isn't it easy to use it? No. This thing is very useful. Mu Yang raised his hand slightly, and the wooden bar in his hand moved and pointed again at the mark of town number 7 on the map. He said in a deep voice, In 3 days, many mercenary organizations will gather in this town. Many of them must want to attach themselves to Wang Tung and continue to live a life of burning, killing and looting in the wilderness. But if they know Wang Tung wants to wash his hands in a golden basin, what will they think? Do they want to wash their hands in the golden basin together? Someone asked from behind. It's not that easy to wash your hands in a golden basin. Someone immediately retorted. Yes. Once you embark on this path, it will not be so easy to retreat. If those people really wanted to wash their hands of each other, they would have had the opportunity to change their appearance when they re-registered residence in various cities. But they didn't, which shows that they prefer a life of murder and arson. There was no need for a detailed explanation. Just by saying this, everyone immediately understood what Mu Yang meant. If Wang Tung wants to clear his name and become a positive figure, can he still be the target of many mercenary organizations? Thinking further, how should a positive character deal with wandering mercenaries in the wilderness? The 4 words, wandering mercenary, are the negative representatives of this era. Moreover, this news is authentic enough. Mu Yang knocked on the table. Even we all know that Wang Tung has some collusion with the Southwest Mercenary Union. I think there must be many people inside the mercenary organization. People understand? Yes, Lao Mu is right. This news may be true or false, and it is enough to make those within the mercenary organization suspicious. Chu Tang said, but that's not enough. We need to make further use of this matter. Mu Yang said solemnly. Old Mu, how else can I use it? Wang Xiong asked him. Releasing more information. Say that there is a price for Wang Tung to wash his hands of the Ji Pin. Saying that he has reached an agreement with Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union. And the price is the heads of all members of the mercenary organization. Hey, isn't this too cruel? Wang Xiong's eyes widened and he took a breath. But he quickly said, okay, I like it so cruel. Indeed, there is a price for villains to clear themselves. This price must be paid either by oneself or by others. If Wang Tung really wants to clear his name, will he arrest all the members of the mercenary organization and dedicate them to the regular organization as a certificate of surrender? In other words, could town number 7 be not a trap of the Nanfeng organization, but a trap of various mercenary organizations? As long as a normal person is a normal person, these questions will arise unconsciously. Okay, Lao Mu, you are such a damn talent. Wang Xiong's voice was rough, and he had praised Mu Yang more than once. This step is really good. If used well, it can directly divide the major mercenary organizations and plant a nail of suspicion within them, making them suspicious of each other. Chu Tang also said, yes, but that's not enough. Mu Yang said, what? Not enough? Wang Xiong was stunned for a moment and looked at Mu Yang. You have already done this. Why is it not enough? What else to do? The rest of the people also fell silent, staring at Mu Yang, waiting for Mu Yang's follow-up arrangements. Mu Yang looked solemn. His voice was steady, and he spoke slowly. I want to break the news. It's not just Wang Tung who wants to wash his hands in a golden basin. There are several leaders of large mercenary organizations who want to follow him and wash their hands in a golden basin. They to become a positive person. Leave this barren wilderness. Take the wealth that their brothers have worked so hard to build, and go to the big city to enjoy a life superior to others. Hack. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Xiong's eyes widened, and he immediately patted his head. Since we want to split the mercenary organization, we must split it thoroughly. Not only do they need to doubt the mercenary king, but they also need to make various large organizations doubt each other, and even make members within each organization suspicious of each other. As long as they hear the news, whether they believe it or not, they will have similar doubts in their hearts. If the leader of the organization wants to take the treasure to the city and enjoy life, what should the rest of the brothers in the organization do? One more person means one more pair of hands to distribute the treasure. Could someone be doing something secretly to kill the other brothers first? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to do it yourself? Once suspicion arises, it cannot go away. It will only deepen as time goes by. In particular, the members of those mercenary organizations are all vicious people, and all of them are blood-stained fanatics. There is no trust between them, and internal fights often occur when they disagree. Brother Mu's move is really damaging. So damaging. If I were the boss of those mercenary organizations, I don't know how upset I would be after hearing this news. Speaking of which, do any of them really have this idea? For example, after accumulating enough wealth, they kill all their brothers, then change their appearance, take all the wealth to the big city, and live a normal life of rich people. People's hearts are unpredictable. After all, they are all separated by the belly. Everyone suddenly thought, could anyone really have such an idea? The wilderness is a very cruel place. There are always people killing each other. It is chaotic. And there are all kinds of people. Some people, who were calling themselves brothers one day, and wished they could die in the same year, month and day, would draw their swords and attack them the next day, as if they were dealing with the enemy who killed their father, without mercy. In this land stained with blood, smiling tigers, hypocrites, etc. can be seen everywhere. Not to mention all the bosses of the mercenary organizations. At least most of them are extremely hypocritical people. Mu Yang's fourth step is simply a knife that kills people without blood. Although it is not powerful enough now, it will one day become a weapon for members of the mercenary organization to stab each other. Okay. Each of Lao Mu's 4 steps is quite wonderful. It's much better than my 3-way army. Wang Xiong felt ashamed. Compared with the 2, he was indeed just a reckless man with no brute strength. Lao Mu. Is there a 5th step? Chu Tang asked. Have. There's more? Mu Yang nodded slowly and said in a low voice. This step is called treating the other person with his own way. Chu Tang was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded. Old Mu, do you want to use those prisoners? That's right. There are prisoners, not only from the mercenary organizations, but also from the Nafeng organization. In many battles, the Nafeng organization eliminated a large number of wandering mercenaries, and occasionally captured some more valuable characters. Currently, deep in their secret underground base, there are more than 20 wandering mercenaries imprisoned, less than half of whom were once leaders of a certain organization. Originally, these people were retained just to obtain valuable information from them. But as time passed, and after many interrogations, everyone discovered that the mercenary organization was extremely scattered and rarely exchanged information with each other. Even those leaders couldn't say much of value. Keeping them is just a waste of rations. Now is the time for them to show their final value. Mu Yang said in a deep voice. Old Mu, what should we do? Wang Xiong asked him. It's better to release the news. Use the private radio station we built. Broadcast to the outside world. And tell everyone that we will publicly try the more than 20 prisoners in the evening 3 days later. Mu Yang gave him a time, and it turned out to be 3 days later in the evening. And there was also a public trial. This is the same trick. Even the way of publicity is the same. However, this time it was Wang Teng and the leaders of many mercenary organizations who faced the choice. As long as the first few steps mentioned by Mu Yang can be done well, a lot of rumors will appear within the mercenary organization, causing people's hearts to be unstable. In the past, Wang Teng and the others might not have chosen to rescue them. After all, they were just irrelevant people who would die if they died. But at this critical moment, the internal situation is already unstable. How will they choose? Mu Yang looked at everyone. His voice was calm, and he said word by word, tell those mercenaries that whether to save or not is up to them in a moment's notice. Good. Hearing this, Wang Xiong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but cheer. Not to mention how happy he felt. To save or not to save. Because of this issue, there was a quarrel within the Nafeng organization from morning till night, and they almost split on the spot. The previous quarrels made everyone feel very aggrieved. After all, the initiative was in the hands of the mercenaries, so they could only passively respond. This aggrievedness made them extremely uncomfortable. But now, the same frustration has been transferred to those in the mercenary organization. This 5-step strategy is enough to make those people miserable. By then, how many people will focus on town number 7? When they thought of this, everyone looked at Mu Yang with admiration. It's impossible not to admire me. If it were their brains, they might only know how to rush forward with a gun in hand. If they could come up with a move to attack the east and west, they would be considered extraordinary. Those who could think of multiple ways to divide their troops would be even more top-notch brains. Old Mu, is there anything else? Wang Xiong asked. He felt that these 5 steps were perfect enough to minimize the losses of the Nafeng organization. Well, there are still some things that need to be arranged. Mu Yang nodded. What else? Join forces. Join forces? That's right. Mu Yang waved the long stick in his hand and clicked on the mark of Coral City. He said calmly, there is an undead team called Baiken Castle. One of their leaders is named Li Difu. This name, you guys. Does it feel familiar? Li Difu? Everyone was stunned for a moment when he explained. This name was so familiar to them. Back then, wasn't the first pseudonym used by the masked stranger to be Li Difu? I have had contact with them and learned that this undead creature named Li Difu is Lord Mask's disciple. And he is probably the only disciple. Mu Yang said slowly. Lao Mu, is this credible? Could it be a trap? Chu Tang asked hesitantly. It's credible. I've investigated what they did in Coral City. Mu Yang said solemnly. But they are the undead after all. Wang Xiong also spoke. He agreed with everything Mu Yang said before. But now this matter related to the undead, which made him hesitate. After all, everyone knows that the undead are a group of guys who only have interests in their eyes. As long as there is enough profit, they can even sell the rope to hang themselves to others. And they can be resurrected anyway. The undead are humans too. Listening to everyone's doubtful voices, Mu Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he just lightly knocked on the table. Times have changed. We must unite all forces that can be united. Chapter 467 The Lost Eye. Unite all those who can unite. This is the most correct choice, and also the current world trend. Even the various mercenary organizations that have always been scattered and fighting independently have begun to communicate with each other, which is enough to explain a lot of problems. A new round of reshuffle is about to begin. Only those with enough trump cards can survive the horrific purge in the future. Remember, what we have to face is not just Wang Tung and his mercenary organization, nor is it just the Southwest Mercenary Union. Mu Yang looked at everyone with a solemn expression and said word by word. The world is going to be in turmoil. A war that can destroy this planet is brewing. None of us can escape. Old Mu, is it so serious? Wang Xiong asked, slightly surprised. Yes. Mu Yang nodded solemnly and said, the Zerg tribe is ready to move. There are signs of Zerg creatures appearing all over the world, and all major human gathering places are accumulating strength. The undead tribe descending from other worlds are also slowly growing. Now, the power of the mechanical tribe has also begun to awaken. Yes, Lao Mu is right. The current situation is indeed very delicate. It seems that it can be detonated at any time. All it needs is a fuse. Chu Tang agreed. He is also a person who is relatively keen on current affairs. Not only them, but anyone who pays close attention to news around the world can now smell something amiss. Some people have begun to store doomsday cans that can be stored for decades, while others have gone into deep mountains and forests to build doomsday survival fortresses far away from human habitations in order to survive the war that may break out in the future. When will that war break out? No one can explain this clearly, but many people can feel that the war is getting closer. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe next week. We now have more than 6,000 brothers who can fight. We seem very powerful, but we are still vulnerable in front of the regular army. Mu Yang said his thoughts to everyone in a calm voice. Unite the undead. This idea has been in his mind for a long time. However, just as everyone was worried, even he was worried would the undead change their mind? After all, the undead only have interests in their eyes. This is not a rumor, but has been proved by incidents time and time again. So he watched the Beach Book team for a long time. After a long period of observation and analysis, Mu Yang came to his own conclusion. The undead members at the bottom of that Bikini Castle team may not be trustworthy, but their core members are trustworthy. Especially the member named Li Defu. Mu Yang said solemnly. Old Mu, you have to think clearly. If you make the wrong step, the consequences will be disastrous. Wang Xiong reminded. I think clearly. Mu Yang said. Okay. Then I'll listen to you. Wang Xiong made up his mind, not wanting to waste any more time, and immediately expressed his support. Next, everyone began to discuss the specific matters of rescuing people. They only had 3 days, and everything had to be rushed. Soon, a visiting group was formed, with Mu Yang as the representative and Chu Tang and others as team members. A group of more than 10 people left the underground fortress at night and started their first visit to the Biki Fort team, Nafong Organization and Bikibo. 2 teams that were both related to Su Xia started their first formal exchange without Su Xia even knowing about it. Union is gradually becoming mainstream throughout the world. The war in the future will most likely not be a 3-party war, but a melee between multiple forces. Only a strong enough team can survive to the end, defeat all opponents and become the final winner. Su Xia is like a link, connecting a communication channel between the 2 teams. At the same time, in Coral City, Old Street, and Pharmacy, after dinner, Su Xia was still thinking about the Nafong organization. Those guys, please don't attack town number 7 directly. He sat in front of the workbench, thinking silently. They must be able to see such an obvious trap. Judging from their past combat methods, there should be a few smart people internally as the brains of the team. But we also have to consider the worst-case scenario. It's not that Su Xia doesn't believe in the Nafong organization. He just wants to consider everything thoroughly. The biggest problem now is that he, the founder of the Nafong organization, doesn't even know where the Nafeng organization is based. So he can't contact those guys. After conquering the town, Su Xia chose a good station location for them, which was in the mountainous area of southwest China. However, after such a long time, the Nafeng organization has long since moved. They were like a ball of wind, drifting in all directions in the wilderness, with no fixed station at all. Brother Su, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about the Pharmacist Exchange Conference? Hong Bafu came over and asked curiously. No, I'm thinking about school and students. Su Xia made an excuse at random, and then asked, Brother, are you interested in the exchange conference? Of course I'm interested. Who wouldn't be interested in an opportunity to communicate with a large number of colleagues? Hong Bafu replied. There is a 6th level pharmacist in the store right now. Why don't you guys go ask for advice? Su Xia asked him with a smile. Aunt Wu is too cold and ignores me and Lan Bafu at all. She keeps looking at the teacher's collection in the basement. Hong Bafu was helpless. Of course, he went to ask for advice. But the result was not ideal. Wu Hongyu didn't give any guidance to the two of them, but just told them to find their own way. For the Hong Bafu and the Blue Bafu, their path is naturally the path that their father walked. If you go down this path, you will grow the fastest. Don't be discouraged. If it doesn't work once, just ask for help a few times. Su Xia said. Brother Su, you are right. To be a human being, you need to be thick-skinned. It just so happens that Bafu and I have an advantage in this aspect. Hong Bafu nodded seriously. By the way, Brother Hong, there are women in the store. You and Brother Lan will restrain themselves from now on and try to dress appropriately when you get up in the morning. Su Xia reminded. Aunt Wu wants to live on the 2nd floor. Hong Bafu was surprised. There are only 4 single rooms on the 2nd floor of the shop. 1 for my father, and 1 for each of the 3 brothers. It is already full. Although Su Xia has bought the land of the neighbors on the left and right sides, the expansion project has not yet started, and there are not many rooms in the store. Not on the 2nd floor. She plans to live on the basement floor, Su Xia said. The basement of the pharmacy is large enough, especially the huge space on the 3rd underground floor. Not only one person, but also an army can live in it. Not only Aunt Hongyu, but also 2 other women. They should be arriving soon, Su Xia said. Huh? Are there any guests? Well, when we meet later, you and Brother Lan should behave more appropriately. Those 2 are both rare beauties. Beauty? Hong Bafu's eyes lit up at first, and then he shook his head. Brother, you understand me. I only have potions in my heart, and am not interested in worldly vulgarity. Su Xia pursed her lips and looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Yemo and Xinyu should be here soon. The 2 of them had just woken up, and they definitely had a lot to say to the members of the North Wind Story Club, such as their experiences when they had dementia, and also to understand what had happened recently. On Su Xia's taskbar, the Lost Man mission is displayed as completed. Mission rewards were also distributed. It's just that things happened one after another before, and Su Xia didn't have time to see it. Taking advantage of the free time now, Su Xia sent Hong Bafu away and asked him and Lan Bafu to move things in the basement. Then she clicked on the reward column and glanced at it casually. Like other missions in the past, in each mission, some psychic potions will be given. Some are low-level potions, and some are mid-level potions. These potions can no longer attract Su Xia's attention. He clicked and took it out, then moved his eyes and saw the last reward. The icon of the reward item is very strange. It looks like an eye, but there is no pupil in the eye, but a deep black vortex, which is very deep. Take out, Su Xia thought, and the reward item appeared in his hand. Pendant? He looked carefully and saw that it was a pendant-like object with a slender chain that was silver-white. What hangs below the chain is a silver-white metal object that looks like an upright eye. It is cold to the touch and about the size of a thumb. The black vortex in the center of the eye seems to be carved out, which looks very strange. Lost Eye, defense items. After wearing this item, you can resist 9 mental attacks every day. The description of this thing is very simple. Only 2 short lines. There is no manufacturer, no indication of origin, and no description of how to use it. It seems to be passively triggered. Will it defend itself whenever it is attacked mentally? Su Xia gently stroked the pendant. Thoughtfully, he really needs a mental defense item now. The last time he was in Seahorse City, he encountered several mental attacks. If he hadn't been strong enough and a master like Chi Yu wanted to die, he might have died in that small town. The mental attacks unleashed on him by level 5 creatures were enough to stun him for a second or two. And 1 or 2 seconds, in this era, is enough to determine a person's life or death. If nothing else, let's talk about Francis, the gun king of the year. Francis is famous for more than just his legendary sniper rifle. His familiarity with various firearms is unmatched by ordinary people. According to legend, he had a conflict with a local gang in an underground bar. The two sides drew guns and shot at each other. Francis used an ordinary revolver to fire 5 shots in 1 second, hitting the head with the gun, instantly killing the man. The leader of the gang and several high-ranking personnel were killed, shocking everyone present. A moment or two of trance, in the eyes of a legend like Francis, is enough to kill another legend. The Lingian Tavern must know about my mental weakness, and will make key arrangements in this regard. Su Xia suddenly smiled and looked at the pendant in her hand. Next time we face each other, let's see how useful this little thing can be. Su Xia knew very well that there must be many people inside Lingian Tavern who were good at mental attacks. The accumulation of so many years is enough to increase the number of masters in 0 Point Tavern to a terrifying level. Just as he was thinking, the door of the pharmacy was suddenly pushed open. Jingle bell. The bell on the door shook for a while, and the sound was clear. A guest is coming. Su Xia held the pendant and turned to look. It was Emo and Shin Yu who entered the store. Both of them were wearing well-fitting casual clothes and light makeup. They were young and beautiful, like 2 girls next door. The 2 of them were each carrying a large bag and dragging a large suitcase. They felt like they were dragging a family with them. After entering the store, they opened their eyes wide and looked around curiously. Master Dad's pharmacy. I haven't been here for a long time, and it still smells familiar. Emo took a deep breath, raised the corners of his mouth, and a touch of satisfaction appeared on his pretty face. I just like the taste of these medicinal herbs. The smell in the pharmacy is very strange. The smells of various pharmaceutical ingredients are mixed together. It's not unpleasant, but ordinary people wouldn't find it pleasant. Emo is a very strange girl. She actually likes this kind of taste. On the side, Shinyu blinked and took a few deep breaths. Does it smell that good? She asked curiously. You don't understand, Emo said with a smile. It's very troublesome to explain, so I won't tell you. Master Su is over there, so go say hello to him first. The 2 of them saw Su Xia sitting in front of the workbench, and happened to meet Su Xia's eyes looking at them. Good evening, Master Su. Shinyu smiled lightly, with 2 charming dimples appearing on his pretty face. Good evening. Su Xia smiled and said, You 2 don't have to be too formal. Just treat this place as your home. There are no rules in the store. Okay. Emo pretended to be obedient and nodded seriously. Before she set off, repeatedly told her to restrain her nature and not cause too much trouble to the pharmacy. As for Shinyu, was very relieved about this girl. She looks like a girl next door, knows what's right, and has a good temper. What is the chain in Master Su's hand? It looks very exquisite. Do you want to give it to your girlfriend? Emo's big eyes suddenly turned and saw the lost eye in Su Xia's hand, with a curious look on his face. Asked, No, I don't have a girlfriend. Su Xia answered truthfully. This is just an ordinary pendant, left by the teacher. Oh. Emo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looked away, and did not ask any more questions on this issue. Her big eyes turned and looked around, looking inside the store, as if she was curious and wanted to find some traces. Master Su, you have met our masked friend. What do you think of him? She suddenly asked again. It's okay, Su Xia replied casually. I think he is a very good person. Handsome, young and promising, decisive in killing. But not just okay, but also quite okay, Emo said with a smile. She blinked. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and she looked at Su Xia and said, Master Su, next time you see the mask, you must convey my words to me. Yes, I will. Su Xia nodded slightly. Master Su, you are also a very good person, Emo said suddenly. You flatter me. Su Xia had a modest smile and a gentle voice. He was not stupid, but with just a few words, he knew that this girl was doubting his identity. Emo's intuition and intelligence are among the best in the entire Beifeng Story Club, and he is the one who has had the most contact with Su Xia among them. You know, the original invitation card to Lingian Tavern was given to Su Xia by Emo outside Luoxing Town. Combined with all the recent events, it was normal for her to see some clues. Chapter 468. Give it a try. The pharmacy became lively again. Today there are 3 more overnight guests. 3 more women. This has no impact on Su Xia. But the 2 brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu need to restrain themselves. From now on, they can no longer go out shirtless to wash up in the morning. After a brief exchange, Su Xia talked about the current situation of the pharmacy. There are not many rooms upstairs, so you 2 can only live in the basement temporarily, he said slowly. If you are not used to it, you can also live on the 2nd floor of the hotel opposite. Boss Zhao has more rooms. Master Su, you're welcome. When we were at Lincoln Tavern, we lived underground every day and got used to it early on, Shin Yu said with a smile. Okay, you 2, come with me. Su Xia put away the lost eye pendant, stood up from the workbench, and made a gesture of invitation. There aren't many things on the basement floor, but the area is much larger than the one upstairs. The 2 brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were dealing with the debris on the underground floor. They were holding large boxes and going back and forth between the 1st and 2nd floors of the basement, moving everything belonging to the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. Go! After more than 10 trips back and forth, both of them were panting from exhaustion, and their legs were shaking. Call! Hong Bafu exhaled loudly. His chest heaved. His fat face was red with exhaustion, and his face was covered with sweat. He stretched out his hand and wiped it on his face, sat down in the corner, and said to Lan Bafu, Lan, we are all psychic creatures. Logically speaking, our physical strength should be better than that of ordinary people. How can we move it? Isn't it okay to just order something? Brother Hong, are we really too fat? Lan Bafu also sat down, his face covered with sweat, and he was almost too tired to go. Nonsense. What we call rich status. Brother Hong, are you too rich? The 2 of them touched their big bellies and fell into deep thought one after another. Not far away, in the corner of the underground floor, the woman Wu Hongyu was standing in front of a painting hanging on the wall, with a look of reminiscence on her face, and ignored the 2 brothers who were busy coming and going. In fact, Su Xia asked the 2 brothers to move things because she wanted them to show their faces in front of Wu Hongyu and get the chance to be pointed out as soon as possible. Now, the entire underground floor is partially empty. When Su Xia took Yimo and Shin Yu into the underground floor, she happened to see Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu spread out in the corner. Tired? He asked the 2 of them with a smile. Brother Su, did the teacher secretly teach you any weight loss medicine? Hong Bafu asked out of breath with a tired look on his face, holding his chubby belly. No, brothers. Please be realistic. Su Xia smiled and said, if there is such a potion, why should we sell other potions? Just open a beauty salon, and men and women from all over the world who want a good figure will come to us, and we will definitely make much more money than we do now. Brother Su, aren't there a lot of advertisements for weight loss pills on TV? Lan Bafu asked. That's all IQ tax. It's true to keep your mouth shut and exercise more. Su Xia said. Brother Su, you don't do much exercise. Why are you in such good shape? Hong Bafu couldn't help but mutter. Hearing what he said, Imo also smiled and asked. Yes, Master Su. You don't exercise much. How come you are in such good shape? Do you have any tips? Master Su, you shouldn't exercise secretly every night. Right? I just eat less. Su Xia smiled and gave a random reason. At this time, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu noticed the 2 people behind Su Xia, and immediately took off the clothes on their stomachs to cover their round bellies. Brother Su, are these the 2 guests you mentioned before? Hong Bafu asked. Well, it's them. Su Xia walked down the wooden stairs and introduced both parties. This is Miss Imo, and this is Miss Shin Yu. They are from Lincoln Tavern and will stay with us for a long time. As he said that, he turned around again, pointed at the 2 beatitudes, and then said to Imo and Shin Yu, these 2 are my senior brothers. The fatter one is called the Hong Aid Blessings, and the fatter one is called Hong Blessings. It's called Blue Blessing. I have met 2 masters. Imo put on a sweet smile. I have heard the names of the 2 masters for a long time. It is better to meet them than to be famous. The 2 masters are indeed the best among people, and they are rare in Coral City. Genius. Hey, the word master is too strong. We are not worthy yet. Hong Bafu smiled sheepishly. Yes, Brother Su is the master. We 2 are just a little bit behind. Lan Bafu also put on a humble look. You 2 masters are so humble. At your age, many pharmacists are still apprentices, but you are already 4th level pharmacists. Yu's pretty face is fair. Li Duo smiles slightly. And his voice is very sweet. It's all because of the teacher's good teaching. It has nothing to do with the two of us. Lan Bafu said with a smile. Yes. Hong Bafu also nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was right. The achievements of the two of them are indeed inseparable from their father. No matter how talented a person is, if he doesn't meet Bo, he can only lose sight of everyone. To be honest, among the three brothers, only Su Xia received less guidance from his father. Most of his potion skills were instilled in him by the two experience books. Su Xia stood at the top of the stairs and looked around, taking in the entire underground floor. The current basement level is still uninhabitable. Many facilities are incomplete. Many old objects are covered with a layer of dust. And even the lights are dim. Su Xia called the cleaning company, and also called Su Jianche's team, and asked them to work overtime at night. As long as they are cleaned, added with composite panels for partitions, and pasted with fireproof and sound-absorbing materials, several single rooms can be created quickly. You two will have to wait a while. He turned around and said to the two of them, Thank you for your hard work, Master Su. Yu smiled sweetly. Little things. Su Xia waved her hand, looking calm. Then, he introduced Wu Hongyu to the two of them. That aunt is the 6th-level pharmacist at your Lingdian Tavern headquarters. She will also live here in the next period of time. 6th-level pharmacist? Yu was surprised and covered his mouth. How is that aunt's temper? Yemo asked softly. Relatively cold, but not too difficult to get along with, Su Xia said truthfully. During the exchange between the three of them, Wu Hongyu, who was not far away, said nothing. She was still just looking at a painting hanging on the wall, with a look of reminiscence on her face, as if she was caught in some kind of memory. Su Xia glanced at the painting, then shook her head slightly, not seeing anything unusual. An ordinary painting. Even the system prompts are pitifully stingy, without much introduction at all. That painting was also in my father's collection. Among the many collections, it was not very conspicuous. It is not a masterpiece, but a modern painting, and the quality is not high. It feels like any street painter can paint it. Brothers, do you still have the strength? Su Xia withdrew her gaze and said to the two Beatitudes, Brother, please let us take a breath first. Hong Bafu's breath was still very unstable. His face was still sweating, and he touched his big belly and said, Brother Su, Brother Hong and I moved a lot of heavy things just now, especially the corpse. That thing was so heavy that it almost broke my and Brother Hong's waists. Now our waists are sore. Lan Bafu also said when he spoke. His condition was slightly better than that of Hong Bafu, but he also looked like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Corpse? Hearing this, Emo and Yu were both curious. They were not afraid. After all, they had killed quite a few people with their own hands, and each of them had at least double-digit casualties. Their cute, sweet appearance and good figure are just their disguise. It's not fresh. Just a mummy, Su Xia explained. What kind of mummy is worth storing in the basement of Master Su's store? Emo blinked his eyes. It's not mine. It's the teacher's collection. It's the corpse of a Zerg. It's not an ordinary Zerg. It should be a Zerg whose evolutionary path has gone astray. To be honest, it is not a Zerg mummy, but half a Zerg mummy. The half of the mummy was indeed very large. It was locked in a separate box, with a note saying, Suspected alien creature corpse, stuck on the surface of the box. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of mummy is a very strange thing. But my father's collection is full of strange things. And after seeing it too much, it becomes normal. The last time the machine tribe searched the pharmacy, Su Xia had seen the mummy, and the system's prompt at that time was very subtle. The system said that his ugly clone should devour the mummy. If it is really the corpse of the alien Zerg, after devouring it, you might be able to get some information about the Zerg in the starry sky. Su Xia knew that the current queen of the Zerg had benefited a lot from the corpse of a starry Zerg. As expected of Master Dad, he has collected so many magical things. Yu looked at the other things in the basement curiously. Many of the collections were as special as Zerg mummies. Master Su, what's in that? Emo pointed to a large glass jar in the corner. There was a columnar biological organ more than 2 meters long in the jar, which was already soaked and turned white. That? Su Xia glanced at the contents of the glass jar and said, The special organs of male whales. Miss Emo, don't you need me to explain more? So big? Emo raised the corners of his mouth and looked at another glass jar. Master Su, what's in that? Is it an alien? No, it's just a deformed fetus. Dad bought it from a museum. Su Xia took a look. In the jar was a fetus with only one eye, which was also soaked and turned white. Many of Dad's collections are a little scary. If you are not prepared in advance, you may be shocked when you suddenly see the things soaked in those bottles and jars. But Emo and Xinyu were very courageous. They didn't have the slightest fear. They were just curious. The two looked around with curious expressions, as if they wanted to ask something else. But at this moment, there was a sound from the ground. Is Master Su here? It was the voice of Su Jianxi, who arrived with his temporary construction team. Outside the store, several large trucks were parked. The trucks were filled with beds, wardrobes, dressing cabinets, composite partitions, and other materials needed to build temporary rooms. I am here! Su Xia followed the sound and went upstairs, with a smile on her face, and immediately greeted Su Jianxi and others. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Su. I'm really sorry for calling you here so late, he said with a smile. Ha. It's a small matter, Master Su. Just don't treat my workers badly. Su Jianxi responded with the same smile. Don't worry. Tonight we will get 5 times the wages. Su Xia made a bold move, activating the enthusiasm of many workers as soon as she opened her mouth. With that said, Su Xia opened the door of the shop completely so that everyone could enter easily. The workers brought by Su Jianxi were the workers who had reinforced the pharmacy some time ago. They were already familiar with the structure of the store. Su Xia didn't need to say much as they entered the basement one by one with ease. These workers are also used to the scary collections in the basement. Soon, some people moved things on behalf of the 2 Beatitudes, while others started construction to renovate the basement. Buzz! The sound of an electric drill rang out. Smoke and dust rose up, and the entire pharmacy seemed to be shaking slightly. Hong Bafu and others returned to the first floor and waited idly for the construction to end. In the store, workers were coming in and out, sometimes carrying decoration materials into the basement, and sometimes carrying discarded garbage materials out. It was very busy. Su Xia was at the door of the basement, communicating with Su Jianxi and directing the renovation of the basement. Not long after, the prototypes of several rooms appeared. About half an hour later, workers began to install circuits, replace bright lights in the dark basement, and at the same time put bright yellow wallpaper around the basement to cover the originally gray walls. Everything went smoothly without any surprises. At this moment, Wu Hongyu suddenly came over and said to Su Xia, How sure are you of refining the 5th level potion now? Su Xia was stunned for a moment, then replied, About 70%. Well, that's 90%. Wu Hongyu nodded slightly. While you have nothing to do now, go and refine the 5th level potion. I will watch from the side. Now? Su Xia was a little surprised. Not only him, but the Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu beside him were also very strange. Hong Bafu patted his ears and said to Wu Hongyu, Auntie, the shop is so noisy now. The sound of the electric drill almost deafens my ears. I can't make the medicine. Right. What? Can't you overcome this environmental problem? That old guy really spoils you, Wu Hongyu said coldly. Auntie, refining medicine requires a quiet environment. This is globally recognized. Even ordinary people know it. Lan Bafu also spoke up, defending Hong Bafu. Well, I don't know about potions, but I've heard of them, Yemo said. Aunt Wu, why don't you let Master Su try it later? Xinyu also spoke. Su Jianxi on the side didn't say anything. He would not interfere in Su Xia's affairs. He just watched quietly. After listening to everyone's words, Wu Hongyu's expression remained indifferent, and he just asked, A quiet environment. As long as the mind is quiet enough. What kind of environment is not good? Auntie. Having said that, the current environment is. Lan Bafu scratched his head. This environment was really too noisy. Wu Hongyu ignored him, kept looking at Su Xia, and said indifferently, Forget it if you're not sure. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hearing this, Su Xia took a deep breath, glanced at the workbench in the corner of the room, and said calmly, I'll give it a try. Chapter 469 Butterfly Potion. Try it. Su Xia was not completely sure, so she could only say this. The current pharmacy environment is really bad. The sounds of various tools and human voices are mixed together, making it messy and disturbing. In this kind of environment, you can't even calm down while playing with your mobile phone, let alone refining potions. Every step of refining high-level potions requires extreme concentration. If you are not careful, you will fall short, and failure can only happen in the blink of an eye. Brother Su, think again. This matter is not urgent. Hong Bafu hurriedly advised Su Xia. There are still 7 days left. When can we not try in these 7 days? Brother Hong is right. Brother Su, don't be anxious. You can't rush this kind of thing. Don't you always tell us don't be anxious? Lan Bafu also said. Although the suggestion was made by a 6th-level pharmacist, the two of them opposed it without any hesitation. They admire stronger pharmacists, but they are not superstitious about authority. What's more, their teacher father is also very strong, and in their opinion, is no worse than the woman in front of them. It's okay. Just giving it a try. It's no big deal, Su Xia said with a smile. At such a critical moment, don't act casually. Lan Bafu warned Su Xia seriously with a solemn expression. Failure is a huge blow to confidence. For a pharmacist, that feeling that you are going to be successful is extremely important. Once you lose that feeling in failure, it will be difficult to find it again. On Su Xia's first day of entry, Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu repeatedly emphasized the importance of feeling to him. The two of them started earlier, read more information, and knew many pharmacist stories. For example, in Swordfish City, in the southwest region of the mainland, there once was a very talented pharmacist who became a 3rd-level pharmacist at a young age. The talent of the young pharmacist was no less than that of the two Beatitudes. His path to medicine was smooth sailing, and he almost never encountered failure. But just when he was full of confidence and tried to break through the 4th-level pharmacist, he suffered a disastrous failure. He failed to refine the 4th-level potion several times in a row. Just the first failure made him doubt his abilities. The successive failures that followed made him become more and more irritable, unable to calm down at all, and became restless. In the end, the doubt completely turned into denial. After many failures, he actually directly denied his talent and ability, thinking that he was wrong from the beginning. As if he was crazy, he began to try many methods that were difficult for normal pharmacists to understand. He is still only a 3rd-level pharmacist. Even the success rate of 3rd-level potions is pitifully low. You know, there were several senior pharmacists who asserted that the young man could become at least a 5th-level pharmacist. Unfortunately, genius and mediocrity are only a matter of thought. Su Xia is also a genius, and her talent is even higher than that of the young pharmacist back then. She has had a smooth journey along the way, with almost no failures, and every breakthrough is a one-time success. And this is exactly what the two Beatitudes are worried about. Don't worry, brothers. I know what you mean. Su Xia smiled. He didn't know about those failure cases, but his character is so determined. If a failure can hit him, then he might as well cancel his account early and take his existing wealth to live a wealthy life on the other side of the earth. Let's get started once you've thought about it. Don't waste time, Wu Hongyu said coldly. It's still early. What's the old at asking for? Yemo glanced at her dissatisfied, with a bad tone. Little girl, even your master would not speak to me in this tone, Wu Hongyu said lightly. I'm not that old, man. I can use whatever tone I want, Yemo said with her little face raised. Not bad. It looks a bit like Zhuangren when he was young, Wu Hongyu commented calmly. Zhuangren. It sounds familiar. Yemo was stunned. Wu Hongyu looked indifferent and did not explain to her. He just glanced at Su Xia. Su Xia understood and nodded, then walked to her workbench, and amidst the rumbling noise, she took down glass instruments one by one from the shelves nearby. Needless to say, his actions were enough to express his determination. Hong Bafu opened his mouth with worry on his face, and wanted to say something, but Lan Bafu next to him held his arm. He turned around and saw that Lan Bafu shook his head slightly at him, his meaning obvious. Believe in Su Xia. At this time, it is useless to talk more, but it will only affect Su Xia. Instead of doing this, it is better to let Su Xia give it a try. Soon, Su Xia was ready for everything, and a neat row of glass instruments was placed on the workbench in front of her. Call. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and try to forget the loud noises in his ears. Compared with other pharmacists, Su Xia has a great advantage. Unlike most pharmacists, Su Xia did not spend all day in the shop refining potions. He had experienced countless fights and even escaped death many times. Whether it was wandering on a rainy night with heavy rain, the lonely and terrifying deep sea, or the cold and dead snowfield, he could survive no matter how complicated the environment was. His ability to adapt to complex environments far exceeds that of other pharmacists. Boom! Su Xia opened a small glass bottle with a twist, and then used tweezers to take out a small piece of pink-purple solid crystal from it. Then, with everyone watching, He threw the pink-purple crystal into a ceramic mortar and ground it carefully with a pestle. Click! Click! Soon, the crystal was ground into fine powder, and its color changed to lavender. Su Xiao looked calm and moved smoothly, pouring the powder into the flask for later use. On the side, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu looked at each other and came closer. Their expressions became extremely serious, and they carefully observed Su Xiao's every move. Today, Su Xiao has surpassed the two of them in terms of potion refining ability. The masters came first, and they didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, they were glad that Su Xiao was in the store to guide them. They will also try to break through to the 5th level pharmacist soon. So Su Xiao's practice this time is particularly valuable to them. Blue! Look carefully. Hong Bafu whispered to Blue Bafu. On the other side, Su Jianxi also moved closer. This middle-aged man didn't know anything about potions. He just felt that this moment was rare, and it wouldn't hurt to take a closer look. Yemo and Xinyu also approached, with their eyes wide open and full of curiosity. Not everyone can watch a master refining potions. Although today's Su Xiao has the title of master, he still lacks true master-level strength. With deep eyes and calm movements, without any urgency, he lit the alcohol lamp and began to heat a required solution. From the beginning to now, his expression has not changed at all, and every move is smooth and smooth. Master Su's movements are so elegant. It feels different from the pharmacists I have seen before, Xinyu said softly. Hush! Don't disturb Master Su. Emo stretched out his white and slender index finger and put it to his lips, making a silent gesture. Not long after, the dozen or so children also came from the hotel opposite and walked into the pharmacy quietly one by one, for fear of disturbing Su Xia. Teacher is about to make a breakthrough. Teacher's movements are so beautiful, much better than those of the two blessed uncles. Among them, only Zhao Xiaobai can understand the formula of the 1st level potion, and the other children have not yet started. But no matter what, it's always good to take a closer look. Among everyone present, the one closest to Su Xia was naturally the old woman Wu Hongyu. She stood behind Su Xia, watching Su Xia's every move intently, with a glint of light flashing from time to time in her eyes, as if she was a little surprised. Although she had known that Su Xia was different and her father had told her many times in the past, this was the first time that she had witnessed Su Xia refining the potion with her own eyes. No wonder that old guy praised him like a treasure, Wu Hongyu thought to herself. If she had such an apprentice, she would probably want the whole world to know about it. In this world, most pharmacists' movements are stiff and ugly. Every step they take is just as described in the medicine recipe, like robots that only know how to make medicines. But Su Xia was different. His expression was calm, and his movements were so elegant and smooth, as if he was making a delicious delicacy. Simply watching him refine the medicine was a spiritual enjoyment. This enjoyment was felt by everyone present. If nothing unexpected happens, they can sit here and watch all day long. Time passed slowly, and before she knew it, Su Xia had made more than half of the progress without any problems. Wu Hongyu had already seen what potion he was going to refine, and both Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu could also see it now. Dai Lianhua, Lan Bafu said softly. Well, it's Dai Lianhua. The refining difficulty is considered above average among 5th level potions. Hong Bafu nodded solemnly. Neither of them expected that Su Xia's first attempt at refining a 5th level potion would be so difficult. If it were other pharmacists, most of them would try a simple type, like healing potion. Dai Lianhua is not a healing potion, although it has a nice name. It is an out-and-out large-scale destructive agent. When facing the enemy, just smash the test tube carrying the medicine, and a pink-purple poisonous mist will instantly burst out, like a group of scattered pink-purple petals, or like a group of dancing butterflies. Very beautiful. Hence the name Dai Lianhua. This agent is extremely toxic and pervasive, and can be compared to highly effective poison gas bombs on the battlefield of large-scale battles. Brother Su is a poison master. He must have his own ideas for doing this. Both of them knew that Su Xia was best at refining poisons, and the choice of Dai Lianhua should have been carefully considered. Now I just need to pray for Su Xia and hope that he can succeed for once. The surveillance system in the store is always on. As long as Su Xia can succeed, the video of his success can become a teaching material for the two Beatitudes to watch repeatedly. Will the teacher succeed? The children on the side all had their eyes wide open, looking forward to and worried at the same time. Teacher will definitely succeed, Zhao Xiaobai said with a firm tone. He is Su Xia's first disciple. Su Xia had appeared beside him when he was most desperate and sad. From then on, Su Xiao had become the incarnation of omnipotence in his heart. As long as Su Xiao wants to do it, he will definitely succeed. This is Zhao Xiaobai's belief. And what Su Xiao is doing continues to confirm his belief. The liquid medicine reacted violently in the glassware, sizzling, and small bubbles emerged one after another on the surface. After the bubbles explode, there will be a faint lavender smoke floating up. Seeing this scene, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu both stared at each other. They had seen the formula of Dai Lianhua and naturally knew that they had reached the last few steps and were about to succeed. The woman on the side, Wu Hongyu, had not paid much attention to it. When she was halfway through refining, she knew that Su Xiao would definitely succeed. This is her feeling. And it's never wrong. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the final liquid medicine slowly took shape. Su Xiao looked focused, holding a round-bottomed glass flask and shaking it gently, causing the solution in the flask to sway. The color of the liquid medicine is very dreamy. It is light pink when it is still. The color will deepen when it is shaken, and it will turn into deep purple when it rolls. It looks very magical. Dai Lianhua, Level 5 Potion. Poison, with large-scale destruction effect. With the help of your talent, Death Will. This potion gets an additional 26% bonus. Congratulations. You have successfully refined the 5th level potion. You are already a 5th level pharmacist. Go find someone to try the potion in your hand. Several lines of prompts popped up in front of Su Xiao's eyes. The potion was successful. Everything was as expected. And it happened naturally. He was not overjoyed at all, and looked very indifferent. The noise coming from the basement didn't bother him in any way. It's done! Hong Bafu was quite excited, and couldn't help but say it first. His roar was like an earth-shattering roar, instantly causing waves in the hearts of the onlookers. Is this done? The crowd watching couldn't tell the difference between success and failure. But seeing the excitement of the two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, they couldn't fake it. Ha ha! Congratulations, Master Su! Su Jianxi was experienced and smiling, and he was the first to congratulate Su Xiao. I never thought that I would be able to witness the birth of a 5th level pharmacy master with my own eyes. What a blessing it is, he said with a happy smile. Congratulations, teacher! Zhao Xiaobai also looked excited and shouted excitedly. More than a dozen other children were also very happy, with bright smiles on their faces. Teacher has become a 5th level pharmacist. Teacher will be the strongest pharmacist in Coral City from now on. The teacher is so awesome! Children have the simplest minds. They will be excited and happy about Su Xiao's success. And they will also be worried about Su Xiao's difficulties. Their world is not yet as complex as that of adults. Even though their future ideas may run counter to Su Xiao's, they stand by Su Xiao's side wholeheartedly now. Thank you for your concern. Su Xiao smiled and stood up to express her gratitude to the others. This success has verified his strength in the path of becoming a pharmacist, and will allow him to be more comfortable in the future. Now, there is only one more urgent thing left to do: destroy Wang Teng. Chapter 470. Like a person. This is a night worth celebrating. Su Xia has refined the 5th level potion, and everything is developing in a good direction. The happy atmosphere infected every witness present. Even the woman Wu Hongyu had a faint smile on her face. The two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were the happiest. They had been smiling since Su Xia succeeded, and they were so happy that they couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. No! We finally have so many friends here today. We can't let it end like this. Hong Bafu suddenly suggested. Let's have a dinner together. Have a meal together. And celebrate. Okay. Let's have a meal. Let's eat together. Lan Bafu touched his round belly with a smile on his face and was the first to speak in support. You just had dinner at 6 o'clock. Are you hungry now? Su Xiao pursed her lips and glanced at the two brothers. So happy, Hong Bafu said with a smile. Yes, Brother Su. People will get hungry when they are happy. If you are hungry, you must eat. Lan Bafu nodded repeatedly. You feel hungry when you are happy? Su Xiao was speechless. This was not a normal human reaction. To be fair, he prefers a quiet atmosphere. But now everyone is happy. The atmosphere is lively and enjoyable. Like a family. Su Xiao didn't want to disturb them. So she turned around and asked Boss Zhao. Boss Zhao, are there any ingredients and drinks? Yes. Of course. Boss Zhao said with a smile on his face. Master Su, make sure you have enough food and drink. As long as you say a word, I will go back and prepare immediately. Then it's time to work. Let's prepare a barbecue and some more beer, Su Xia said. No problem. I'll go right away. Boss Xiao immediately turned around and left the shop, jogged to the restaurant across the street, and started preparing a late-night barbecue for everyone. Su Xia had no additional instructions, so Boss Xiao understood that this meal must include the busy workers in the basement, and more preparations must be made. He slapped the stove hard and called out several employees who were playing with their mobile phones in the corner of the hotel. Stop playing and get busy! On the other side, in the pharmacy, Su Jianxi was a smart man and naturally understood the meaning of Su Xia's words. He was touched at his heart and immediately thanked Su Xia on behalf of the workers. Master Su, thank you very much. No thanks. I should, Su Xia responded with a smile. Originally, when the store reinforcement project was completed, I should have treated everyone to a meal. But at that time, I encountered some difficulties in compiling teaching materials and ran into a dead end. Do not have time. Master Su is so polite, Su Jianxi said with emotion. In this era, classes were clearly defined, and the gap between the upper class and the lower class was particularly obvious. A pharmacist with a distinguished status like Su Xia is a proper upper-class person, even among the upper-class groups. He is very popular and carries his glory wherever he goes. Many of Su Jianxi's workers are ordinary workers at the bottom of society. In the eyes of many rich and powerful people in the city, these workers are representatives of poverty, filth, and imbecility, and they simply disdain to associate with the workers. This situation not only happened in Coral City, but also happened in every post-war city. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the marriage of Chu Feng and Ding Xiuwen, two young people in Haima City. Without the strong support of the city lord's son Ding Can, given their status gap, they would never be able to get together in this life. But now, a high-class person like Su Xia is willing to invite many workers to dinner, and has no intention of dividing the table. This is why Su Jianxi sighed. You know, his workers have always been called untouchables, in the words of many powerful people in this city. Master Su is really dragged down by his reputation. Su Jianxi sighed and thought of a lot. Su Xia's current reputation is indeed bad, and it is too difficult to clean up her reputation by selling herself as a teacher. It would be fine if he betrayed others, but he betrayed his father, a highly respected pharmacist. You don't have to care too much when you live your whole life. Fame is nothing more than a foreign thing, Su Xia said with a smile. Master Su is an open-minded person, which I will never be able to match. Su Jianxi expressed his admiration. After a brief chat, Su Jianxi returned to the basement to supervise the progress of the project. The two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu ran to the hotel opposite. Both of them couldn't stay idle, so they worked as temporary helpers in the restaurant, handling various ingredients in a stylish way. The dozen or so children were also helping. According to the usual rules, they should go to the second floor to sleep and rest now. But today everyone was happy, so they made an exception. Old Aunt Wu Hongyu went to the second underground floor and stayed there alone, admiring her father's many collections in the dim light. Su Xia was still in the shop and began to organize her workbench. Shin Yu sat aside, holding his chin with his small white hands, opening his big eyes, and asked curiously, Master Su, do you have any medicine here that can make the skin firmer? Miss Shin is naturally beautiful and has outstanding temperament. She doesn't need any more pharmaceutical assistance, Su Xia said casually. Master Su is really good at talking. Shin Yu blushed. Just telling the truth. Su Xia sounded more serious. Oh, Sister Shin is blushing. Emo teased from the side. She sat on the counter, crossed her legs, and said with great interest, Sister Shin, you were so moved that you promised me your life before. How could you? What about blushing to outsiders? Huh? You obviously lied to me, and lied to me that you had been taking care of me while I was in a coma. Shin Yu suddenly became angry, and more blush appeared on his pretty little face. Hearing this, Su Xia couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Emo and asked, Missy, did you really say that? You're kidding. Emo winked playfully, a cunning light flashing in his big eyes. Has there been any result about the subconscious world? Su Xia suddenly remembered this and asked by the way. Nope. Emo curled her lips and said, Sister Shin thinks she is dreaming and has no idea what the subconscious world is. Hearing this, Shin Yu immediately retorted, Emo, of course I know about the subconscious world, but everyone's subconscious is independent. How can we enter other people's subconscious? Master Su, how about you tell Sister Shin the concept of the collective subconscious world? Emo looked at Su Xia. Su Xia shook her head and said, There is no need to argue. This kind of thing is purely spiritual. There is no scientific basis for it yet. It makes no difference whether you believe it or not. Well, Master Su, your level is a bit too high. EMO curled his lips again. Su Xia smiled, said nothing more, and continued to tidy up the workbench. The faucet on the left side of the workbench was pouring water, flushing the residue of various pharmaceutical materials into the sewer. He sometimes used a rag to clean the work surface, and sometimes threw various glassware under the water to rinse. Refining medicine is just like cooking. The preparation work and cleaning work are the most annoying. But the process in between is nothing. In the store, workers came and went and began to move beds, wardrobes, and other necessary furniture to the basement. On the other side, EMO and Xinyu came together. The two looked at each other several times with expressive eyebrows, as if they were thieves, carefully confirming something. They were all sitting on the counter, with their 4 smooth, white legs dangling slightly under the counter. Xinyu took out a small notepad from his pocket, took out a ballpoint pen, carefully looked at the back of Su Xia cleaning the workbench, and then wrote on the notepad, Mo, this Master Su gives me a very good feeling. It's familiar. Have you ever felt this way? Emo showed her a bright smile with white teeth. She took the ballpoint pen in Xinyu's hand and wrote on the notepad. Yes. When I just woke up, I felt that Master Su looked familiar. Mo, does Master Su have another identity? Xinyu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he wrote these words. What do you think? Emo smiled and threw the question back without answering directly. I think his back looks similar to the mask. Xinyu bit her red lips, stopped beating around the bush, and directly wrote down her guess. Huh? Is Sister Shin familiar with the back of the mask? Emo's pretty face was fair, and the corners of her mouth were raised, with a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She took a ballpoint pen and wrote on the notepad. I forgot. The last time we rescued those people from the old Beifeng organization, the president asked Sister Shin to take photos and records. As a result, every photo Sister Shin took contained mask. No way. Seeing this, Xinyu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and his face was filled with blush. She seemed a little embarrassed and glared at Emo, then wrote on her notepad. It was just an accident. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. What a coincidence. Emo smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and she looked at Xinyu and wrote, more than 200 finished photos. Each one has a mask. What a coincidence. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Xinyu's little face looked like a red apple, and she felt a little flustered when she saw it. Emo, let's get down to business. She hurriedly took the notepad and wrote this sentence in a panic. Okay, let's get down to business. Emo casually pinched Xinyu's red face and stopped teasing her. Later, she wrote on her notepad. I also think he is the mask. My sixth sense is very powerful. Emo, do you just rely on your feelings? Xinyu asked hurriedly. Of course there is analysis. Sister Shin, don't you know how to analyze? Emo smiled softly and reached out to rub Xinyu's hair again, making her hair messy. Xinyu glared at her angrily, then took out a small comb from his pocket and combed his hair. Emo, you are so bad, she wrote. I only do mischief to you. Emo blinked lightly, with a look of understanding on his face. Xinyu looked helpless. He really couldn't deal with Emo, although the two are about the same age. Emo is smarter than her, and seems to be able to see through anything she thinks. Okay, don't be angry. Next, I saw Emo writing on the notepad. The potion to revive us contains a material that needs to be extracted from fresh sea fish. Do you know this? I know. I heard what Brother Changyu said. Xinyu nodded lightly. It was because Mask listened to Master Su that he went to the south to find that kind of material, and then caused the recent series of incidents. Emo wrote again. I know this too. Xinyu glanced at Su Xia's back quietly again. But if it were you, would you listen to Master Su? Emo suddenly wrote a question. Xinyu was stunned for a moment, and quickly understood what Emo meant. Yes. If it were her, would she listen to Master Su? Master Su's reputation is not very good. The words selling his teacher for glory are enough to nail him to the pillar of shame. He can even betray his own teacher. What else can't be betrayed? Emoyi glanced at Su Xia's back as she cleaned up the workbench. Then, she slowly wrote on the paper. If we only look at the rumors from the outside world, as long as he has enough benefits, he can even betray his biological parents. Yes, with the caution of the mask. How could he easily believe in such a person's words? Unless, the two looked at each other, understanding each other tacitly. unless the relationship between the two of them is so good that they can completely trust each other. But both of them knew the temper of the masked weirdo. With his personality, how could he become a mutually trusting friend with such a villain who only seeks glory? Or perhaps, there is another hidden reason behind Su Xia's selling out to seek glory, which is not what the world imagines. Just like this morning, after Yemo woke up, he quickly judged that Su Xia had not really betrayed his father. But even so, he was not enough to gain the complete trust of the masked stranger. Shen Yu thought about it from his perspective. If she were the mask, she would definitely be worried about the pharmacist betraying him. We all know about the caution of the mask, Yemo wrote on the paper. In order to keep the previous rescue operations confidential, he didn't even tell us the details, but just asked us to wait for him at a fixed location. Yes, even we don't completely trust masks. Shen Yu nodded repeatedly. So the identity of this pharmacist Su is probably... But it still doesn't make sense. Shen Yu suddenly wrote, this medicine master Su is a member of the undead clan. And the mask is not an undead clan. They should not be the same person. Right. Who told you the mask wasn't from the undead? Yemo looked at her with a smile and wrote, the mask never said his true identity. He can be anyone. Yeah. Mask has never said his true identity. He is really too mysterious. Looking at Su Xia's back, Shen Yu had a complicated expression. Coco, if the mask isn't undead, then he is from another planet. Just a passerby on our planet. Shen Yu's expression darkened, and he lowered his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Why are you thinking so much? Nothing is certain. Everything is possible. Yemo touched Shen Yu's little head again, ruffled her hair, and wrote on the notepad with a smile. Man can conquer heaven, let alone 2 planets. Even if there are 2 universes. As long as he wants, yes. You must fight for it. Chapter 471 Do Something Big. At 12 o'clock in the evening, a layer of mist enveloped the whole city. The lights on both sides of the old street were looming in the fog, like dark yellow eyes staring at the pedestrians on the street at night. Renovation work on the pharmacy basement is complete. Someone from the cleaning company came and completely cleaned up the basement after the renovation. The current basement level is no longer as dark and messy as it was originally. The surroundings are covered with warm yellow stickers, and an alloy ceiling is installed on the ceiling. 3 separate temporary rooms have been isolated. In addition, there is a large hall, which is like a 3-bedroom and 1 living room underground. Ah, it feels like home. Yemo smiled, entered one of the rooms, and fell on the soft bed with a thud. Her soft dark red hair was spread out, shimmering under the light, like a layer of dark red silk flowing on the surface of the bed. The room is not big, but it is fully equipped with everything you need. In another room, the old woman Wu Hongyu nodded slightly without saying anything. She was probably quite satisfied. Shen Yu also arrived at her room. The decoration and furniture were similar to Emo's room. The overall color was warm yellow. Although it was underground with no natural light, it still gave people a warm and comfortable feeling. At this time, Emo's smiling voice came from the room next to her. Sister Shen, how about we sleep together tonight? I don't. Amo, you kick the quilt when you sleep. Shen Yu pouted and refused. Oh, you can tie me to your body, so you don't have to worry about me kicking the quilt? At this time, Su Xia was on the first floor, paying wages to many workers who had been busy all night. As he said before, 5 times the salary will be paid on the spot without any debt. The workers looked grateful and thanked Su Xia one after another. They were very lucky to have an employer like Su Xia who was not short of money and was very generous. After a hard night, everyone was hungry. Just then, across the street, the smell of barbecue came with the wind. This aroma is mixed with cumin, chili powder, oil, onions, etc., like an invisible big hand, arousing everyone's appetite and making people salivate. Gula gula. Several workers' stomachs rumbled on the spot, causing everyone to burst into laughter. In the restaurant opposite, Lan Bafu's eyes were shining, and he was holding a small fan in his hand, fanning the oven in front of him. The charcoal fire under the oven is dark red, and the air is slightly twisted. Above the oven are pieces of sizzling steaks. The fat on the surface of the grilled golden steaks is constantly bubbling, and the aroma is fragrant. The aroma is so strong that you can't wait to pounce on it immediately. On the side, there is also a charcoal grill in front of Hong Bafu, with strings of fragrant mutton skewers spread out on the grill. The meat skewers have been grilled and are brown in color. They are brushed with a thick layer of spices, and underneath are drops of crystal clear mutton fat. The mutton fat is swaying gently in the wind, as if it is about to fall into the charcoal fire. When will we start eating? Hong Bafu kept swallowing his saliva. If it weren't for waiting for everyone, he would have started chewing one by one. The round table in the hotel was filled with bottles of room temperature beer. Boss Xiao was directing several employees to take more beer out of the warehouse. One box after another. The other person was in the corner of the hotel. Master Su, we can serve you at any time. He turned his head and shouted to Su Xiao in the pharmacy. Okay. Su Xiao looked at the ingredients and drinks, felt quite satisfied, and nodded. He turned around and walked back to the basement to find Yemo and Xinyu. You too. Are you interested in having a late-night snack? Su Xiao asked. Yes. Yemo smiled softly. I have been gaining weight recently, so I need to eat more. Thank you, Master Su. Okay. It's just across the street. You two can come anytime. Su Xiao said low, and then asked the old woman Wu Hongyu. Not surprisingly, Wu Hongyu refused and had no interest in it. She glanced at Su Xiao and said lightly, Aren't you very curious about why I am so young and still look like I am in my 40s when I am in my 60s? I understand. A light diet, regular work and rest, and pharmaceutical assistance, Su Xiao said. It's good to know. Well, I won't disturb Auntie. Auntie will go to bed early. After saying that, Su Xiao slowly backed away and walked towards the stairs. In the eyes of elderly people like Wu Hongyu, eating greasy late-night snacks and drinking late-night beer are probably life-threatening behaviors that damage the body. Su Xiao understands the thoughts of these elderly people very well. After returning upstairs, he waved his hand and asked everyone to come with him. Everyone has worked hard tonight. I'll treat you to this meal. So don't be polite, he said to everyone with a smile. Then thank you, Master Su. Su Jianxi laughed, his voice hearty. Even he felt a little hungry after being so busy. The smell of barbecue from the opposite side is constantly wafting over. In this hungry middle of the night, if you can't eat, it is simply a kind of torture. I'll go take a look first, Su Xiao said, and then went to the restaurant first to find two brothers and Boss Xiao to inquire about the preparation of the ingredients and meals. In the pharmacy, Su Jianxi waved his hand and asked all the workers to wash their hands and faces. At this moment, a worker grabbed Su Jianxi, looked hesitant, and asked in a low voice, Boss, isn't this bad? What's wrong? Su Jianxi turned around and asked him. Master Su has a distinguished status. How can he have dinner with us? The worker said in a low voice. Yes, boss. Why don't we go back first? Another worker also spoke, and he subconsciously rubbed his rough hands. We are all dirty now, and our clothes are covered with dust, and we haven't even washed them. It will inevitably affect Master Su's appetite. What's the word? Su Jianxi glared and said, Master Su doesn't dislike you, but you dislike me? No, it's just that we brothers are not used to it. Another person hesitated for a while and said, How about packing it up and taking it back? The worker next to him suggested, What kind of bag should I pack? If you're not used to it, try to get used to it. Su Jianxi looked at his group of workers and wanted to say something more, but he was a little helpless. As the minister of Coral City's construction department, he had been helpless too many times over the years, and finally got used to some things. This city was built by countless hard-working workers. They should have been respected objects. But now they have become a group of people at the bottom. Even they themselves dare not raise their heads to look at the city. Don't say anything. Just have a meal, Su Jianxi said in a strong voice. If you don't go, you won't give me face. That's all right. Right. Finally, at his repeated request, the workers followed him to the restaurant across the street. Su Xiao saw the restraint on the faces of these workers at a glance, and also saw the helplessness in Su Jianxi's expression, which made her feel a little more emotional. The world needs a radical change that will break the existing order. The wheel of the times is rolling forward, and there will always be some people who stand at the forefront and become the makers of the new world order. Everyone, please be casual. We are all family tonight. No outsiders. With a sincere smile on her face, Su Xia took a bottle of beer, flicked her thumb, popped the beer cap, and handed it to a worker casually. The worker was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly wiped his hands on his body, bowed slightly, and carefully took the beer from Su Xiao's hand. A flattering smile appeared on his face, and he said humbly, Master Su is really awesome. I have to use my teeth to bite open this beer cap. It's nothing great. I'm just lucky. Su Xia spoke gently and patted his shoulder gently. Just this one shot made the worker tremble, and his expression changed a bit. Seeing this, Su Xia didn't know what to say. She could only sigh in her heart, and then glanced at Su Jianxi. Su Jianxi visited the Neighbors and Gods Association and immediately began to greet many workers to get food and drinks. Although he also had a high status, he had been dealing with these workers for a long time and was familiar with them. Eat them all. Master Su said he is one of his own. So why are you so polite? I won't be polite if you are polite anymore. He smiled heartily, picked up a bottle of cold beer, and took a sip for himself. With him taking the lead, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly came alive. The lively atmosphere began to drive away all the embarrassment, formality, etc. that shouldn't exist. The two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu couldn't wait for a long time. They didn't care about the noble status of the pharmacist. They grabbed the barbecue with everyone and ate with greasy mouths, as if they hadn't eaten for several days. Those who don't know may think that Su Xia often deprives them of food and abuses the two brothers. Eat slowly. If you eat too fast, you will easily feel full. Su Xia looked at the two brothers eating with a smile on her face. Not long after, Emo and Xinyu also joined the dinner, one hand holding beer and the other having barbecue. They also didn't care much about their image and were very relaxed. More than a dozen children were also nearby, each sharing some barbecue. Su Xia did not allow them to drink and was strict about this aspect. During the meal, Zhao Xiaobai kept his eyes on Su Xia. He opened his mouth several times and hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't have the courage to speak. Su Xia looked normal. He had noticed this child for a long time and knew that he wanted to talk about going to the slums to teach in private. Su Xia didn't mind this, but admired the child's friendship and friendship. The slum is a place that cannot be described in words. It is dirty, dilapidated and barren. There are too many negative words that can be used to describe it and the people who live in it. Once many people leave, they never choose to go back and will do whatever they can to cut off all ties with the slums. For them, life in the slums is a nightmare. They didn't want to go back to that miserable nightmare. But Zhao Xiaobai went back. For him, too, that place was a nightmare. But he didn't want to escape. He wanted to face it and spend the rest of his life transforming that place into a beautiful dream so that all future children would take a different path. Everyone's life is different. Even if they have similar childhood experiences, they will eventually take different paths and become different people. Xiaobai, just do what you want to do. Su Xiao looked gentle. You don't have to tell me everything. You are not young, and you know the right and wrong of your own path. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Xiaobai was refreshed and nodded vigorously. Su Xia did not deny it, which was support for him. On the side, Emo, who was drinking heavily, saw Zhao Xiaobai, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curved up. He walked over and said with a smile, Ah, what a beautiful brother. Is his name Xiaobai? Yes. Xiaobai. Is your sister pretty? Pretty. Where is this sister? Emo pulled Xinyu over and asked with a smile. Also beautiful. Zhao Xiaobai answered honestly with a simple face. Compared with that sister and this sister, who is more beautiful? Emo blinked and raised a worldwide problem. This? Zhao Xiaobai scratched his head. His face turned red, and he didn't know how to answer. After a while, his face became redder and redder, and he still couldn't think of an answer, so he could only look at Su Xia for help. Then, Su Xia just shrugged and let him think about it. Ah, Master Su, are you too irresponsible as a teacher? Emo asked with a smile on his face. I am only responsible for teaching knowledge and don't care about anything else. Su Xia said calmly. Master Su, if it were you, how would you answer? Xinyu came closer and asked curiously. It doesn't make any difference. I only have the potion in my heart. Su Xia looked indifferent and said slowly. Other than that, everything is false and everything is fleeting. Okay. Emo curled his lips. This answer directly blocked the next words of the two people and even ended the topic. Zhao Xiaobai looked at Su Xia with reverence, and the admiration for Su Xia in his heart deepened again. It was already too deep to be described in words. As expected of a teacher, why couldn't he think of such a simple and effective answer? Zhao Xiaobai secretly made up his mind to not only learn from Su Xia's knowledge, but also learn from Su Xia's words and deeds, and learn everything about Su Xia. Not long after, Su Jianxi came over with a bottle of wine and chatted with Su Xia about the progress of the school project. At present, the main body of the teaching building has been completed, and the faculty building and student dormitory building are still under construction. But the completion date is not far away. The laboratory building, gymnasium, library and other projects will still need to wait for some time. Overall, everything is in order. In at most 1 month, the entire school project will be completed. At that time, Su Xia will be able to gain the title of principal just by waiting for freshmen from all over the country to enroll. Su Xia is not too interested in this name, because whenever he hears the word principal, he always thinks of a historical figure who likes micromanagement. Master Su, don't worry. The entire project will be completed with quality and quantity. At the end of the conversation, Su Jianxi gave a guarantee. Then he left, carrying the bottle of wine to chat with the workers. As soon as he left, a dialogue box popped up in front of Su Xia's eyes, which was a private message from her roommate Li Defu. Brother Su, how many poisons do you still have in the box? It's best to have rare and extremely lethal ones. Li Defu entered this message in the dialogue box. What's wrong? Are you going to fight with another big organization? Su Xia asked. Now Sijideo is in trouble. And there is also a problem of instability within his team. No matter what, it will take a few days to calm down. And there has been no trouble recently. In Coral City today, no player team should dare to provoke Li Defu and others. If you are not a player, you can only be a native of this world. Hey, Brother Su, we are really going to fight. The dialogue box flashed, and Li Defu quickly replied to the message. We're going to do something big. Chapter 472 Northern Alliance. Li Defu and the others are going to do something big. He didn't say much about what it was. Su Xia didn't ask much. After all, for those guys in the dormitory, even going out to bask in the sun was a big deal. They are responsible for the affairs of the Alliance. And Su Xia only needs to provide potions, and does not need to think too much. Do you want me to take action? Su Xia asked casually. No. Brother Su, please give us some poison. The more poisonous the better. Don't worry about anything else. Li Defu replied. Alright. After chatting for a while, Su Xia made a list of more than 10 precious poisons and antidotes in the pharmacy, and then sent it to Li Defu, asking them to pick it up when they were free. After that, Su Xia took the bottle of wine and took the initiative to chat with everyone to make the atmosphere more harmonious. The laughter of the crowd, the sizzling of barbecue, the clinking of wine bottles, etc., all mixed together, echoing in the hotel at midnight, full of human feelings and fireworks, and extremely lively. Don't drink too much. We will be open as usual tomorrow. Su Xia patted the big bellies of the two beatitudes with a smile on her face. The time has come to 1 o'clock in the morning. The entire old street, except for restaurants and pharmacies, was closed, and everything was quiet. The dense night cover enveloped this area, and the temperature continued to drop at night. At this moment, at the end of the quiet street, 4 men in black clothes of different heights were quietly hiding in the darkness, watching everything that happened in the hotel with cold eyes. The 4 of them were the ones who wrote death threat letters to Su Xia before. They wanted to get rid of Su Xia yesterday morning, but they gave up the plan because of those leaflets from Cg Dao. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. None of them expected that the man named Wang Yongqiang was such a waste. He couldn't even break Su Xia's defense. He was simply a useless piece of trash. In fact, he can't even compare to garbage. The garbage on the roadside could still disgust Su Xia, but he just added a lot of jokes. This made the 4 brothers feel very depressed. After all, they all wanted to see Su Xia ruined. But in the end, they just watched a joke. The joke wasn't particularly funny to them. Their plans had to change with the failure of Sijidai. Boss, shall we do it tonight? The third in the team asked in a low voice. Yes, boss. Let's kill that bitch Su Xia tonight. The 4th child agreed. He had planned to do it in the alley yesterday morning, but was stopped by the team boss. He believed that his abilities in assassination and stealth were top-notch. It only took a few seconds at most to kill a weak pharmacist. Now they are in the dark, and Su Xia is in the light. This is their biggest advantage. Boss, what are you still thinking about? Seeing that the elder didn't speak for a long time, the 4th couldn't help but ask. Being able to be the boss of a team means you will naturally have outstanding qualities, such as a calm personality, excellent analytical skills, decision-making ability at critical moments, etc. The leading middle-aged man looked calm, standing in the darkness. His whole person seemed to be integrated with the night. He stared at the restaurant in the distance, and after pondering for a moment, he slowly said that Su Xia actually sat down with a group of ordinary workers to eat and drink, and talked and laughed. She didn't seem to have any pretensions, And she didn't mind those workers wearing dirty clothes. Even though they are dirty, they don't mind their low status. And they even offer drinks to those workers. Which I didn't expect. What's the point? Boss, we can do it too. The third member of the team disagreed. Yes. Didn't we brothers often go to the construction site canteen to eat? The third brother also worked as a cement worker for a few months. The fourth child didn't think there was anything strange. No. Third child. Fourth child. This is different. The second-ranked man in the team spoke. He had always been a man of few words. But now, he suddenly spoke up. Well, it's indeed different. The team leader nodded slightly. Humph. It's just a show. Who wouldn't? Lao San spoke again, thinking that Su Xia was just showing off. This kind of thing is not uncommon. It is something that many powerful people in Coral City often do. As long as you turn on the TV and switch to the news channel, you can see that the minister of a certain department has gone to various slums to deliver supplies. And you can also see a kind-hearted entrepreneur donating money to the poor. Everyone knew that this kind of thing was just for show. But it was tacitly understood, and few said it out loud. How much of the donated money actually reaches the hands of poor people? The third and fourth children are both a little cynical. And they can't stand the kind of fake showmanship. Every time they see those things on TV, they want to kill those fake things with a knife. In fact, they did kill some. But it's of no use. Not many of the new people who come to power are good. And some are even worse than their predecessors. Boss, that bitch Su Xia is very scheming and has so many twists and turns in her mind. Maybe she did it on purpose to show others. The third child said. Yes, boss. You saw that in the afternoon. That bitch just said a few words and made the man named Wang Yongqiang play around. The fourth child immediately agreed. Speaking of which, Wang Yongqiang is not a good guy. He is just like Su Xia. It's just dog eat dog. In response to their words, the team leader just shook his head slightly, looked deeply, and didn't say anything. The second-ranked man spoke up. Third, fourth, you guys think Su Xia is putting on a show? Of course, Lao San said firmly. But there are no media reporters here. Who is he showing off to? The man asked. Of course it's for these workers. When these workers go back, will they tell other workers what happened tonight? And will they tell their families about it? Said the fourth child. The fourth child is right. Second brother, that bitch Su Xia definitely wants to take the low-level route. Use this method to whitewash him step by step. The third child nodded heavily. He squinted his eyes. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and kept looking at the restaurant in the old street. The atmosphere in the shop was still lively. Everyone was talking and laughing. It was like a family. Although they had different occupations, different ages, and different classes, there was not much of a barrier between them. Earlier, there were some workers who were more reserved and couldn't let go in front of Su Xia. However, under the influence of alcohol, the workers whose faces turned red after drinking had already lost those restraints. That bitch Su Xia wants to save his reputation. Even if it's not for the workers, but just for Su Jianxi. He must treat him to this meal tonight. Su Jianxi is one of the ministers with the best reputation among the many ministers in Coral City. With him speaking for Su Xia, why should Su Xia's reputation be bad? Looking at Su Jianxi's appearance, he has probably been deceived by the superficial persona created by Su Xia. The two spoke again and again, and in just a few words, they gave Su Xia a very reasonable motive for her behavior. It is true that Su Jianxi's reputation is indeed very good. Many people in this city want to have a good relationship with him. But not everyone has the opportunity. Even if he can find an opportunity, he may not be able to get Su Jianxi's approval. After all, his eyes are quite vicious, and he can tell what many people are thinking at a glance. Third, fourth, don't always use your thoughts to speculate on others. The team leader suddenly spoke. His voice was low, and there was no emotion. Boss, just tell me whether you want to take action tonight. The third child couldn't help but ask. Wait a minute. The team leader shook his head gently. How long do we have to wait? Lassie couldn't help but ask. Boss, our brothers have stayed in this broken city for long enough. If it weren't for killing that bitch Su Xia, we should have gone to find Lao. There are traces of Master Dad. We will observe for a few more days. It won't be too late to wait until the exchange meeting is over before we start. We don't lack this time. The team boss said in a deep voice. Okay, you are the boss. I listen to you. The third child shrugged, obviously a little unhappy, but didn't say much. As a normal team, disagreements are common. Even biological brothers with the same father and mother will have conflicts, let alone a gang of brothers like them who come together from all over the world. The fourth child also felt a little uncomfortable. He kept staring at Su Xia, clenching and unclenching his fists several times. He thought he could instantly kill Su Xia within 5 seconds. Waiting any longer is just a waste of time. However, what he didn't know was that all the conversations they had just had been recorded by Su Xia. They are watching Su Xia, and Su Xia is also watching them. In the hotel, Su Xia sat at the dining table with a wine bottle and took a few sips. Kill me within 5 seconds? He smiled and shook his head slightly, appreciating the courage of the fourth child. It is indeed courageous to assassinate a 5th-level creature and a 5th-level pharmacist. If the fourth child knew the truth, he didn't know what his face would look like. Su Xia wanted to regain the 4 brothers. After all, his manpower was too small. But it was not the time yet. Everything had to wait until after the exchange meeting. The most important thing at the moment is still the matter between the Nanfeng organization and Wang Tung. Time passed slowly, and it came to 2 o'clock in the morning. This lively supper has come to an end. The entire hotel was piled with beer bottles, roughly counting close to 200 bottles, which made Su Xia secretly stunned. On average, each worker had to drink 7 or 8 bottles. Su Xia directly transferred a sum of money to Boss Zhao and told him to deduct it from the money and tell him when it was not enough. Later, Su Jianxi took his workers on the way back. A group of people were all drunk. To ensure safety, Su Xia called a team of security personnel from the security department to escort them all the way home. The children went to rest very early. They are all growing and need adequate sleep. After a while, the 2 girls, Emo and Shinyu, both yawned and returned to the pharmacy. They didn't eat less tonight. They didn't seem to care about their figure at all, and their bellies were all bulging. Master Su, please go to bed early. Before leaving, Emo greeted Su Xia with a smile. Good. Su Xia responded casually. Finally, only he and the 2 Beatitudes were left. The 3 of them said something to Boss Zhao, returned to the pharmacy, tidied up the first floor of the store, and then returned to the second floor one by one. The excitement and hustle and bustle fade away, and silence gradually surrounds this small shop. Su Xia was lying on a familiar bed with her hands behind her head, looking calmly at the night sky outside the window. The map of the southwest of the mainland and the location of town number 7 kept popping up in her mind. We don't have much time. We have to go to the town in the next 2 days to familiarize ourselves with the environment. It would be best if we could rescue them in advance and save a lot of worries. Su Xia thought about the next thing in her heart and gradually made up her mind. After a while, he closed the window, activated the bracelet, and clicked to log off. The body on the earth side is also hungry, and the hunger value is still a bit high, because I didn't eat lunch or dinner yesterday. It was quiet in the dormitory. Several roommates hadn't come back yet, and most of them were eating supper outside. I don't know how Li Xiao's relationship is going. Su Xia got out of bed, took out 2 boxes of biscuits from her cabinet, then returned to bed, eating biscuits while browsing the game's official website and forums. The hottest topic on the forum right now is naturally the farce in Coral City Old Street yesterday afternoon. Su Xia was the one who experienced it and had no interest in this topic. He continued to look down, and the second hot topic was more special. About a strange map. Some players discovered a very special crack in the vast snowfield in the northern part of the continent. Going down the crack, you can see a variety of underground monsters, and you can also find some treasures at intervals. Now, those treasures have caused competition among player organizations in various northern cities. Several large organizations had a dispute outside the rift, and then started fighting. They have been fighting until now, and they are all furious. Will the real king of the north appear in this melee? Someone created an interesting topic. In dozens of cities in the northern part of the mainland, there are countless player organizations, large and small. Some organizations are similar to the Bikini Castle team. Both have the ability to become the first team. But secretly, there are still many teams that are not convinced. Even though various large organizations in the north have formed an alliance, there are still many internal conflicts. Therefore, some players speculate that this melee may result in a truly number 1 team in the north. Fight! Fight! Let's all fight! The first team in the southwest has been chosen, which is the Bikibo team. Even that old fritter Sijideo can't beat them. It's time for us in the Northern Alliance to have a true king. On this topic, countless players spoke. Some were excited, some were second-guessing, and some were just watching the show. The popularity of this topic continues to soar, and it has almost surpassed the topic of the Bikini Castle team. Su Xiao was also happy to see this. Players who are scattered in a pile lack combat effectiveness, and it will be different if they gather together. The sooner the first teams from all over the mainland appear, the better. And the stronger they are, the better. Su Xiao flicked her index finger and scrolled the mouse, constantly browsing various hot topics. After about half an hour, I put down the cookies, restarted the bracelet, and returned to the game world. The second floor of the pharmacy remained quiet. Su Xiao opened her eyes and looked at the time. It was not yet 4 in the morning. There is still some time before dawn. He stood up from the bed, turned on the lamp on his desk, and took advantage of this little time to start writing a draft of the pharmacist's textbook. The specific content of the teaching material was basically determined during his previous time at the bottom of the sea. Now, he just needs to simplify it to ensure that the children can understand it. With the support of 2 experienced books, Su Xiao compiled the teaching materials very easily, and did not waste much time on her brain. It used to take me 40 to 50 minutes to write an 800-word essay, but now it's so easy to write textbooks. When she thought of this, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Time passed slowly, and more than 2 hours flew by. The sky outside the window turned bright, and a wisp of refreshing morning breeze floated into the room, gently brushing Su Xiao's hair. Su Xiao glanced at the sky outside the window, and then put down the pen in her hand. A new day. He slowly stood up, pulled open the old wooden chair behind him, and then stretched hard. There are only 2 days left before the dust trial in town number 7. It's time to go and take a look. Chapter 473, Writing a Book Behind Closed Doors. 6:30 in the morning. It was still early, but there were already sounds on the first floor of the pharmacy. It's impossible for those 2 lazy guys, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, to get up so early. They were both drunk last night, and probably wouldn't wake up until after 10 o'clock in the morning. Crack! Su Xiao opened the door, stepped on the stairs, and walked downstairs. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he saw the old woman Wu Hongyu, who was placing various glassware in front of the workbench. Auntie, you got up so early? Su Xiao greeted Wu Hongyu with a smile on her face. You were earlier than me, Wu Hongyu said calmly. Auntie, do you want to refine the medicine? Su Xiao asked. I have some ideas, and I plan to try them first. Wu Hongyu looked indifferent, and the word try appeared in her mouth, which was probably some kind of innovation. At this stage of her life, potions are no longer limited to a single formula. Many popular recipes were created by her. Auntie, I have to write a book behind closed doors for the next 2 days. Could you please help me take care of the store? Su Xiao knew that the old woman didn't like to beat around the bush, so she directly asked for help. Have you thought about it? Wu Hongyu glanced at him. Of course she knew what writing a book behind closed doors meant. Think about it, Su Xiao replied. Those people have nothing to do with you, Wu Hongyu said lightly. Even if you succeed, you will not get any benefits. It will only expose the fact that you have returned here. There are some things that you have to do, otherwise you will feel uncomfortable, Su Xiao said with a smile. Well, go ahead. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Just like that, the matter was settled. During the 2 days that Su Xiao was away, Wu Hongyu helped him take care of the shop. This 6th-level pharmacist, placed anywhere, is like a Ding Haishan Zhen. Just looking at a small pharmacy, it is really overkill. Give me a copy of your pharmacist textbook after you finish it, Wu Hongyu suddenly said. No problem. The first portion must be given to Auntie, Su Xiao said. Now, 2 people have reserved Su Xiao's teaching materials, besides Wu Hongyu. The other one is Yutuo. Su Xiao didn't know why Yutuo wanted pharmacist teaching materials. He felt that Yutuo seemed to be very interested in this aspect. Afterwards, Su Xiao walked to the door of the store and turned over the photo on the door so that the words, open, were displayed, indicating that the pharmacy was open. Across the street, Boss Zhao was busy at work. The large steamer beside him was stacked more than 10 stories high, and hazy steam was rising from the steamer. This is a very diligent middle-aged man who only wants to make a lot of money to support his family. Even if he is busy until 3 o'clock in the morning, he can still make breakfast. In comparison, Su Xiao's 2 senior brothers were much lazy. Master Su, are you up so early? Boss Zhao greeted warmly. Well, it's early, Boss Zhao, Su Xiao responded with a smile. Afterwards, Su Xiao returned to her workbench and began to refine other 5th-level potions to consolidate her abilities. The success of refining Dai Lianhua last night gave him a new understanding of 5th level potions. As time goes by, the morning fog slowly disperses, and there are gradually some pedestrians on the street outside the shop. The old street is slowly waking up in the sunshine. Su Xia successfully refined several 5th level potions. For example, Immortal Perseverance, Rebirth from Broken Bones, Empty Time, etc. were all potions he had used when escaping in Seahorse City. It's just that he used the inventory left by his father at the time, and now he can refine it himself. These explosive potions are very important. They can save a life at critical moments. Su Xiao looked focused and shook the potion in her hand. The glass tube reflected dazzling light in the morning light. He gave priority to refining these potions, so he naturally had his own plans. A potion like White Horse Clearance can increase your speed by at least 25% after taking it, which is enough to reverse your situation at certain crucial moments. Su Xia doesn't need agents of mass destruction because he is a super weapon himself. He carefully put away these potions, and then continued to try other potions, preparing to refine all the 5th level potion formulas left by his father. On the workbench opposite him, the old woman Wu Hongyu was also refining potions, but she kept failing. Dark purple smoke would float out of her place from time to time, and occasionally the container would burst. At 8:30 in the morning, there was an extremely serious explosion. Boom! There was a loud bang. Glass shards scattered like hidden weapons, and the entire pharmacy was shaken. Fortunately, the store has been reinforced. Otherwise, the vibration, like a grenade exploding, would probably cause structural problems in the store. Su Xia activated the psychic shield at the moment of the explosion, blocking out all the glass slag and toxic mist. Wu Hongyu on the opposite side also opened his shield, with no expression on his face, as if he had expected the explosion. In front of her, more than a dozen glassware on the workbench were broken. This scene reminded Su Xia of the scene in her laboratory she saw when she first met Wu Hongyu through the virtual system in Hyma City. Auntie, are you trying the 7th level potion? Su Xia asked. Wu Hongyu did not deny it, took a rag and wiped the messy workbench casually. Su Xia put down the potion she was refining and asked, Does the 7th level potion exist on this planet? What do you think? Wu Hongyu glanced at him indifferently and asked, Maybe it will exist in the future. Su Xia gave a vague answer. There is no need for the future. Someone can refine it now. Wu Hongyu said calmly. Is it available now? Su Xia was stunned and was about to ask something else. But before he could ask, an incredible idea suddenly flashed through his mind. So he changed the question directly. Is it the teacher? Yes. That old guy. I have never seen the teacher refining 7th level potions, and there are no relevant records in the manuscripts he left behind. I have to say that Su Xia was a little surprised. He has already underestimated his father's ability very much. He has always believed that his father is the best among the 6th level pharmacists, and he is the top one. Otherwise, Lingyan Tavern would not have invited Dad again and again. But the words of the old woman Wu Hongyu once again raised the father's height. That old guy is very cautious and has reservations about you 3 apprentices, Wu Hongyu said calmly. Maybe he just wanted you to follow a different path from him, so he didn't teach you everything. Auntie, do you have the formula for the teacher's 7th level potion? Su Xia's curiosity was aroused. I don't know. He only showed that thing to me. Apart from me, no one knows that he can refine 7th level potions. I see. Su Xia was thoughtful, and had some new guesses about the relationship between the old woman and her father. No one else knows about this except her. This relationship can be said to be quite close. Teacher has this kind of bottom-of-the-box stuff, and there's probably more than one. It should be easier for him to live outside. Su Xia had been worried about her father's comfort, and now that she got this news, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Don't worry. That old guy is hiding deep, Wu Hongyu said lightly. I suspect that the 7th level potion may not be the limit of his ability. His understanding in this regard surpasses everyone on this planet. Everyone. Su Xia was even more surprised. Maybe you can catch up with him, but it's only in the future. It's still far away now. Wu Hongyu was rude and treated Su Xia like a junior apprentice. He didn't regard him as a 5th level apprentice at all. Pharmacist. I see. Su Xia took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Dad's existence is just like the hidden boss in many games. He is almost invincible in the current version. It's just that Su Xia was lucky. When she first came to this world, she entered her father's pharmacy and became his 4th apprentice. And the people surrounding the hidden boss will naturally not be weak. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the Hong Bafu and the Blue Bafu. although they look weak. In terms of combat ability, they are enough to become a mini-boss. Back in Luoxing Town, Hong Bafu had already shown his fighting ability. He could burst out at a speed that was completely incompatible with his fat body. When he moved quickly, he was like a graceful dancer. After briefly chatting with Wu Hongyu, Su Xia stood up and began to clean up the garbage generated by the explosion. At this moment, Yemo walked up yawning. Her pretty face was full of laziness, and her voice was a little waxy. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Master Su, what happened? Is there a fight?" "It's okay. The potion exploded," Su Xia explained casually. "Oh, I'm going back to sleep. Just call me if you need anything." Yemo rubbed his eyes again. His hair was messy, and he was wearing bear-patterned pajamas, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. After saying that, she closed her eyes and walked back, her two little hands shaking randomly, as if she was sleepwalking. Su Xia continued to clean, and after cleaning up the garbage, she continued to refine various fifth-level potions. The morning time passed slowly like this. During this period, Su Xia went to the restaurant across the street and brought back 2 breakfasts. One for himself and the old woman Wu Hongyu. The other 4 guys were still sleeping soundly, and Su Xia didn't bother to care. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu finally got up, but they both looked confused. It seemed that the drunkenness in the early morning had not passed, so they went downstairs and sat at the door in a daze. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 little girls, Yemo and Shinyu, woke up one after another, finished washing up amidst a fight, and then began to curiously wander around the second and third underground floors. Half an hour flew by. It's time for lunch. Everyone was sitting together, and when dinner was about to begin, Su Xia tapped the table lightly and announced something to them. "I had a chat with Aunt Hongyu this morning, and I have some new ideas to add to the teaching materials. I plan to stay closed for 2 more days. If nothing happens during these 2 days, try not to disturb me." His voice was calm and unhurried. Finished speaking slowly. "Brother, are you going to retreat again?" Hong Bafu was stunned. "There are only 6 days until the Pharmacist Exchange Conference. Don't worry. It will only take 2 or 3 days at most this time," Su Xia said. "Master Su, how are you going to eat during your retreat?" Yemo asked with a smile. "Do you want me to bring it upstairs to you every day?" "No. I have enough dry food stored." Su Xia looked at everyone with a solemn expression. He once again said that if there is nothing particularly important, don't knock on the door to disturb him. There is an old woman named Wu Hongyu in the shop, and you can discuss everything with her. Okay. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood and would not disturb Su Xia in the next few days. Later, Su Xia explained some trivial matters, such as the pharmacy sales channel problems, purchase channel problems, and the teaching problems of more than a dozen children, etc. After explaining this, Su Xia felt relieved. Just after lunch, he returned to his room on the 2nd floor and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door of the room. Su Xia stood in the room, clicked on the system inventory, found the Narcissus doll in it, and then clicked Remove. The next moment, there was a mechanical doll in front of him that looked exactly like him. "I'm not here these 2 days, so it's all up to you." Su Xia patted the puppet on the shoulder. The puppet had been pretending for more than half a month, and it had not revealed its secrets during this period. It was considered a relatively reliable machine. After that, Su Xia began to tap the equipment on her body. "There are enough potions. There are nanorobots for reconnaissance. I can resist physical attacks and mental attacks. My psychic position cannot trap me, and I have a god-killing sniper rifle as a long-range weapon." The only regret is that the skeleton sword was blown to pieces in Kaiba City. Su Xia has never been able to find a handy melee weapon. Of course, this shortcoming will not affect the action. After being fully prepared, Su Xia summoned a bunch of nanorobots to cover her whole body, making her invisible relative to the current environment. Soon, only the puppet Su Xia was still visible in the room. "Open the window." Su Xia, who was in the invisible state, gave instructions to the puppet Su Xia to open the window. The window is a good observation window. If someone looks through a telescope from the rooftop in the distance, they can see every move of the doll Su Xia. After that, Su Xia clicked on the map and determined the direction based on the location of town number 7. Southwest. About 3.5 hours. He looked forward, took a gentle breath, and returned his entire body to its peak state, then jumped out of the pharmacy. Su Xia was very cautious. flying at a very slow speed and low altitude in the city, and slowly approached the boundary of the city. The mechanical tribe has deployed a large number of induction mechanical equipment at the edge of the city. Su Xia followed the method of returning to the city before, using her talent the moment she approached the border, directly entering the different space, and then galloping in the different space, quickly crossing the city boundary. Although he has the confidence to pass through directly, it is undoubtedly safer to use talent. After leaving the city, Su Xia sped up slightly, like an invisible wind whistling through the vast suburbs. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xia entered the wilderness of the southwest region. Call! The wind in the wilderness became stronger, and the rough breath blew against my face. I don't know how many people have died in this wilderness. Maybe you can dig out a piece of decaying bones in a random piece of land. After flying in the wilderness for half an hour, Su Xia suddenly frowned and slowed down. He had slowed down several times before because he had discovered the patrol force of the mechanical tribe. But that's not the case this time. There was fighting here! Su Xia slowly descended, and soon landed in the undulating grass below. This patch of grass was about half a person's height, and was withered and yellow. There were more than a dozen corpses lying in it. The blood has solidified, and the smell of blood has been blown away by the wind, leaving only these mutilated corpses silently telling what happened here. Chapter 474 Town Number 7. In the wilderness, the wind whined, and the withered grass undulated. The constant death vividly illustrates the cruelty of this desolate world. A total of 13 corpses fell in the grass. Some were still intact, while others were incomplete. Su Xia looked calm, approached a corpse, put on disposable gloves and protective glasses, then slowly squatted down and observed carefully. He picked up the corpse's arm, looked at the back of the hand, and found large dark purple-red corpse spots. Su Xia reached out and gently pressed the spots on the corpse, and part of the dark purple color on the back of his hand disappeared. However, when he relieved the pressure, the spots on the back of the corpse's hand slowly recovered, but at a slower rate. The body was stiff, and the corneas were somewhat cloudy. The time of death should have been more than 6 hours. The fighting may have occurred at 6 or 7 in the morning, just when it was getting dark. At this time, people are not very alert and get tired easily. Su Xia observed several other corpses, and came to similar conclusions. The surface injuries on these corpses varied in severity, ranging from just a few penetrating wounds from rifle bullets to severe ones with limbs and heads blown off. There were several medium-sized potholes on the ground nearby, which looked like they were caused by grenades. In addition, there was a destroyed vehicle not far away. According to the analysis of its appearance, it should be a 4-wheel off-road vehicle with strong horsepower and very suitable for wilderness terrain. However, it has been blown into a pile of scrap metal, broken into pieces, and the fragments exploded everywhere. There was a large crater at the center of the off-road vehicle explosion, and Su Xia found traces of anti-tank mines. The vehicle hit an anti-tank mine and was subsequently destroyed. The vehicle's occupants also died. It appears to have been an ambush. It was an ambush that took place in the early hours of the morning. The team that was ambushed suffered heavy casualties, and some of them must have escaped, because Su Xia saw wheel marks leading into the distance. The attacker's position is not far away, in a patch of grass about 150 meters away from this tragic area. Su Xia found traces of crushed dead grass. Apparently someone had been ambushing here. There were no deaths on the attacking side, not even the wounded. Su Xia observed carefully, and did not see any blood, indicating that this was a very successful ambush. As for the ambush party, according to the system, they all belonged to a small mercenary organization. The system prompted very few things, except for the name of the mercenary organization, and Su Xia had to guess the rest, looking at the direction of the wheel tracks. These mercenaries are going to town number 7, but they were ambushed here. As for the attackers, there are many possibilities for the identity of the attacker. For example, it might be another mercenary organization that has a grudge against them, or it might be a member of the Nanfeng organization. However, this place is not far from town number 7. These mercenary organizations basically heard about the radio station, and they should give face to the king of mercenaries, Wang Tung. Even if they have great hatred, they should not start a war here, let alone ambush this place. Means, in her heart, Su Xia prefers to be a member of the Nanfeng organization. Are they planning to harass the enemy, tire them out, and distract them? Just after thinking for a moment, Su Xia guessed the plan of the Nanfeng organization. It has to be said that this method is quite useful. It can cause great damage to the enemy while retaining one's own combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. Even if the more than 10 imprisoned members cannot be successfully rescued in the end, they can still effectively deal a blow to the enemy. There should be a more rational and intelligent leader within the Nanfeng organization. But I don't know which one it is. Could it be one of the two guys I appointed originally? Su Xia thought of Chu Tang and Mu Yang. Those two people were originally mercenaries, but they had good intentions, so they were let go by Su Xia. If everything goes as he guessed, then within the next 2 or 3 days, the top management of the mercenary organization will probably be in a state of distress. I hope it's them. Su Xia took a slow breath, glanced at the dozen corpses, then flew into the sky and continued to rush to town number 7. No matter what plans the Nanfeng organization has, Su Xia must go. His presence can minimize the losses of the Nanfeng organization. The terrain in the wilderness is not complicated. Most areas are relatively flat and easy to cultivate. It is very high-quality land. When the war ends in the future, these lands can be reclaimed into fertile farmland. As long as they are operated properly, there will no longer be hungry people in the world. Su Xia flew quickly at low altitude. Looking around, the earth in the distance was basically black. On the other side of the earth, this kind of soil is called black soil. And there are only 3 large pieces of black soil in the world. More than 10 minutes later, Su Xia passed an abandoned small town. The city was very small. Most of the reinforced concrete buildings had collapsed. The roads were covered with dense grass. The decaying street signs were covered with dead vines. A few yellowed and worn-out posters were fluttering in the wind on the billboards. It was full of desolation and dilapidation. Feeling. Someone. Su Xia wore life-sensing glasses, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at the ruined city below. In the city, there are more than 50 human life forms. They were all in a sloping concrete building and seemed to be resting. Some were lying on the ground, and some were chatting in low voices. A mercenary organization. Su Xia received the system prompt, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. These people were obviously part of the mercenary team that rushed to town number 7 after hearing the external broadcast organized by Wang Tung. To kill or not to kill? This thought flashed through Su Xia's mind. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The situation was now complicated. The clouds were treacherous, and the various forces in the wilderness were not yet completely clear. Killing someone here might expose his identity, even if there was only a slight possibility of being exposed in advance. Su Xia didn't want to take the risk. What he should do most now is sneak into the mercenary town, and then find a way to silently rescue the more than 10 members of the Nanfeng organization. Only by rescuing people first can Su Xia act without any scruples. Let them go first. Su Xia made up her mind that these people were going to town number 7 anyway, and there would be a chance to kill them then. Either early death or late death was death, and he didn't mind letting these people live for 2 more days. With this in mind, Su Xia dispatched a small group of nanorobots to attach to those people's vehicles, then left the abandoned town and continued to the location of town number 7. In the wilderness, the cold wind blows wildly. The vegetation turns yellow, and life and death repeat themselves. More than 20 minutes later, Su Xia passed another abandoned village. In this village, he discovered a small mercenary organization of more than 30 people. Another one. Su Xia still didn't take action, just sent some nanorobots over, and then continued forward. Time passed slowly, and it came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The time spent on the road has exceeded Su Xia's expectation. The sky in the distance was dim. The sunlight was lazy, and the sun was gradually sinking toward the western horizon. After a long journey, Su Xia finally approached the location of mercenary town number 7. This is a hilly area, with low mountains undulating like sleeping dragons lying on one side, connected together on the vast land. The hills are densely wooded, green, and covered with vegetation, making it a vibrant world. The location of that small town is in the center of this hilly area. The closer Su Xia got to that area, the more signs of mercenary activity she found. He looked calm, slowed down, and slowly approached the center of the hills where the town was located. More than 20 minutes later, a large town came into Su Xia's sight. Town number 7. The system prompt also popped up. The town is quite bustling and even larger than the new camp at Oasis Camp. Looking around, there are at least hundreds of wooden buildings, bars, warehouses, casinos, trading centers, residences, etc. Everything is available. It is extremely prosperous, with people coming and going on the streets, and it is like a small city of its own scale. Before Su Xia got close, she heard all kinds of noisy sounds, including noises laughter, gunshots, beatings, screams, etc. Compared with ordinary human gathering places, this place is a little less crowded and warm, and a little more bloody and cruel. After all, this is a town with only mercenaries and slaves. For those mercenaries, the status of slaves is the same as that of pigs and dogs, and they are objects that can be killed and humiliated at will. There is no fairness and no normal rules here. It's like a dark version of utopia. Hoo-hoo. When the wind blows, a few dry heads hanging at the entrance of the town sway gently, and the messy hair on their heads is fluttering in the wind like dead grass. At the entrance, there are still several wind chimes made of withered human bones hanging. The sound of the bells is not clear and crisp, but is a bit weird and dull. Su Xia sat on a big tree in the distance, just looking at the small town in the hills from a distance without entering. In fact, if he wanted to get in, there were many ways. For example, he could knock out a mercenary patrolling outside the town, and then change his appearance and use the ability of the scarlet crystal to transform into that mercenary. But he didn't do that. He wanted to observe first and get enough information before trying to enter the town. The trial will be held in the evening 2 days later, and Su Xia has plenty of time. Go! He dispatched 10 groups of nanobots into the town from different directions. The first group was very fast and entered the town in less than 2 minutes. During this period, the invisibility function to the current environment was turned on without attracting anyone's attention. Having entered mercenary town number 7 and returning to the real-time screen for you, they are Su Xia's eyes, slowly observing the situation in the town for Su Xia. The size of this town is far greater than the town that Su Xia once destroyed, and the order is better than that town. Perhaps due to Wang Teng's intimidation, there were not many people fighting on the streets inside the town, although there was a lot of noise. Only a few people actually took action. You know, these wandering mercenaries are almost all lawless criminals. They have bad tempers and unstable emotions. They will take action directly if they disagree with them. There should be rules in the town. Don't do anything casually. Su Xia secretly guessed and thought of the rules of Lingyan Tavern. There were people coming and going on the roads in the town. Many mercenaries had horrific scars on their faces and arms. Most of the clothes they wore had traces of weapons, including knife marks and bullet holes, and some even had wounds on their bodies. There was dried blood. Almost everyone was carrying a weapon, a firearm, or a short knife or dagger, and each of them was filled with the smell of evil and blood, like a group of butchers. Just their fierce looks are enough to scare most ordinary people to the point of trembling. These people, if they can be used well, are indeed a force that cannot be underestimated. No wonder the Southwest Mercenary Union wants to absorb them. Su Xia nodded secretly. He could understand the thoughts of Luoshi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union. He calmly continued to look down, entering from the entrance of the town. The ground road is paved with stone slabs and wooden boards. It is not clean. There is a lot of dirty mud pouring out along the gaps. Mercenaries were coming and going on the road, and every time they stepped on the swaying wooden boards, more mud would be squeezed out of the gaps, causing the roads in the town to be stained black with mud and water. About 20 meters away from the entrance, on the left side of the road, is a 2-story wooden building. There was a wooden sign hanging outside the door of the building, with the words, Foreign Mercenary Registration Office, crookedly engraved on it. Su Xia noticed that there was a mercenary organization that had just entered the town. There were more than 20 people in the entire organization. After seeing the wooden sign, they immediately walked over, entered the wooden building, and registered respectfully. It's still registered. No wonder it can be orderly in chaos. Continuing to walk forward, there are many bars on both sides of the road, and colorful bar signs come into view. For mercenaries who kill in the wilderness all year round, alcohol is a convenient and easily available substance. Drinking together is also a cheap pleasure that can make them forget many troubles. Su Xia randomly found a bar and directed the nanobots to go in. As soon as he entered, various sounds filled his ears. The bar was noisy. The lighting was chaotic, and it was noisy. Many mercenaries were already flushed with alcohol and were shouting loudly in their seats. Some were drunkenly singing and roaring on the stage deep in the bar. Some were fighting with fists and kicks in the corner, beating loudly. Ring. In some booths, some male mercenaries and female mercenaries were hugging each other, disheveled, and even demonstrated the process of human reproduction on the spot. There were vomit and broken glass bottles everywhere on the ground. It was so dirty that it was difficult to get off. It's not the same as the bar at Lingyan Tavern. Su Xia took a brief look. Most of the people in the bar were mercenaries, and there were also a few slaves. Near the door, There were several thin slaves kneeling on the ground cleaning. Their faces were pale and full of fear. They were stepped on by the surrounding mercenaries from time to time, which was incompatible with the noisy atmosphere of the bar. "Get away!" Suddenly, a drunken mercenary yelled angrily and kicked a slave next to him who was cleaning the floor with such force that he kicked the slave away and hit the wall hard. The slave didn't even have time to scream before he vomited a large mouthful of blood, twitched his limbs a few times, and then fell to the ground motionless, died suddenly on the spot. However, this bloody scene did not attract the attention of the others. 2 slaves with numb faces crawled over, took away his body, and dragged the body little by little to the back of the bar where no one could see it. A long blood trail was dragged out on the wooden floor of the bar, which was shocking. The rest of the slaves nearby were trembling with fear on their faces, as if they were afraid that death would come to them. "Some people are numb, some are afraid, and some are unwilling." Su Xia noticed that although there was a slave boy with his head lowered, his teeth were clenched and his thin fists were tightly clenched. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. This has been true for thousands of years. However, the development of modern firearms has made resistance in this era far more difficult than in ancient times. Chapter 475 Spiritual Victory. A bar is a microcosm of an entire town. There are only 2 kinds of people here. One who inflicts violence and the other who endures violence. In most cases, both identities are fixed and there is no possibility of reversal. Just like the thin and unwilling boy that Su Xia sees now. With that young man's ability, if he had no chance, he would never be able to turn around in his life. He would only become more and more numb like other slaves, until one day death would come to him. This is probably the life of most people. They can only move forward along a certain path that cannot be changed, and spend their lives in various unwillingness and frustrations. Su Xia looked away, no longer paying attention to the boy, controlled the nanorobot to move forward, and found a position near the center of the bar. Naturally, he entered the bar to obtain information. Although this kind of place is chaotic, there are many treasures that can be discovered buried under the chaos. Look at those drunk people. Their rationality and vigilance are far less than normal. As long as they are provoked by others, they may reveal the secrets hidden deep in their hearts. In fact, there may not be any need to provoke. They will tell themselves when they are almost done drinking. There were also people sitting in the corner quietly communicating, exchanging information they knew about each other. "This place is more chaotic than the 0-Point Tavern, and the difficulty of getting information has increased a lot." Su Xia looked as usual, quietly listening to the information sent back by the nanorobots. Compared with most branches of the 0-Point Tavern, the bars in Mercenary Town are indeed messier, noisier, and more disorderly. Fortunately, Su Xia had enough time and patience to find the information she wanted in the chaos. "Boss Wang Tung is so powerful. Only he can scare the masked strangers so much that they dare not cause trouble." A mercenary with a blushing face said loudly. "Yes, let's drink to Boss Wang Tung." Someone immediately echoed. Similar words were said by many mercenaries in the tavern. Praising Wang Tung seemed to be praising the Lord in their hearts. How many of them are sincere is unknown. Maybe some people do admire Wang Tung, but there are definitely some who yell deliberately. After all, this is Wang Tung's territory, and there may be Wang Tung's eyes in the bar. "Well, if it weren't for that damn masked weirdo, why would we be so scared every day? Yes, it's all that damn masked weirdo's fault." Perhaps the praise for Wang Tung is false, but the hatred for Su Xia is real. The wine glasses clinked and clinked, and the turbid wine spilled all over the floor. The voices yelling at Su Xia got louder and louder as the drinks went by, and everyone was venting their dissatisfaction and hatred. Someone even took out a metal mask on the spot, doused it with highly concentrated alcohol, and set it on fire amidst the cheers and shouts of the crowd. With a bang, the alcohol exploded, and the entire metal mask was enveloped in blazing fire. "Good! Good burn! We burned the masked geek to death!" The drunkard mercenaries nearby danced and celebrated loudly, waving wine bottles, and their red faces were full of cheerful smiles. It was as if it was not a mask that was set on fire, but the masked stranger himself. The scorching fire was rolling, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited to its peak. "Is this a spiritual victory method?" Su Xia pursed her lips. She wanted to analyze the news in the bar, but she didn't expect these mercenaries to show up like this. To be honest, he has never met any of the mercenaries here, so it can be said that he has no grudges. But the destruction of that mercenary town made other mercenaries have a natural hatred for him. Of course, not all mercenaries dare to be so wanton. After the fire started, some mercenaries looked uneasy and anxious. A lot of rumors about masked strangers came to their minds. The masked stranger is a devil. As long as you pronounce his name, he will sense you. A mercenary stopped everyone's behavior. What if he knows what you are doing? That's right. He crawled out of H.L. His body is made of purgatory fire. Is it really useful if you burn him with fire? Someone immediately agreed. And that person looked equally uneasy. When they said this, the cheers around them suddenly became much quieter. Many mercenaries looked at each other, and the strange rumors all appeared in their minds. Many of them firmly believe in the theory of gods and ghosts. As Mu Yang analyzed, these mercenaries did have hatred for the masked strangers. But more of it was fear. How can a super killer who can't even bring about death be scary? Will he really sense it? A mercenary looked at everyone's expressions and asked cautiously. Probably not. The mercenary next to him replied. But his confidence was obviously insufficient. It was obvious that he himself did not believe it. It is said that once you are sensed by the masked stranger and make him murderous, no matter where you hide, no matter how many methods you prepare, it will be useless. He will come to you on time at midnight with a cruel sickle in his hand, knocking on your door with a chill of death. Thinking of such a scene, many mercenaries in the bar felt chills running down their spines. What's the difference between being haunted by a masked stranger and being haunted by a demon? What are you afraid of? Some people were unconvinced and bravely said, This is the place where Boss Wang Tung belongs. Does the masked stranger dare to come? His voice was sharp, like a sharp knife, instantly piercing the dull atmosphere of the bar. After he finished speaking, someone immediately echoed, That's right. We have Boss Wang Tung. With the boss here, what are we afraid of? King of mercenaries. In the crowd, a mercenary shouted out the words, King of mercenaries. This was obviously somewhat deliberate, as if it had been arranged. But soon someone started shouting, and more people started shouting. Not long after, the voices shouting, King of mercenaries, became one, forming a special wave in this bar. Every mercenary who shouted out felt an unprecedented confidence. It seems that in this place, they have nothing to fear. This is also a belief. However, this belief is all placed on Wang Tung alone. Even the mercenaries, who had not sincerely praised Wang Tung before, now slowly felt a strange admiration and reverence in their hearts. And there was also sincerity in the slogans they shouted. This method is okay. Quite satisfactory. Su Xiao naturally saw that the whole topic was deliberately provoked by someone in order to plant a seed in the hearts of many mercenaries. The people who played a key role in this topic should all be Wang Tung's subordinates. For example, the man who used alcohol to set the metal mask on fire. This seed is very important. Even if it doesn't sprout now, it will sprout one day in the future. And these people here will gradually become Wang Tung's loyal subordinates. This wave of shouting lasted for several minutes before it ended. But the topic of masked monsters does not end. Someone talked about the Nafeng organization. I heard that the people from the Nafeng organization were originally slaves, but were just released by the masked stranger? That's right. They are just humble slaves. Humph. How dare they resist us? I don't know how brave they are. People may be afraid of masked strangers, but they are not afraid of people from the Nafeng organization. Many people will even look down on the Nafeng organization with a condescending attitude. After all, they all know that the members of the Nafeng organization were originally slaves who should crawl at their feet. However, those slaves have now become more powerful than them. This change in identity was difficult for some mercenaries to accept. A one-eyed man shouted, Those damn things! They intercepted a batch of my goods half a month ago, and I have long wanted to settle the score with them. But they have been hiding, and they don't dare to fight with me head-on. They also intercepted my goods. They also killed more than 10 of my brothers. Another person shouted, They also raided one of my secret warehouses. Reality be damned. This time I called on several fraternal organizations in order to respond to Boss Wang Tung's call and get rid of those damn things in one fell swoop. But it's strange to say that there is a brother organization that set out earlier than me. They should have arrived, but they haven't come yet. I don't know if they encountered any accident. The person who said this was a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He felt a little strange. After all, that organization took action half a day ahead of him, so it should have arrived long ago. He felt vaguely uneasy, feeling that something might have happened to that organization. But none of the other mercenaries in this small bar had experienced a similar situation. What he said was quickly drowned out by the words of the others, and few people noticed him. The bar was chaotic and noisy. Many people were drunk, and the conversation changed quickly. After a while, under the influence of alcohol. Someone suddenly mentioned a very strange news. I heard someone said that some bosses of mercenary organizations want to wash their hands in a golden basin and take the money to live a wealthy life in a big city. Life? Who said that? Fart. Impossible. Among the crowd, the leaders of two small mercenary organizations immediately refuted. Their expressions were not pretty. They were gripping the wine bottles in their hands hard, veins bulging on their arms, and they were staring at the mercenary who had just spoken. I just heard that. Two bosses. Don't be so angry, the mercenary said with a smile. This brother is right. I have also heard this rumor. Is it true? Someone suddenly spoke up to support the mercenary. Well, this is indeed weird. I've heard of it too. And it seems that many brothers know about it. Is this true? If it's true, which organization's boss wants to wash his hands of it? It is said that there is more than one organization. While talking, many mercenaries looked at the leaders of several mercenary organizations in the crowd intentionally or unintentionally. The structure of the mercenary organization is quite special. When fighting together and grabbing things together, every member of the organization and the leader of the organization stand together. But once it's time to distribute things get tricky. As the leader of the organization, should the boss get a little more? How much is appropriate? Just this simple issue is enough to cause rifts within some mercenary organizations. Now that the rumors have come out, these cracks have begun to widen as time goes by, creating a seed of suspicion in the hearts of every member of the mercenary organization. What's even more frightening is, some rumors point directly at the mercenary king, Wang Tung. It is rumored that the reason why he contacted the Southwest Mercenary Union was to gain a positive image and wash away his identity as a wandering mercenary. Although everyone dare not say this kind of thing in public, there is no shortage of private exchanges, and many mercenaries know that they are indeed connected to the Southwest Mercenary Union, a serious organization. Don't think too much, everyone. It's just rumors, someone in the crowd said loudly. Yes, it's just a rumor. Maybe it's the rumor spread by that damn Nathong organization. With Boss Wang Tung here, what are you afraid of? If anything unfair happens, Mr. Wang Tung will help you, and you will definitely not suffer any loss. The people who shouted these words were basically loyal to Wang Tung. They had also heard those rumors, and had even wavered. After all, mercenaries were all linked by interests. Just like the undead, they were also afraid of being used as bargaining chips by Wang Tung to be sold to the Southwest Mercenary Union. But their identity and position no longer allow them to have too much doubt, and they can only continue along this path. Even if this path is really wrong, they will drag more people along with them. As long as there are enough people who are wrong, there is nothing wrong. More is right. A few will only be squeezed out and become the wrong party. If these rumors are really spread by the Nathong organization, then they should have a very good think tank within them. Su Xian nodded secretly. Of course he hoped that it was the Nathong organization. The better the Nathong organization performs, the more it proves that his original choice was correct. Later, he went to other bars to get other complicated information. At the same time, 9 other groups of nanobots were also searching around the town, obtaining information, drawing terrain maps, searching for possible detention locations, etc. There are so many good things in this town. During the investigation, Su Xia discovered at least 10 very large warehouses, each filled with various materials, weapons supplies, food supplies, medical supplies, etc. are all available in a dazzling array. In addition, there are many small and medium-sized warehouses storing a lot of materials. These materials basically belong to various mercenary organizations. Perhaps they felt that town number 7 was safe enough, so they moved all the materials that had been buried in various areas. If all these supplies can be taken in, the Nathong organization will no longer need to worry about supplies for a long time to come, and can even continue to recruit people and grow. Half an hour passed by in a flash. The sky gradually darkened, and the street lights on the roads in the town came on one after another. The time came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Just after 6 o'clock, the second group of nanorobots suddenly sent back a very important message to Su Xia. An underground prison was found, which may be the place where members of the South Wind organization are imprisoned.